Chapter 408. I have indeed succeeded in reforming Yan Lang. Xiao Han heaved a sigh of relief and smiled at Yan Lang, who had a pious expression, as if he was going to kneel down to him at any time. Right now, Xiao Han's soul had formed a mysterious connection with Yan Lang. The two of them seemed to have formed a contract. And it was very obvious that this was not an equal contract, it was a master and servant contract. What made Xiao Han feel very interesting and fresh was that when he looked at Yan Lang, he even had an illusion. It was as if he was looking at a hunting dog that he had raised. A loyal dog. Or a squirrel, a tabby cat that knew how to wag its tail and beg in front of its master. What was even more inconceivable was that Xiao Han had planted his own imprint in Yan Lang's soul. With just a thought, he could erase Yan Lang's soul. Completing the seventh finger incantation can barely reform Yan Lang, who is at the peak of the expanding point realm and has long been known as a genius alchemist of the demon capital. Fortunately, Yan Lang took the initiative to open his soul, allowing me to take advantage of the situation. However, to reform a cultivator at the talisman transformation realm, my mental power is obviously not enough. I must have at least completed the 11th spiritual hand incantation before I can try. After the previous small test, Xiao Han quickly summed up his experience. Master, may I ask when you will introduce the two mistresses to this old servant? At this moment, Yan Lang looked at Xiao Han with flattery. This old servant will definitely rack his brains and teach them everything he has learned in the path of alchemy. He will not hold anything back. Follow me out first. Xiao Han smiled. Go out? Yan Lang's body trembled. In fact, from an instinctive desire, Yan Lang did not like to be imprisoned in this despair demon compound for eternity. Under the premise of ensuring his safety, Yan Lang also wanted to go out. Master, if this old servant goes out rashly, this... Yan Lang was slightly nervous. It's fine. I just want you to go out for a while. With a thought, Xiao Han and Yan Lang disappeared from the despair demon compound at the same time. This is the Purity Mountain Range, the mountain peak that belongs to me. Xiao Han said with a smile. This is my seclusion room. Under normal circumstances, no one will disturb me. Yes, master. Yan Lang looked around. Then, he sighed. It's been tens of thousands of years since I left the human world. This time, I'm returning with master. Sigh. Everything feels like a lifetime ago. He walked to the wall and gently stroked the few small ornaments hanging on the wall. Just then, Sect master and eldest senior brother have arrived. After cultivating the extinguishing heaven decimating earth mental technique, Xiao Han's mental energy had opened up a miraculous path. Not only had it been strengthened, it had also formed a type of mental sensation. He could clearly sense any movement within 100 miles. Every blade of grass, every tree, every mountain, every rock, every person, and every object. He could observe them down to the smallest detail, as if he was looking at the lines on his palm. Yan Lang, stay here obediently and don't run around. Otherwise, if someone finds out and beats you to death, you deserve it. Xiao Han warned. Don't worry, master. This old servant understands. Yan Lang bowed slightly. Outside the wooden loft, the sun was shining brightly. Jianghu and Lan Shirong had already reported the matter of Xiao Han continuously cultivating in seclusion for 4 days to Lord Wu. Lord Wu was worried that Xiao Han would go berserk after cultivating the incomplete secret technique. Thus, he didn't dare to be negligent and led Xiao Mingchu, Fang Ling, and Dong Fang Qin to Xiao Han's true inheritance mountain peak. Sect master, senior brothers. You're here. Xiao Han went out to welcome them with a face full of happiness. Xiao Mingchu glanced at Xiao Han and then winked at Lan Shirong and Jing Yanxue. Sisters-in-law, you two are too worried about your good husband. Look, isn't he fine? Ha ha ha. Being worried makes one confused. This is being worried makes one confused. I already said that with junior brother Xiao Han's temperament, it's almost impossible for him to go berserk. Jing Yanxue and Lan Shirong's suspenseful hearts finally calmed down when they saw Xiao Han walking out in high spirits. They shyly lowered their heads. This brat's spirit and bearing is even better than before. Even his temperament has undergone some subtle changes. Could it be that he has gained something from studying the incomplete secret technique? Lord Wu's eyes revealed a deep suspicion when he looked at Xiao Han and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Even our sect has studied the incomplete secret technique of purification for a long time. Our sect has even invited some of our ancient great friends to study and comprehend it together. In the end, we all agreed that it's almost impossible to cultivate. There's simply no trace of it. If one forcefully cultivates it, he will definitely go berserk. Xiao Han can't be that heaven-defying, right? With just a fragment of it, he managed to deduce this ancient secret technique? Xiao Han walked over with a smile. Xiao Han, did you cultivate that secret technique? Lord Wu finally couldn't help but ask. Sect Master, I have my own understanding of it. Xiao Han touched his hair and said ambiguously. My mental strength has been tempered a little. This disciple's mental strength has become more stable and full. However, if I really want to cultivate it, I'm afraid it will take a long time. This time, when I go to the genius zone, I hope to gradually perfect this mental strength. As expected, it's a mental strength cultivation technique. Lord Wu pondered for a while and nodded. Xiao Han, mental strength cultivation technique is rare in this world. How rare is it? In our plane, there isn't a complete set of mental strength cultivation technique. If you really manage to deduce some clues from the incomplete secret technique and can cultivate it without suffering from qi deviation, then don't give up so easily. Study and cultivate diligently. Cultivating the mental strength cultivation technique will definitely allow you to reach a higher level. Yes, Sect Master. Xiao Han quickly nodded. Xiao Han, you are indeed a world-shocking talent. Lord Wu sighed in admiration. Then, he changed the topic. Oh right, Xiao Han, about the genius zone, you should talk to Ming Chu. A few days ago, Ming Chu received a private message from the Devil Hero Tower's Tower Master. Oh. Xiao Han was stunned and looked at Xiao Mingchu. Xiao Mingchu smiled. Junior brother Xiao Han, the Tower Master and the elders have already come out of seclusion. They allowed you to enter the Genius Zone to fight for the Celestial Emperor's treasure. Due to this reason, the number of people entering the Genius Zone has been reduced from the original 102 to 103. The water gurgled. Withered vines accompanied old trees. Xiao Han and Xiao Mingchu walked side by side on a small mountain path and chatted with each other. Junior brother Xiao Han, the Tower Master personally sent me a message and asked me to pass it to you. Xiao Mingchu smiled. The Tower Master has already forgiven you for all your previous mistakes. He also promised to focus on nurturing you. He will give you a spot to enter the Genius Zone. Xiao Han sneered and didn't say anything. In his heart, however, there were many thoughts. The Tower Master and the elders are really hypocritical. Previously, they threatened me to let me enter the demon metropolis. In reality, they wanted me to die. Now that I've come back alive, they must be very disappointed, right? They didn't pursue this matter because they want me to work for them again, to enter the Genius Zone and take back the celestial treasure for them. Xiao Ming looked at Xiao Han and nodded at him. Junior brother Xiao Han, the Tower Master is using you. I know this as well. Your luck is too prosperous and unstoppable. There are too many experts in the Genius Zone. At that time, not only will you need strength to speak, but luck will also be very important. To be honest, luck might be more important than strength. Xiao Han shrugged and said solemnly. Eldest senior brother, I've personally seen the Tower Master's face. In short, he's not a good person. He'll do anything to achieve his goal. It's not wrong to say that he's sanctimonious. Thus, if we can get the treasure from the Genius Zone, we'll enjoy it ourselves. There's no need to share it. Of course. Xiao Mingchu nodded. Alright, junior brother Xiao Han, we'll be heading to the Wuxia Pagoda in 2 days to discuss the matters of entering the genius zone. Alright, eldest senior brother, let's go together then. Xiao Han's eyes flickered with anticipation and battle intent. This kind of quiet days is really boring. The genius zone is full of ups and downs. All the outstanding geniuses from the various planes will gather there. At that time, we'll have to rely on our own methods to seize the Celestial Emperor's treasure. Just thinking about it makes me inexplicably excited. Ha 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 ha. Good boy. Xiao Mingqiu smiled and patted Xiao Han's shoulder. Back then, when I brought you to the ancient village to train, you were still a young child. Even when facing an existence like the great Sun Emperor, you didn't even have the ability to protect yourself. But now, you've grown. I'm far from being a match for you, eldest senior brother. If it wasn't for your help, I would have died in the hands of the great Sun, Son of Heaven. Moreover, it was you who brought me to the Great Desolation ancient village and tempered me to build a solid foundation for my future cultivation. I won't forget your kindness. Xiao Han bowed deeply to Xiao Mingqiu. Ha ha ha, you're exaggerating. You and I are from the same sect and we're as close as brothers. There's no need to be so polite. Xiao Mingqiu smiled and winked. Junior brother Xiao Han, your little princess Mo Hen is still waiting for you in the ancient village. What do you say? This? Xiao Han was startled. His mind couldn't help but think of the naive, romantic, kind-hearted, and incomparably gentle Princess Mo Hen. Alright, I'll immediately send someone to the Great Desolation ancient village to bring Princess Mo Hen and her thousands of servants to the pure sect. When we return from the genius zone, you can stay with her. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Mingqiu laughed. Eldest senior brother, this. Xiao Han was slightly embarrassed. Junior brother Xiao Han, you don't have to worry about this. Leave it to me. 2 days later, we'll go to the Wuxia Pagoda. That's the most important thing. The genius zone is the only opportunity for humans from the ordinary planes to become immortals. Xiao Mingqiu said in a serious tone. On the second day. On the true inheritance mountain where Xiao Han resided. Inside a stone house. This stone house was filled with medicinal cauldrons, medicinal hose, medicinal chests, as well as many colorful medicinal herbs. It was a dazzling array. At this moment, Lan Shirong and Jing Yanxue were standing in front of a medicine cauldron each. They lit a fire and carefully put in different amounts of medicinal herbs. They were concentrating on concocting pills. Yan Lang and Xiao Han stood at the side. Good. Good. Both of you ladies are extremely talented in concocting pills. Yan Lang cheered loudly. Within 5 years, you can inherit a part of my legacy. Xiao Han had already warned Yan Lang not to address Lan Shirong and Jing Yanxue as master or mistress. Thank you for your praise, great master. Lan Shirong and Jing Yanxue were overjoyed. This way, we can concoct all kinds of pills for uncle in the future. The two girls' eyes lit up. Thank you for your guidance, great master. Xiao Han also nodded happily. Tomorrow, I'll follow eldest senior brother to the Wuxia Pagoda. Great master Yan Lang, you can stay in the pure sect and teach Lan Shirong and Yanxue the art of concocting pills. Don't worry, with the sect master here, no one will dare to trespass the pure sect. Yan Lang bowed respectfully. To be continued. Update quick text. Chapter 409. What made Xiao Han very happy was that his 2 wives, Jing Yanxue and Lan Shirong, were indeed from the Medicine King Valley. In front of Yan Lang, they did their best to refine an ordinary pill each. But they received Yan Lang's high evaluation. The 2 women were very talented in alchemy. Whether it was in the amount of herbs, the understanding of fire control, the cooperation between the ministers, or even the smell of herbs, they were all outstanding. Yan Lang promised Xiao Han that within 5 years at most, the 2 women would become the best alchemists in this dimension. Their future was limitless. In this way, including Yan Lang, I will have a total of 3 top-grade alchemists after a few years. This will be extremely beneficial and helpful for me to train my true qi, strengthen my flesh shell, and even nurture my mental energy in order to practice the destroying sky destroying earth mental skill. Xiao Han was also extremely satisfied in his heart. According to Yan Lang's description, he would refine a top-grade pill that could nourish and strengthen mental strength, but the ingredients for this pill were very rare. The focus of Xiao Han's cultivation was actually on mental strength. Hearing this news, Xiao Han was also secretly happy. Cloud Sect Hall. In the back garden with the fragrance of flowers and ethereal charm. Wu Li sat at the stone table, tasting a pot of tea. Xiao Han, Xiao Mingchu, Dongfang Qin, and Fang Ling were on his left and right. Xiao Han, Mingchu, we will be leaving for the Yaoxia Pagoda to discuss the matter of entering the genius zone. Maybe you will not be able to return to the sect in time. Our sect is not qualified to travel with you. Go in peace, don't worry. Wu Li said indifferently. Go, even if you can't get the celestial treasure, it's good to see the experts of other dimensions and broaden your horizons. The most important thing is to stay alive. After a pause, Wu Li's expression became extremely serious. Listen, Xiao Han, Mingchu, a moment of success or failure does not mean anything. Staying alive is more important than anything else. To be flexible, sometimes you can't be too impulsive. When you meet an opponent you can't defeat, you must know when to give up, and be flexible. We don't want to lose the two of you, our most esteemed disciples. In fact, you should understand that this is not a show of weakness. There are too many planes in the universe, and the geniuses born from them are not something we can imagine. What I can be sure of is that there must be some freakish existences among the geniuses from the other planes who have entered the genius zone. Some of them are existences you can't defeat, and some of them are even existences who can kill you in an instant with a wave of their hand. Therefore, he had to be mentally prepared. One must not be conceited and blinded by a single leaf. Once you leave this plane, you will no longer be geniuses. Yes, Xiao Han and Xiao Mingchu answered at the same time. Eldest senior brother, junior brother Xiao Han, work hard. You'll definitely be able to gain something in the genius zone. We are all looking forward to your triumphant return at the Pure Rain sect. Dongfang Qin and Fang Ling encouraged at the same time. What else do you have to say to this sect? The Crow Lord said solemnly. I've always been a wild crane with no worries. I don't have anything to tell you. Xiao Mingchu smiled. However, sect leader, if I'm unfortunate enough to fall in the genius zone, please help me find a secluded place in the Unity Mountain range to build a grave. This. Xiao Han scratched his head. Sect leader, please help me find a disciple of the Sword Villa named Xiao Yunrong. There's no news of Yunrong now, and we don't know if she's dead or alive. She's poisoned and there's less than 2 years before the poison takes effect. I'm really worried. If sect leader can find Yunrong, please go to Yanxue and Shirong to get the antidote to save Yunrong. Also, I hope sect leader can take care of Yanxue, Shirong, and Princess Mo Hen who's about to reach the Unity Mountain range. Find Xiao Yunrong, take care of Yanxue, Shirong, and Princess Mo Hen. The Crow Lord repeated and nodded solemnly. Xiao Han, this sect will remember. After a pause, the Crow Lord stared at Xiao Han. Xiao Han, if Yanxue and Shirong have your flesh and blood, how will they be named? This. Xiao Han hesitated for a moment, before smiling. No matter if it's a man or a woman, they'll all think of the 2 words Yun and Yu. Oh right, sect leader, if I die in the genius area, please build my grave in the Unity Mountain range. It's best to build it on the True Inheritance Mountain peak. Xiao Han said with a smile. The Crow Lord shook his hand and said with a serious expression. Xiao Han, you and Mingchu both have great luck and shouldn't die. Go remember, come back alive, East Domain. This plane was known as the most powerful and prosperous among the 4 domains of the human race. It was the East Domain that produced the most geniuses in history. In the mountains. In this area of green mountains, there was only a huge mountain in the middle that reached the sky, but it was red. Scarlet red. It was a volcano. This volcano emitted a kind of terrifying pressure that made one's heart palpitate. At this moment, in the sky above the mountains, suddenly, a strong wind blew, and the whole sky rippled. In the next moment, a white-clothed man walked out of the wind. His body was full of true qi, and densely packed talisman formations interweaved and flickered. An aura that could destroy heaven and earth spread out, causing the mountains to shake. This man's body was filled with a fierce evil aura. His body constantly emitted evil, powerful, violent, and even murderous, destructive, and dark aura. However, when he looked at the volcano, his eyes were full of respect. He murmured. The genius area. This time, Teacher Xianxia can actually go to the nest left behind by the immortal emperor. It's a pity that I'm older than Teacher Xianxia by a few thousand years. Otherwise, I, Huang Tianli, can also go to the genius area. It's a pity. Huang Tianli, there's nothing to be sorry about. I heard from Teacher Xianxia that there are countless super geniuses from other planes going to the genius area this time. The competition will be very fierce. Although we are all great figures on the monster hero ranking and people at the peak of the talisman formation realm, even if there's no age limit and we can go, I'm afraid that we won't be able to obtain the treasures and will die in the genius area. A beautiful woman's voice sounded. After that, a rift was abruptly torn open in space, and numerous graceful young women who wore light muslin and ribbons walked through space. They held horsetail whisks, incense burners, lanterns, and jade basins, and all of them gracefully walked out of the rift. These girls were all at the true energy realm. They were not to be underestimated. Behind these women, there was also a powerful aura hibernating. Princess Red Lotus, you've come as well. The white-robed man, Huang Tianli, smiled. How could I not come? We've all been taught by Teacher Xianxia. That's why we've been able to continuously improve in the cultivation of true energy. We've killed mutated demon monarchs time and time again and obtained the title of great figures. This time, Teacher Xianxia has summoned me. I've traveled 1,000 miles to come. As Xiao Chen spoke, red lotuses bloomed everywhere in the air. It was a beautiful sight to behold. Then, a red-robed girl stepped out from the crowd. The girls holding lanterns, jade basins, and incense burners all knelt on one knee. The red-robed girl's face was very gentle and pretty. She looked like a budding girl, but her eyes were incomparably ancient. It was as if she could see through all the love and hatred in the mortal world. There was not a single part of her body that did not flow with the mysteries of true energy. The jade-like true talismans formed an array. Good, Princess Red Lotus. Teacher Xianxia's teachings were not in vain. You've also reached the peak of the talisman formation realm. You only need to open one more acupoint and you'll reach the true energy realm of the 9th stage, Huang Tianli praised. Let's not waste time. Let's go greet Teacher Xianxia first. Princess Red Lotus and Huang Tianli flew all the way to the top of the volcano. It was a deep and scorching cave filled with boiling lava that led directly into the belly of the mountain. Princess Red Lotus and Huang Tianli did not hesitate at all. They shot into the cave. They fell for tens of thousands of meters before reaching the bottom. Poof, poof, poof. The scorching lava roasted the metallic stone walls. Teacher Xianxia, Huang Tianli, and Princess Red Lotus greet you. Come in, an indifferent voice rang out. At the same time, a crack rang out. A stone wall suddenly rose up, revealing a red space within. A terrifying wave of heat hit them in the face. Huang Tianli and Princess Red Lotus entered without hesitation. Their expressions were extremely respectful. The red space inside the stone wall was actually a large lake of lava. The terrifying red lava continuously bubbled, evaporated, and exploded. The scene was extremely shocking. What was even more shocking was that in the center of the lava lake, there was a middle-aged man in a red robe. His hands were behind his back, and he seemed to be floating above the lava lake. Both his eyebrows and hair were crimson in color. Furthermore, his hair reached his waist and fluttered in the wind. If one were to look closely, they would see that his eyebrows, hair, and even his entire body were burning with flames. His face was as cold as a stone statue, and his eyes were extremely sharp. His every movement gave off an extremely domineering feeling. A sovereign overlooking the world. At any time and place, he exuded a pressure that made people's hearts palpitate. Dense red talismans tumbled out of his body and merged into the lava flames. Teacher Yan Qi. Huang Tianli and Princess Red Lotus bowed in greeting. Yan Qi. An ancient giant on the monster ranking. He was ranked 77th. Strictly speaking, this ranking was below average in all of the ancient giants. However, Yan Qi was very young. He was only a little over 9,000 years old. Not only was he the youngest ancient giant, but he was even younger than most of the ancient giants on the monster ranking. Without a doubt, this person was a genius. At least in this plane, he was a genius among geniuses. Huang Tianli, Princess Red Lotus, I called you here today because I want you to help me take care of some of the empires that I rule and take care of my family. This time, I'm going to the genius zone. It's no small matter. I have to compete with many geniuses from other planes. I don't know if I can return safely. Yan Qi's eyes burned with great ambition and aspiration. Teacher Yan Qi, with your battle prowess, even if you encounter geniuses from other planes, you can crush them. You will definitely return victorious. We will wait here for your good news, Huang Tianli and Princess Red Lotus said at the same time. It's fine. Life and death are determined by fate. Riches are found in danger. This time, as the person with the highest cultivation level among the people entering the genius zone, I must obtain the immortal emperor's treasure. Yan Qi's gaze seemed to exude a wave of heat. In an instant, Princess Red Lotus and Huang Xianli were pushed back a few steps. He shouted, almost in a snarl. If I obtain the immortal elixir and immortal qi, I can form an immortal body and directly ascend to become an immortal. If I obtain the immortal treasure from the immortal world, which is the so-called immortal artifact, it will be even more incredible. It can destroy the earth, change the trajectories of the stars, change the seasons, reverse the seasons, and travel between planes. It is a world-shattering treasure that has endless power and endless wonders. As long as I have an immortal treasure, I can even kill the Tower Master with one move. I can also dominate tens of thousands of planes. Ha 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 ha. This time, I, Yan Qi, will enter the genius zone and succeed. I must be reborn. Ha 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 ha. Tomorrow, I will go to the Yaoxia Pagoda and meet with the Tower Master to discuss the matter of entering the genius zone. Ha 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 ha. Following Yan Qi's maniacal laughter, the entire flaming mountain erupted and filled the sky. At the same time, the other people who had obtained the places to enter the genius zone, the powerhouses of the past, were also waiting for the battle. They were all in high spirits and headed to the Yaoxia Pagoda. The entire plain was in turmoil. In this plain, including Xiao Han and Xiao Mingchu, 103 people who were going to enter the genius zone rushed to the Yaoxia Pagoda. It was a sign that the exploration of the genius zone had officially begun. To be continued. Update quick text. Chapter 410. On this day, Xiao Han and Xiao Mingchu were already prepared and ready to leave. At the peak of the main peak of the pure mountain range. Wu ***, Dongfang Qin, Fang Ling, many true disciples, as well as Xiao Han's two wives, Jing Yanxue and Lan Shirong, all came to send them off. Jing Yanxue and Lan Shirong saw that Xiao Han was going to leave again. Their faces were filled with reluctance and their beautiful eyes were filled with attachment. Xiao Han pulled his two wives to the side and told them about the parting. "Uncle, you're going to leave again? Then, when will you come back this time?" Jing Yanxue pulled Xiao Han and said coquettishly. Sigh, Xiao Han sighed and mumbled. "I can't always be by your side and let you suffer the pain of lovesickness. I can't bear it either." While saying that, Xiao Han was also moved. He couldn't help but embrace the two women in his arms. Xiao Han murmured. Don't worry, I will return as soon as possible. In the future, we will have many opportunities to stay together. You will also have children for me and enjoy it. In Xiao Han's arms, Jing Yanxue and Lan Shirong softened and became obedient. Oh right, when I am away, you must listen to the sect master's orders. Not long after, Princess Mo Hen will bring her family to my true disciple mountain. At that time, you must take care of her. Princess Mo Hen is also a bitter person. She is deserted by her family and alone. Xiao Han said gently. Jing Yanxue and Lan Shirong only nodded. Also, follow Master Yan Lang and learn well. If there are no accidents, I will bring back a lot of immortal herbs. At that time, you can help me refine immortal pills. Hee hee. Xiao Han teased. Not long after, Xiao Han and Xiao Mingchu used their true qi and flew across the sky. They left the pure mountain range and flew towards the direction of the Devil Hero region. Suddenly, the Devil Hero token in Xiao Mingchu's arms rang. Someone sent a message. Xiao Mingchu didn't dare to be slow. He took out the Devil Hero token and immersed his spirit into it. It's a private message from the Tower Master. Junior brother Xiao Han, let me read this message carefully. Xiao Han nodded calmly. After 100 breaths, Xiao Mingchu carefully put away the Yinxia token and looked at Xiao Han. Junior brother Xiao Han, the Pagoda Master just sent me a message, asking me to enter the 1000th level of the Yinxia Pagoda directly after arriving at the Yinxia domain. At that time, other chivalrous heroes who had obtained places to enter the Genius Zone would also gather on the 1000th floor. Meet with the elders and start a discussion. Oh, then I should have reached the 1000th floor of the Yaoxia Pagoda with you, right? Xiao Han smiled. Xiao Mingchu shook his head. Junior brother Xiao Han, the Pagoda Master asked me to tell you that you don't have to go to the 1000th floor of the Monster Hero Pagoda for the meeting. You can go to the 1001st floor alone. It was also the top floor of the Yaoxia Pagoda. According to what I know, the 1001st floor of the Demonic Hero Pagoda is also known as the Pagoda Master's Forbidden Ground. Usually, it's mainly used by the Pagoda Master and the elders for seclusion. Even the ancient giants don't dare to barge in. Eldest senior brother, all of you go to the 1000th floor for the meeting. I'll go to the 1001st floor alone. Xiao Han frowned slightly. Could it be that the Pagoda Master, junior brother Xiao Han, you're in need of help now? I think that with your luck, the Pagoda Master won't harm you. If you want to kill the donkey once it's no longer of use, you should at least wait until you return from the Genius Zone. Xiao Mingchu said seriously. Forget it. I'll deal with it when it comes. Xiao Han smiled. I'll go to the 1001st floor directly. Let's see what tricks the Pagoda Master has up his sleeves. Yes. Xiao Mingchu nodded. By the way, junior brother Xiao Han, the Pagoda Master sent a private message just now. The Immortal World sent another message yesterday. Detailed information about the Genius Zone? Xiao Han blurted out. Yes, it seems to be the spatial coordinates of the Genius Zone and the specific time when the chivalrous heroes selected from each plane will enter the Genius Zone. There are also some simple rules, Xiao Mingchu said solemnly. That's interesting. Xiao Han's eyes lit up. I didn't expect the spatial coordinates of the Genius Zone to be sent down. We're about to enter the Genius Zone. It's really about to happen. Let's go. Junior brother Xiao Han, let's speed up and try to reach the Yaoxia Pagoda as soon as possible. Now, I also have a slight itch that I can't scratch. Xiao Mingchu's breathing also became slightly hurried. The Yaoxia Pagoda. The top floor. The 1001st floor. There was only one room on the top floor of the Yaoxia Pagoda. The thick metal door was tightly shut. Countless ancient characters and talismans were carved on the metal door. There were also star veins extending on the door. There were all kinds of strange phenomena, holy light as vast as the sea, and there were even traces of immortal qi. It was supreme. If someone looked at the door for a long time, they would feel a kind of suction force, sucking their soul into a vast and mysterious world. Strands of aura capable of obliterating the world lay dormant within the door, and it caused the heavens and the earth and the universe to tremble because no one could go against it. It was as if there was a group of ancient gods inside the door. The 13 mental storms were wriggling non-stop as they communicated with each other nervously. Yesterday, the immortal world sent down a message again. It told us some rules of entering the genius zone, the pagoda master said in a muffled voice. The other 12 spirit storms represented the elders. They were so nervous that they held their breath. One of the elders said in a trembling voice. Pagoda Master, the immortal world even sent down the spatial coordinates of the genius zone. This is equivalent to telling us the exact location of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's lair. This way, we can find immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's lair in the boundless universe. With the spatial coordinates, we can avoid getting lost in the endless universe. What do you know? How shallow. The pagoda master snorted in an eccentric manner. Yes, the spatial coordinates of the genius zone have been sent down from above. However, do you know how far away this plane is from the genius zone? How long will it take to get there? The group of elders was dumbfounded. They did not know as much as the pagoda master. I received a map from the immortal world. Now, I can tell you that if we depart from our plane, even if the journey is smooth and we are not affected by any turbulent energy flow in the universe, we will still need about 10,000 years to reach the genius zone. 10,000 years? By then, it will be too late. Besides, how can we not encounter turbulent energy flow in the universe for 10,000 years? The journey will be very dangerous. Who knows, we might die in the universe within a few years. Yes, it was almost impossible to fly safely in the universe for 10,000 years. The universe was filled with traps and dangers at all times. The land of extreme perils domain of chill, land of extreme perils domain of flame, black hole, heavenly fire, meteorite fragments, meteor clusters. The 12 elders were dumbfounded after hearing the pagoda master's words. The genius zone will automatically open once every 3,000 years. This is the precise time sent down by the immortal world, the pagoda master said coldly. I can tell everyone that the most accurate time until the opening of the genius zone this time is 288 days. There are still 288 days left. In other words, we must reach the genius zone within 288 days. Otherwise, people from other planes will go there and we will have to wait another 3,000 years for the next opening. I'm afraid we won't be able to get anything. There are still 288 days? Why is it so urgent? Gasps could be heard one after another. Pagoda Master, if that's the case, we will have rejoiced for nothing. It will take 10,000 years to fly from our plane to immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's lair, but there are only 288 days left before the genius zone automatically opens. There is no time at all. There is no time at all. I really didn't expect it to be like this. To be honest, this is very unfair. An elder shouted angrily. In other words, being able to enter the genius zone has nothing to do with talent or strength. It is all about location. Those who are close to immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's lair within 288 days will be able to enter. Those who are slightly further away, like our plane, can only watch helplessly. We will not have a share of such a huge treasure. Don't be so noisy. The pagoda master suddenly smiled. All right, I will tell you the truth. A large number of true immortals and immortal emperors of the immortal world have spent endless energy to set up countless space springboards in the vast space of the lower realm. Space springboards? Yes, they are the space springboards that are built with teleportation formations that can directly teleport to the outer area of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's lair. The pagoda master's voice became louder. According to the rumors, the demon realm of the upper realm is weak, and the supposedly invincible demon god was defeated by a host of immortals. Because of that, the immortals were able to spend immortal power, time, and energy to set up all of these space springboards. Thousands of space springboards were set up so that the demon heroes of countless planes could teleport to immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's lair through the nearest space springboards. Of course, this also shows that immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure is too tempting. Countless immortals and immortal emperors paid attention to it and did not hesitate to set up so many space springboards. Thousands of space springboards. So that the demon heroes of countless planes could choose the one closest to their own plane and teleport. Things seem to be much simpler this way. Ah. Is that so? Pagoda Master, there should be a space springboard near our plane, right? An elder asked excitedly while trembling. There definitely is. The Pagoda Master said seriously. I have already analyzed the map. There are a total of 3 space springboards that are closest to our plane. One of them will take about 200 days to reach from our plane if there are no accidents. The other one will take about 260 days. The last one will take about 300 to 500 days. Ah. Pagoda Master, do we still need to choose? Of course, we will go to the space springboard that will take us 200 days to reach. The elders shouted. There are 288 days until the opening of the Genius Zone. If we can reach the space springboard within 200 days and then teleport, we can reach the outer area of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's lair in advance. Stupid. The Pagoda Master said disdainfully. From our plane to any space springboard, we need to go through a section of the universe. It is also full of danger. We must choose a relatively safe path. We cannot choose it just because of time. Forget it, I will decide which space springboard to choose as soon as possible. There is no time to lose. Immediately call for a meeting. All of you go and take charge of the 102 people who will enter the Genius Zone. I will talk to Xiao Han alone. That eternal giant, Yan Qi, is the biggest asset for our plane to compete with the demon heroes of other planes. Don't take advantage of your seniority and neglect him. Yes, Tower Master. To be continued. Chapter 411. The Pagoda Master quickly gave his orders. All of you can leave now. I'll relay some details from the celestial realm to you through spiritual waves. You'll know later, the Pagoda Master said coldly. Yes, the 12 spiritual storms gradually disappeared. In the square in front of the Yaoxia Pagoda. Whoosh, whoosh, 2 rays of true qi swept past. Xiao Han and Xiao Mingchu stabilized their figures in the square at the same time. We're here, Xiao Mingchu nodded slightly. At this moment, Xiao Han looked around and saw many Yaoxia going in and out of the Yaoxia Pagoda. It was bustling and lively, showing the prosperity of this plane and the Yaoxia realm. Suddenly, after seeing Xiao Han, many Yaoxia could not help but stop and stare at him. In their eyes, there were all kinds of expressions: horror, shock, admiration, curiosity, jealousy. Junior brother Xiao Han, the matter of the Genius Zone is a secret to the entire Yaoxia realm. Few Yaoxia know about it, Xiao Mingchu said calmly. Let's enter the Yaoxia Pagoda. Don't stay here, lest we cause trouble. Okay, eldest senior brother. Let's split up. You go to the 1000th floor of the Yaoxia Pagoda, and I'll go to the 1001st floor. We'll meet again later. Xiao Han nodded. The 2 brothers directly entered the Yaoxia Pagoda and teleported separately. The top floor of the Yaoxia Pagoda, the 1001st floor. Xiao Han's heart moved slightly. Suddenly, the sinister face of the Pagoda Master and the threats and temptations from before came pouring into Xiao Han's mind. Last time, the Pagoda Master made me go to the demon metropolis and set me up. It was really penetrating. I wonder how the Pagoda Master will plot against me this time. Not long after, the teleportation ended. Xiao Han's body solidified. He stood on the ground and found himself in a small room. Xiao Han quickly glanced around and found that the small room was shining with a mysterious and great power. The 4 walls were transparent like jade and overflowing with immortal qi. On the 4 walls, there were pictures of thousands of bright moons floating in the air. The bright moonlight shone down, creating a marvelous sight. Furthermore, there were many profound runes engraved on the walls. These runes seemed to form a formation, causing Xiao Han to feel dizzy just by looking at them. It was as if he was about to be completely lost in an endless space. Oh. I'm here again. The last time I conversed with the Tower Master was in this small room. Now that I'm back in the same place, I, Xiao Han, am no longer a pushover. Xiao Han sneered in his heart. Furthermore, he took the initiative to speak out loud. Pagoda Master, Xiao Han is back. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect that I, Xiao Han, could actually come back alive from the demon metropolis. Tower Master, I'm afraid you didn't expect it either, right? Ha 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 ha, after a few breaths, young Xiao Han, it's nice to see you again. Yes, I really didn't expect you to survive. Good, very good. A man's light voice resounded in the small room. It was ethereal and had the feeling of a saint and immortal who enlightened the people of the world. This voice was very gentle and not harsh, but it made people unable to have any thoughts of refuting it. It was as if the words spoken by this voice were all the truth. Whoever refuted it would be treason and heresy. They would even suffer the wrath of heaven. As a human, you were actually able to enter the demon metropolis without dying and escape unscathed. I have to say, Xiao Han, your luck is too prosperous. You are the pride of our demon knight realm. Hee hee. What a hypocrite. Xiao Han kept sneering in his heart, but his mouth was calm and collected. I do have some luck. Otherwise, my bones would have turned cold by now. At the same time, boom. In the unseen world, a great spiritual fluctuation suddenly swept down. It directly swept towards Xiao Han. This was only a trace of spiritual fluctuation, but it turned into a turbulent spiritual storm. It suddenly tore apart the void and enveloped Xiao Han. In an instant, Xiao Han felt a wave of dizziness. However, at this moment, Xiao Han was no longer an ignorant person. His mind had long been sharpened in the demon metropolis to the point that it was crystal clear, sharp, and untainted. In the face of the spiritual fluctuation of the Tower Master, Xiao Han was actually calm and unafraid. Instead, the corner of his mouth curved into a faint smile. The Tower Master's spiritual fluctuation swept through Xiao Han's flesh, bones, skin, hair, blood, cells, true qi, true acupoints, left arm, and other parts like the autumn wind sweeping through fallen leaves. Finally, the Tower Master's spiritual fluctuation directly penetrated into Xiao Han's heart. Suddenly, the Tower Master's spiritual fluctuation was directly lost in the 10,000 Immortals' great formation on the surface of Xiao Han's heart. Huh! The Tower Master let out a cry of surprise. Ha! Xiao Han chuckled. Xiao Han, why can't I sense the demon clan's origin energy in your heart? Moreover, on the surface of your heart, there are many mysterious formations protecting your heart. It's ethereal and inconceivable. What on earth have you encountered? On top of that, there's a total of 13 Demon Emperor crystals embedded on your left monarch beast palm. The demonic vein is so huge that it shrouds the sky, and the demonic force is tremendous. What? What exactly is going on? The Pagoda Master was utterly shocked, and lost his composure. A little bit of a lucky encounter, that's all. Tower Master, please don't laugh at me. Xiao Han smiled. The demon clan's origin energy in my heart, has dissipated. Now, I, Xiao Han, am the purest human. This. The Tower Master was a little choked. Silence. Both sides fell into silence. After a full 10 breaths, the Tower Master asked anxiously. Xiao Han, where's Yanlang? After you entered the demon metropolis, did you get close to Yanlang? Xiao Han shrugged and said. Tower Master, I didn't see Yanlang. The demon metropolis is heavily guarded, and there are 3 layers of protection for Yanlang. I had no chance to get close to Yanlang. It's even more impossible for me to kill Yanlang. It's already very difficult for me to come back alive. I'm sorry, I didn't complete the task given to me by the Tower Master. In fact, no human can kill Yan Lang in the demon metropolis in front of the 10 great demon emperors. This. The Tower Master hesitated for a moment. Yes, Xiaohan, I knew that you wouldn't be able to complete this task. After Xiaohan entered the demon metropolis, only he knew what he had experienced. Therefore, some of the lies he made up now were watertight. No matter how powerful the Tower Master was, he wouldn't be able to find any flaws. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. The task of assassinating Yan Lang has been temporarily put on hold. It's not a big deal. Now, the most important thing is the exploration of the genius zone. The Tower Master said. Xiaohan, since the demon clan's origin energy in your heart has dissipated, then you are no longer a threat to our demon knight realm. Instead, you will be put in an important position by me. Oh. Xiaohan smiled playfully. Yes, I will train you, Xiaohan. The Tower Master said seriously. You expanded your meridians 10 times, and the accumulated expansion times reached 2,553 times. This is simply like being possessed by a god. You are the #1 genius in this realm. If you were in another realm, you wouldn't lose to anyone. Once you transform your true qi into a true talisman, you will be like a carp transforming into a dragon. Tell me, if I don't put you in an important position, who will I put in an important position? Listen, Xiaohan, this time, I will give you a place to go to the genius zone. The Tower Master said enthusiastically. Including you, our realm will send 103 demon knights to the genius zone. Xiaohan, your luck is prosperous. I have high hopes for you. Xiaohan, listen carefully. If there are no accidents, tomorrow, I will personally bring you to the genius zone. What? So soon? Xiaohan was shocked. Time is running out. The Tower Master said quickly. Xiaohan, you still don't know. There are only 288 days left before the opening of the genius zone. We don't have much time left. In other words, we must reach the nest of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao within 288 days. 288 days? Xiaohan frowned. Yes, even if we are late by a day, we can only lament our inadequacy, the Tower Master explained patiently. But Xiaohan, you don't have to be too anxious. In terms of time, we can still make it. If everything goes well, we should be able to reach the destination before the opening of the genius zone. This time, the celestial realm has set up more than 1,000 space springboards among the countless ordinary realms in the boundless lower realm. That way, we demon knights from ordinary realms can choose the closest space springboard and teleport directly to the nest of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao, the Tower Master said. Oh, I see. Xiaohan nodded. Xiaohan, the Pagoda Lord said, the world of immortals has announced the genius zone to the world so that all the human heroes of ordinary planes know about it. However, I have to tell you that before entering the genius zone, they'll eliminate a significant portion of the heroes from those planes. A portion of the demon knights? Xiaohan was confused. First of all, those who can't reach the nearest space springboard within the stipulated time will be eliminated. Although there are more than 1,000 space springboards evenly distributed, there are some realms that are too remote. Within 288 days, we can't reach the nearest space springboard to teleport. Secondly, even if we reach the nearest space springboard, we might not be able to teleport because it takes a lot of resources to teleport. In other words, an endless supply of supreme-grade true Qi spirit stones. Activating the space springboard teleportation array requires a terrifying amount of supreme-grade true Qi spirit stones. I have estimated that after we reach the nearest space springboard, we will need to use 2/3 of the supreme-grade true Qi spirit stones in the entire realm to teleport. 2/3 of the supreme-grade true Qi spirit stones in the entire realm? Xiaohan was shocked. Just one teleportation and it's already so terrifying? Ha 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 ha, of course. If we don't use the space springboard to teleport, it will take at least 10,000 years to reach immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's nest. And the prerequisite is that we won't be attacked by space turbulence during the journey. The Tower Master's voice became a little smug. Fortunately, the resources in this plane are still passable. Some realms don't have so many resources to teleport. Ha 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 ha. Eliminating some realms is only good for us, there's no harm. That's right. The fewer the competitors, the more likely it is for us to profit in the Genius Zone. Xiao Han nodded. How about this, Xiao Han, you leave first. I need to hurry up and allocate resources and prepare all kinds of supplies. Now we have 2 paths to the nearest space springboard. One of them will take about 200 days to reach, and the other will take about 260 days. Of course, the degree of danger of these 2 paths is different. I need to think about it carefully. At least, I need to make sure that our people don't get hurt before entering the space springboard. If there are no accidents and I can settle everything today, then we will set off tomorrow. Anyway, the sooner the better. Xiao Han, are you okay? No problem. Xiao Han licked his lips. Then you leave first and rest in the Xianxia pagoda for a day. Wait for my news. I will return your Xianxia token to you. To be continued. Update quick text. Chapter 412. Xiao Han exited from the 1001st floor of the Yaoxia Tower and teleported to the 60th floor of the Yaoxia Tower. He found a quiet room in the entertainment area. Sitting on the wooden chair, Xiao Han took out his Yaoxia token and murmured to himself, as expected, the Tower Master didn't insist on making things difficult for me when we met again. It seems like he needs me to enter the Genius Zone to search for celestial treasures for him. But it's okay, I'll enter the Genius Zone for my own cultivation and accumulation. I'll just play it by ear. Xiao Han's psyche seeped into the communication panel of the Yaoxia token and sent a message to Xiao Mingqiu. Eldest senior brother, I'm resting on the 60th floor. You can come and find me after the meeting. Then, Xiao Han sent a message to Wu Hao, Dongfang Qin, Fang Ling, and the others to report that he was safe. When Xiao Han found the name, Xiao Yunrong, in the communication panel, he immediately fell into a trance. Xiao Han tried to communicate with her, but he found that, just like before, Xiao Yunrong had turned off the communication function of the Devil Hero token, so that Xiao Han's psychic waves could not be transmitted. Any message was like a clay ox entering the sea, without any response. Hey Yunrong, where are you? Why don't you turn on the communication function of the Yaoxia token? I'll probably leave for the Genius Zone tomorrow. I don't know when I'll be back. Xiao Han shook his head and sighed. Not long after, Xiao Mingqiu came down from the 1000th floor of the Yaoxia Tower and met up with Xiao Han. The two of them gathered and quickly chatted. Eldest senior brother, what information did you get from the meeting? Xiao Han asked with interest. Xiao Mingqiu nodded slightly. The meeting on the 1000th floor of the Yaoxia Tower was hosted by 12 elders. Including me, there were 102 Yaoxia in total who participated in the meeting. The one with the strongest cultivation base is an ancient giant. He is ranked 77th on the monster hero ranking, Yan Qi. The rest are all ancient giants. Their cultivation bases are similar to mine. There are 5 of them who are at the 8th stage of true Qi, the Talisman Formation realm. Oh. There's an ancient giant below 10,000 years old? Xiao Han was slightly stunned. Yes, Yan Qi is younger than most of the ancient giants. He reached the 9th level of true Qi, true treasure realm at 9,000 years old. He should be able to compete with the geniuses from other planes. He is the rightful leader of our plane who has entered the Genius Zone. Xiao Mingqiu nodded. After a pause, Xiao Mingqiu continued. Junior brother Xiao Han, if you go to the 1001st floor, it should be the pagoda master who wants to meet you alone, right? Yes, the tower master told me that if there are no accidents, we will depart tomorrow and head for the space springboard closest to our plane. Xiao Han nodded. There are 2 space springboards for us to choose from. One of them will take 200 days to reach, while the other one will take 260 days. There are still 288 days until the opening of the Genius Zone. Yes, that's all, Xiao Mingchu said directly. Junior brother Xiao Han, let's just wait and see. Once he left this plane, he would have to be extra careful. Remember, it will be extremely dangerous on the way to the springboard. Perhaps they would encounter a destructive space energy turbulence along the way. Let's not talk about the Genius Zone first. It's already not easy to smoothly enter the nearest space springboard. On the top floor of the Yaoxia Pagoda, 13 powerful mental storms were wriggling and communicating with each other. Tower Master, all the supreme grade True Qi spirit stones in the entire plane are being sent to the Yaoxia Tower. We have already collected supreme grade True Qi spirit stones from the 4 regions, as well as from every sect and empire in the Great Wilderness. We are also frantically mining some of the supreme grade True Qi spirit stones in the depths of the Great Wilderness, an elder reported solemnly. Fortunately, the resources in our plane are not bad. After entering the space springboard, we have enough resources to teleport. Yes, let's decide which path to take now. The Tower Master immediately said, after repeated research, I have decided to choose the space springboard that can be reached in 260 days. Tower Master. This? Why did you choose this path? Isn't there a space springboard that's closer to our plane? It will only take 200 days. The elders were puzzled. Pagoda Master, since we're only 288 days away from the opening of the Genius Zone, why don't we take a shortcut instead of taking a detour? This, wasting 60 days for no good reason, isn't it a little inappropriate? Of course. Didn't I consider this? I have studied the path that can be reached in 200 days. It is extremely dangerous. This path is filled with abyssal black holes, spatial rifts, space-time storms, meteorite fragments. Moreover, there will be hundreds of demons from other planes who will choose this path. Although the world of immortals has decreed that the heroes of other planes aren't allowed to fight each other before entering the Genius Zone, it's inevitable that some friction will arise if we encounter heroes of other planes. That could delay our journey, the Tower Master said coldly. Huh? Abyssal black holes? Spatial rifts? Space-time storms? Meteor fragments? The 12 elders sucked in a breath of cold air and were scared out of their wits. Terrifying. Too terrifying, humph. Let's just talk about the spatial rifts. Even a hair-thin spatial rift is enough to break a person's body. A slightly larger spatial rift can suck a person in and grind them to dust. The Tower Master's voice was also filled with fear. Ordinary spatial rifts have the power to devour space. Even ordinary immortals will have their immortal bodies destroyed if they fall into the range of a spatial rift, let alone us. It's too dangerous. We can't choose this path, the elders yelled. There's also the meteorite debris stream. Sometimes, the densely packed meteorite fragments can smash an immortal into a hornet's nest. When the space-time storm blows, we'll be blown into dust and our souls will dissipate. When the abyssal black hole devours us, not even ashes will be left. The Pagoda Master said coldly. Don't be fooled by the fact that this path leads to the space springboard. It's only a 200-day journey, but it's extremely dangerous along the way. If we choose this path, I'm afraid we won't be able to reach the space springboard at all. We'll all be wiped out. Those elders were scared silly, and they were trembling with fear as they spoke one after another. The treasures in the Genius Zone are precious, but there's really no need to gamble with our lives or even die for nothing. Pagoda Master, the route that takes 260 days to reach shouldn't have so many dangerous factors, right? Yes, this path is relatively safer. The Tower Master nodded with a smile. There won't be any dangers like spatial rifts along the way. Huh? Is that so? That's great. That's great. Nothing could be better than reaching the space springboard safely. The elders were all relieved. Don't celebrate too early. The Tower Master said in a low voice. The 260-day journey isn't completely uneventful. In fact, there's no such thing as tranquility in the vast cosmos. There's also a very dangerous factor on this path, and that is the hallucinatory fiend land. The hallucinatory fiend land? The elders were shocked. The hallucinatory fiend land is also one of the turbulent flows of energy in the cosmos. However, it's a formless psychic flow, the Tower Master explained solemnly. The so-called hallucinatory fiend land is, in fact, formed by countless messy psychic fragments. These fragments can affect one's mind, invade one's brain, and interfere with one's soul. In other words, it can cause hallucinations. With that said, the elders all understood. In the hallucinatory fiend land, countless psychic fragments would invade one's mind and soul, causing hallucinations. To be honest, the hallucinatory fiend land is also extremely dangerous. Ordinary hallucinations are nothing, but a powerful torrent of psychic fragments can instantly attack and affect one's mood and state of mind. Once one loses control of their emotions, their mind will collapse, and they might even commit suicide, the Tower Master said slowly. After a pause, the Tower Master changed the topic. However, according to the description on the map, the psychic fragments on this path are more scattered. If we prepare in advance and guard our minds, we won't lose control of our emotions. At most, we'll have some slight hallucinations. That's right, Tower Master. As long as one's mind is firm and steady, they won't be attacked by the psychic fragments. Their minds will be clear for miles, and they won't have hallucinations. An elder smiled, I cultivate in the way of the sword, and my heart of the sword is bright. My sword intent can even kill the negative emotions of nothingness. Ordinary hallucinatory demonic lands really can't threaten me, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, that's right. We're all old antiques who have cultivated for countless years. What haven't we experienced? Birth, old age, sickness, and death, all kinds of battles, life and death with the demon race, bottlenecks and breakthroughs in cultivation. Our minds have long since become impervious to honor and disgrace. Scattered psychic fragments can't affect our minds at all. A few more elders expressed their opinions. Even if we have hallucinations, we'll be able to stop at the precipice and kill our inner demons in time. The elders were more optimistic about the hallucinatory fiend land. Enough, stop bragging, the Tower Master coldly scolded. That's right. We've lived for countless years, and we've experienced many things. We've also witnessed the rise and fall of the era. There's no problem with our minds. However, if we encounter a psychic storm formed by countless psychic fragments, we won't be able to withstand it. However, it's still much safer than spatial cracks, black holes, space-time storms, meteorite fragments, thunderbolts, and heavenly flames. Don't worry, Tower Master. We definitely won't be careless. The elders expressed their opinions. Then, let's officially decide. We'll take this path that will take us 260 days. The Tower Master finally made his decision. Also, tell the 103 demons who entered the genius zone about the dangerous hallucinatory fiend land on this path. Let them be prepared in advance. However, they were able to cultivate to this level under the age of 10,000. The weakest among them is at the True Chi 7th stage talisman transformation realm. In terms of their minds, there shouldn't be too many problems. It shouldn't be too much of a problem for them to pass through the layers of hallucinatory fiend land. Tower Master, that Xiao Han is still at the expanded meridian realm. His realm is low, I wonder how his mind is. An elder said in a low voice. Xiao Han. Among the 103 candidates, this brat's realm is the lowest, but his mind is definitely the most stable. There's no need to worry about this brat. The Tower Master sneered. This time, we're going to make use of Xiao Han's luck. All of you, listen up. Don't make things difficult for Xiao Han along the way. Let him work for us without worry. After pausing for a moment, the Tower Master spoke again. There are 2 more things that we need to pay attention to. Tower Master, please speak. Chapter 413. The Pagoda Master was making arrangements for their departure. It was of utmost importance. The first thing. After we set off, we will inevitably run into Yao Xia from other planes. Remember, don't ever get into conflict with the villains from other planes. Don't be competitive. Showing off is the stupidest thing to do. If you can bear it, you must. As long as we don't provoke others, the Yao Xia from other planes won't try to harm us. After all, we're all human Yao Xia. We don't have any grudges against each other. Besides, the immortal world has decreed that before entering the genius zone, all planes are not allowed to kill each other, the pagoda master said while thinking. Yes, pagoda master. We won't provoke others. We'll bear it if we can. The elders nodded in agreement. Being able to gain benefits from the genius zone is a sign of true ability. There's no need to fight because of personal feelings. It's good that you understand this. The candidates for entering the genius zone, the 103 Yao Xia, must also be well controlled. Don't cause trouble. Now is not the time to show off. A little impatience will spoil great plans. Especially that Xiao Han. I'm going to warn him personally. This Xiao Han is too reckless and lawless. He dared to kill Yao Xia in front of the Yao Xia Tower. He's a rule breaker. We can't let him do as he pleases on the way to the genius zone. The pagoda master said solemnly. The second thing, we'll also go to the genius zone. But, the journey is dangerous. If we're not careful, we'll be in danger of dying. The 12 elders fell silent after hearing the words. There were even a few elders among them who were trembling in fear. That's right, the pagoda master and the elders were at the top of the human food chain in this plane. It was almost impossible for them to die. Even the 10 great demon emperors wouldn't be able to kill them easily. But it was hard to say once they left this plane. What? Are you afraid? The pagoda master said in a strange tone. This. The elders blushed with shame. Ha 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 ha, you're all used to acting like tyrants in this plane. Now that you're facing danger, it's hard to avoid it. Ha 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 ha, just like you, I am also a little worried. Therefore, the second matter is, the clone. We'll create a doppelganger and have it lead the 103 heroes to the genius zone. Our true bodies will guard the Yaoxia pagoda. The pagoda master laughed heartily. In this way, even if our avatars meet with misfortune, as long as we're alive, there's hope. As long as our main bodies don't die, we won't perish. At our level of cultivation, creating a clone isn't a problem. However, pagoda master, creating a clone requires a large amount of true energy and soul energy. At the very least, it will consume more than half of our main body's energy. If our clone is destroyed, our main body's vitality will also be greatly damaged. It won't be able to recover even after 10,000 years, an elder said timidly. Idiot. At most, he would have to consume some of his soul strength and true qi. It was still better than having his body killed and his soul dissipated, right? Stop talking nonsense. Now, all of you, focus your minds and create your doppelgangers. Complete the clone before sunrise tomorrow. The pagoda master shouted. Yes. The pagoda master is wise and farsighted. Our main bodies will guard the Yaoxia pagoda, making us completely invincible. However, I'm worried that the demons will take the opportunity to attack. It doesn't matter. The demons still don't know our plan. Moreover, there are many offensive and defensive formations engraved on the Yaoxia pagoda. Even if the demons attack, they won't be able to take down the Yaoxia pagoda in a short time. Also, order all the fiends in the world to temporarily give up on killing the scattered fiends in the 4 regions and the great wilderness. The pagoda master was strategizing. Outside the Yaoxia pagoda. It was nighttime. However, there were dazzling true energy rays flashing across the night sky. The heroes returned to the Yaoxia pagoda from the 4 regions and the great wilderness, each carrying a large number of supreme-grade true energy spirit stones. Brother Ma, why did the Yaoxia pagoda order to collect supreme-grade true energy spirit stones? The number of supreme-grade true energy spirit stones stored in the Yaoxia pagoda is not small. Why do they want to collect them from the 4 regions and the great wilderness? Did something happen? A young hero asked a middle-aged hero. The young hero wore a total of 4 storage rings on each of his 10 fingers, each of which was piled high with supreme-grade spiritual stones of true chi as high as a mountain. I'm not sure about that. The middle-aged hero was stunned. Brother Ma, is there going to be a war? Our demon world is going to declare war on the demon metropolis, so they're urgently preparing resources? The young hero guessed. Don't guess blindly. You young people are always full of imagination. War? Let me tell you, at least in our plane, it's impossible for the humans and demons to have a large-scale war in a short time. You hot-blooded young people always want to go straight to the demon metropolis. Ha 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 ha. The current balanced situation is actually the best, unless there's a genius who can decide the outcome of the war. Right, that young man Xiao Han is not bad. He can expand his acupoints by 2,553 times. As long as he grows up, he can turn into talismans, true treasures, and open his immortal eyes. Under his leadership, we may be able to completely destroy the demons in this plane. Realize the great unification of the human race. Ha ha ha, but these are all for later. Well, the supreme grade true energy spirit stones can be exchanged for contribution points. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Don't be so suspicious. Hurry up and send the supreme grade true energy spirit stones into the Wuxia Tower, okay, Brother Ma, I'm short of contribution points to exchange for a true energy divine skill. That night, countless heroes sent a large number of supreme-grade true energy spirit stones into the Wuxia Tower. On the 60th floor of the Wuxia Tower. In the room where Xiao Han and Xiao Mingchu were. After having dinner, the two of them sat cross-legged in the room to recuperate. They did not go out. At this moment, beep, beep, their Wuxia tokens rang at the same time. Junior brother Xiao Han, it's a message from the Tower Master. Xiao Mingchu did not dare to delay and immediately took out the Wuxia token. Read the message first. Xiao Han nodded and took out his Wuxia token. The two immersed their spirits into the Wuxia token at the same time. After a while, if there are no accidents, we'll set off tomorrow. Xiao Mingchu carefully put the Wuxia token in his arms. First, we have to travel for about 260 days to reach a space springboard. Yes, 260 days. Xiao Han also knew about this information. Eldest senior brother, we originally had 2 choices in this plane. One was to reach the space springboard in 200 days, and the other was to reach the other space springboard in 260 days. I thought that the Tower Master would choose the 200 days, but I didn't expect him to choose the far one. It's said that the 200 days route is very dangerous. There are many space cracks along the way, and it's very difficult to get through. On the other hand, the 260-day route was much less dangerous. Hallucinatory Fiend Land? We need to go through many overlapping, hallucinatory fiend land. Eldest senior brother, what is this hallucinatory fiend land? Xiao Mingchu thought for a while. I don't know much about the hallucinatory fiend land. I've read some short stories about the hallucinatory fiend land in a book of unofficial history. It said that in the universe, there are countless spirit fragments. These spirit fragments will attack the universe traveler and invade the universe traveler's brain, soul, and heart, causing the universe traveler to hallucinate. If one's heart is strong enough, and his spirit is strong enough, then these spirit fragments, which are the hallucinatory fiend land, will not be able to interfere with the universe traveler. On the contrary, the universe traveler with a weak heart and weak spirit will suffer greatly. His emotions will go out of control, and his heart will produce killing intent, hatred, inferiority, despair, and many other negative emotions. He will not be able to distinguish between friend and foe, and even commit suicide. Xiao Mingchu talked non-stop. In comparison, the difficulty of the hallucinatory fiend land is much lower than the space crack. Junior brother Xiao Han, your will is very strong. Moreover, you have comprehended the great accomplishment stage blade intent, and your spirit is clear and flawless. Even if you encounter the hallucinatory fiend land, you will not be too affected. You might even be able to use this opportunity to refine your spirit, and make your spirit and blade intent more mellow and bright. Ha 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 ha. As he spoke, Xiao Mingchu could not help but laugh. Oh. You can refine your spirit in the hallucinatory fiend land? There's such a saying? Xiao Han's heart jumped. It's recorded in the unofficial history that some ancient sword cultivators and blade users had stagnated in their spirit power. They spent a lot of effort to collect spirit fragments from the universe, and purposely set up the hallucinatory fiend land. They entered it to refine their spirit power, and sharpen their blade and sword hearts. For example, in the various secret cultivation rooms in the Yaoxia Pagoda, there are illusion rooms. Of course, the illusion rooms in the Yaoxia Pagoda are far less effective than the hallucinatory fiend land in the universe. So that's how it is. Xiao Han could not help but lick his lips. Many thoughts suddenly surged in his mind. I cultivate a special spirit power technique, the extinguishing heaven and earth spirit technique. There are 28 spirit finger techniques, and my spirit power transforms, liquefies, and solidifies. Currently, I have only cultivated to the 7th spirit finger technique, and barely completed it. However, the accumulation of my spirit power is too weak, and I am completely unable to break through to the 8th spirit finger technique. Unless I find some heavenly treasure that can increase my spirit power, or some peerless immortal medicine. However, these treasures can only be found by luck. However, now that I am about to enter a path filled with hallucinatory fiend land, I want to see if the layers of hallucinatory fiend land spirit technique can strengthen my spirit power, and allow my extinguishing heaven and earth spirit technique to advance by leaps and bounds. Thinking of this, Xiao Han's face lit up, and his eyes revealed a look of eagerness. Ha, junior brother Xiao Han, I was just speaking casually just now. You wouldn't take it seriously, right? Alright, I won't fool you anymore. It is very difficult to use the hallucinatory fiend land to refine one's spirit power. Because the spirit fragments in the universe are too messy. For example, it is like a dragon and a tiger clashing with each other, and cannot be easily reconciled. If you hastily refine those spirit fragments, there is a high possibility that you will go berserk. Alright, junior brother Xiao Han, don't think too much, and rest. Perhaps we will depart tomorrow morning. Xiao Mingchu shook his head and laughed. Alright, eldest senior brother. Xiao Han nodded without batting an eyelid. The night was silent. On the second day, after sunrise, Xiao Han and Xiao Mingchu's yin chivalrous token emitted a hurried sound again. Both of them jumped up from the bed at the same time, and their spirit waves sank into the yin chivalrous token. Very soon, depart. Junior brother Xiao Han. Depart immediately. Xiao Mingchu growled. I really didn't expect it to be so urgent. It is simply urgent. The pagoda master has sent a message for us to gather immediately and depart immediately. Junior brother Xiao Han, the pagoda master has set up a small teleportation formation in our yin chivalrous token. Do you see it? Immediately activate this formation with your true chi, and we will be able to teleport over and meet up with the pagoda master. Oh. Xiao Han scanned with his spirit waves, and sure enough, he found a small teleportation formation in the yin chivalrous token. This formation could be successfully activated by inserting a wisp of true chi. Junior brother Xiao Han, let's depart. Xiao Mingchu looked excited. In an instant, he had already activated the formation, and the power of space flowed. His entire body turned into a series of shadows, and he was about to disappear on the spot. All right. Chapter 4:14. Swoosh, swoosh, Xiao Han and Xiao Mingchu activated the teleportation array in the yin chivalrous token and were teleported to an empty square. The empty square was about 10 acres in size. It seemed to be built on top of the mountains and among the white clouds. Looking around, Xiao Han saw countless mountains surrounding it, layer upon layer floating in the air. Some were crisscrossed and looked very dangerous. Some were towering old trees and looked very ancient. Some had clear springs and waterfalls. The scenery was elegant. Some were straight up to the sky and had a grand aura. Clouds rose and rays of light shone, showing the charm of an immortal. At this moment, there were already many people standing on the square. Xiao Han and Xiao Mingqiu looked at each other and then looked over. 100 or so people with powerful vital energy fluctuations were standing at the center of the square, eager to give it a try. The vital energy waves around these people were very dense, like the mountains and seas of hell. They were unbelievably strong. Moreover, Xiao Han could feel that the internal organs of these people seemed to have become mysterious talisman arrays. They hid many secrets of heaven and earth and were very closely connected to heaven and earth. Among them, there were a few whose vital energy surged out of the pores of their bodies. They immediately spread out and condensed into true talismans and talisman arrays that were dazzling. Among them, the one with the most terrifying aura was a middle-aged man in a red robe. He had his hands behind his back and his expression was very arrogant and cold. He gave off a feeling of loneliness. Just by standing there casually, he gave off a feeling that he was like a crane in a flock of chickens. Both his eyebrows and hair were crimson in color. Furthermore, his hair reached his waist and fluttered in the wind. If one were to look closely, they would see that his eyebrows, hair, and even his entire body were burning with flames. His face was as cold as a stone statue and his eyes were extremely sharp. He gave off a domineering feeling with every move he made. He was the king of the world. He gave off a pressure that made people's hearts palpitate at any time and place. Dense red true talismans rolled out of his body and condensed into a flame array. With a slight sweep of his mind, one could see that there were many flaming mountains around this person. He was constantly emitting a terrifying aura that could destroy heaven and earth. This was a big shot. Yanqi? The ancient giant Yanqi? Xiao Han muttered softly. Yes, junior brother Xiao Han. That red-haired middle-aged man is Yanqi, ranked 77th on the monster ranking. Xiao Mingqiu nodded immediately. Today, the 103 fiends will represent this plane and enter the genius zone. Yanqi is the strongest of them all, a 9th stage true treasure. However, this person is very proud and aloof. He disdains to have any dealings with us, and I have no friendship with him. Junior brother Xiao Han, let's go. Ignore Yanqi. All right. With a thought, all of Xiao Han's true qi was converted into the spirit turtle's true qi, sealing up his left demon emperor's hand firmly. Not a single trace of demonic qi could be seen. The two of them walked directly towards the hundreds of experts. The people on the other side also looked over. When they saw Xiao Han, most of them exclaimed in surprise. Brother Xiao. A middle-aged man dressed in yellow with a jade-like complexion greeted Xiao Mingqiu with a smile. Come here. This must be the peerless beauty of your Pure Rain sect, young man Xiao Han, right? At first glance, he's indeed extraordinary. Ha ha ha. Brother Luo. Xiao Mingqiu laughed heartily and led Xiao Han over. Junior brother Xiao Han, let me introduce you. This is Luo Tianyu. He's a close friend of mine and became a fiend hero in the same batch as me. However, brother Luo is diligent in his cultivation. He's not as lazy as your senior brother, ha ha ha. Brother Luo, if I remember correctly, you should be ranked 398th on the fiend hero ranking, right? You're much taller than me, much taller. Ha ha ha. Xiao Mingqiu patted Luo Tianyu's shoulder and spoke with a strong sense of friendship. This is an ancient giant. His realm is the same as eldest senior brothers, the 8th stage true qi talisman formation realm. Xiao Han already knew in his heart. He immediately bowed and said. Greetings, Senior Luo. Ha ha ha. Xiao Han, you don't have to be so courteous with me. Luo Tianyu's expression was very heroic. He did not adhere to the customs and smiled at Xiao Han. Xiao Han, I don't dare to call myself a senior in front of you. Let's talk as equals. Your meridians expanded by 2,553 times. You're many times stronger than I was back then. Once you transform into a talisman, your achievements will be unimaginable. Moreover, you're someone who dares to crush the rules and even caused a few ancient giants to be defeated. Ha ha ha, speaking of which, I really admire you. Come, let's have a good chat. The pagoda master and the elders have yet to appear. Let's have a casual chat. At this moment, there were many ancient giants who took the initiative to befriend Xiaohan. Among them, there was no lack of existences at the 8th stage True Qi Talisman Formation realm. Xiaohan was neither servile nor overbearing as he responded to them one by one. At this moment, humph. A cold snort rumbled like thunder and resounded in Xiaohan's ears. This voice even directly seeped into Xiaohan's mind, causing a rumbling sound in Xiaohan's head. It was as if his soul was about to be shattered. Xiaohan was enraged. He swept his gaze across and looked over. This cold snort had actually come from Yan Qi. At this moment, Yan Qi's face was sinister as he looked at Xiaohan with disdain. The aura on his body was boundless and boundless. The cold snort just now contained the sound of killing intent and a trace of a mental storm. If Xiaohan's mental strength was not much stronger than an ordinary martial artist's, this cold snort would have caused Xiaohan to vomit blood and his soul to be greatly damaged. Xiaohan stared at Yan Qi. The muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched and killing intent rose from the bottom of his heart. However, he was able to keep his composure. After calming himself down, he said indifferently. Ancient giant, Senior Yan Qi, I, Xiaohan, have no enmity with you. It's not a problem for me to converse with a group of ancient giants here, is it? Don't you think it's ungentlemanly for you to suddenly attack me like this? Ha 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 ha, Yan Qi laughed sinisterly. His eyes were like an eagle's as he stared at Xiaohan. Xiaohan, everyone says that you're a despicable person. It's true. You even dare to boast in front of me. Do you have any respect for your seniors? You've killed wantonly in front of the Demon Hero Tower and crushed the rules. This is an evil deed that will be condemned by everyone. However, you're not ashamed of it but proud of it. You're showing off here. Yes, it's true that your acupoint expansion is heaven-defying. However, it doesn't mean that your talisman transformation is also heaven-defying. Remember, I'll teach you a good lesson. Expanding acupoints is just to build a foundation. Do you understand? Your starting point is too high, so it's hard for you to improve. Moreover, your combat strength is all the methods of the demon clan. You're an evil demon. It's fine if you're an honest person. However, you're so ostentatious. You're on your own now. I don't know why the Tower Master wants to see you alone. I'm sure you're very good at flattering. After a pause, Yan Qi changed the topic and glanced at the ancient giants. All of you are ancient giants, but you don't know how to behave yourselves. You're circling around a despicable young man. Where's your sense of propriety? All of you, leave. An ancient giant truly was an ancient giant. Because of the pressure he had been exerting for so long, as soon as he spoke, all of the ancient giants surrounding Xiaohan began to back away. Humph. Xiao Mingchu was indignant and wanted to argue with Yan Qi. However, he was stopped by Xiaohan and Luo Tianyu. Eldest senior brother, don't act rashly. It's not worth arguing with him, Xiaohan warned. At this moment, a majestic and invincible voice came from the 9 heavens. Everyone is here, right? It's the voice of the Tower Master. Xiaohan's heart moved. In the next moment, the multicolored clouds in the sky split into 2. A gentle wind blew as a group of old men escorting a white-robed middle-aged man descended. There were a total of 12 old men. All of them had white hair and a youthful complexion. They looked like sages. Some of these old men wore white clothes that fluttered like the clouds, some wore gray clothes that fluttered like the wind, and some wore fiery red robes. The auras on their bodies were unfathomable, and they looked like ordinary people that didn't know the slightest bit about martial arts. The white-clothed middle-aged man surrounded by the 12 old men had a pale complexion and a powerful aura. An invincible aura emanated from his body and pierced through the heavens and earth. This was the aura of an immortal. It was ethereal and unfathomable. The moment he appeared, there was complete silence. The demeanor and aura of a leader were on full display. His eyes seemed to contain the birth and destruction of planes. Ordinary people did not dare to look him in the eye. If they met his gaze, they might be forcefully sucked in. Moreover, there was a faint red mark between this person's eyebrows. It looked like a birthmark. The faint mark seemed to contain a mysterious force that no one dared to guess. Greetings to the pagoda master and the elders. The Yao warriors present also saluted. Oh. So the pagoda master has such a face. He looks very sanctimonious, Xiao Han thought to himself. Alright, there's no need to be so courteous. The pagoda master took a step forward and said with a pleasant voice. Yan Qi, don't argue with Xiao Han. You are the most outstanding geniuses of this plane. There is only one reason for you to go to the genius zone, and that is to bring back celestial treasures and celestial opportunities for this plane. Yan Qi, you are an ancient powerhouse. You are older than Xiao Han and have a stronger cultivation than him. You should behave yourself. Xiao Han, Yan Qi is an ancient powerhouse. He naturally has his own dignity. What he said is not disrespectful to you. It's only natural. You should understand and be aware of it. Xiao Han and Yan Qi smirked coldly when they heard this. Alright, I won't waste any more time. This time, I and the 12 elders will personally bring you to the genius zone. Time is of the essence. Our journey is 260 days, and there are only 287 days left until the genius zone opens. Let's go. The hallucinatory demonic realm will appear along the way. I hope you can guard your mind and not be trapped by the hallucinatory demonic realm, the pagoda master said nervously. In the next moment, let's go. Let's go. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the journey was too urgent. Therefore, the pagoda master did not say much. After a few words, he took to the sky first, followed by the 12 elders. Brother Xiao, little brother Xiao Han, let's go too. Luo Tianyu smiled and took to the sky with his true qi. In an instant, the 103 Yao Xia, including Xiao Han, also took to the sky. The pagoda master, the 12 elders, and the 103 Yao Xia turned into 116 rays of flowing light. In an instant, they broke through the clouds and flew into the depths of the universe. Everyone, during the flight, try to use the communication function of the Yao Xia token to communicate telepathically. Do not speak. Flying in the vast universe consumes a lot of true qi. If you run out of true qi spiritual stones, you can come to me and the 12 elders to get them. Don't worry, we have prepared enough true qi spiritual stones. We can guarantee that everyone can reach the space gangplank smoothly, the pagoda master said. As they spoke, everyone took out their Yin chivalrous tokens and added each other in the communication bar. Then, they used telepathic waves to communicate with each other. In the universe. Xiao Han and the others followed the pagoda master and flew at a constant speed. True qi was burning on the surface of everyone's body. Flying in the universe is really exhausting. Xiao Han shook his head slightly. I estimate that flying in the universe at the same speed will consume more than 10 times the amount of true qi. My true qi is the weakest among these ancient giants. After all, I have just reached the expanded acupoint realm. Therefore, I need true qi spiritual stones very much. I have to be prepared to replenish them at all times. Just now, Xiao Han had obtained a large number of supreme-grade true qi spiritual stones from an elder and stored them in his storage ring. Now, after only a few hours of flying, he had already consumed half of those supreme-grade true qi spiritual stones. Chapter 4:15. During the flight, Xiao Han was also very curious and kept looking around. What entered his eyes was an endless universe. Everywhere he looked, there were all kinds of dazzling colors. Red, black, blue, yellow. These were the various energy flows in the universe, some were even mirages. There were also some burning meteorites. Clouds were rising. All kinds of astronomical wonders. But fortunately, after flying for a few hours, they did not encounter the legendary terrible space cracks, thunderbolts, heavenly fires, abyss black holes, or any other deadly energy turbulence. However, during the flight, it was sometimes hot and sometimes cold. But everyone's cultivation was not weak, and these obstacles did not trouble them at all. Just like that, they flew for a day and a night. The second day, they passed through a strong wind zone. It was the hurricane zone of the universe. But fortunately, it did not blow the team apart, just made them use up some of their true chi. After passing through the hurricane zone, there was another large stable space. In the afternoon, eldest senior brother, Brother Luo, it seems that the pagoda master chose this path, which was a wise move. Xiao Han's psyche wave swept into the Yen chivalrous token and communicated with Xiao Mingchu and Luo Tianyu. Along the way, it was all Zhuangkang Avenue. Before this, I was also very unfamiliar with traveling through the universe, and even had some fear of the unknown. But now, it's not much different from flying normally. It's just that we have to concentrate our psyche force and use up more true chi. Provided that we do not encounter the turbulence of the universe, Xiao Mingchu immediately replied to Xiao Han. Junior brother Xiao Han, don't let your guard down. It's a journey of 260 days. We've only traveled for the first day. It's still early. The universe is unpredictable. Who knows what's waiting for us, but according to the pagoda master, the main turbulence of energy on this journey is the hallucinatory fiend land, which we have not encountered so far. The pagoda master naturally chose this path after careful consideration. He must have his reasons. Luo Tianyu also sent a message. While communicating with Xiao Han and Xiao Mingchu, everyone expressed their opinions casually. In short, be prepared to defend against the hallucinatory fiend land that will definitely appear. Also, we have already left our plane, and we may encounter the heroes of other planes at any time. We must be careful about this. One must always guard against others. What's the situation with the heroes from other planes? Xiao Han looked around with great interest and smiled. I'm afraid I won't meet the chivalrous men from other planes for the time being. Meanwhile, the pagoda master and the 12 elders were also using their minds to communicate. Pagoda master is really farsighted and meticulous. This road was too safe. This road was really smooth. Flying was not tiring at all. A 260-day journey? Perhaps we can arrive ahead of time. An elder flattered. The pagoda master also had a smug expression on his face, but he still reminded them. It's still too early to say these things. The road was still long. Of course, I also hope that I can reach the space springboard without any trouble. However, the universe was like a bottomless abyss. It was better to be safe than sorry. Although we've left our real bodies in the monster hero pagoda this time, we've spent more than half of our energy to form this clone. We can't afford to have any mishaps. Yes, Tower Master. A full 20 days had passed. In these 20 days, Xiao Han and the others' journey was surprisingly smooth. They did not encounter any energy turbulence that could pose a threat. On the 5th day, they encountered a meteorite fragment flow. However, the speed was very slow, and they easily bypassed it. At that moment, everyone was extremely optimistic. They were chatting cheerfully and wittily. Even the pagoda master had completely relaxed. Gu Pan said proudly, fortunately, I didn't choose the 200-day space springboard. This road. We probably won't encounter too many dangers on the way. Luck Dao. Luck Dao. Pagoda master is wise. The elders flattered him. The 25th day. Suddenly, the pagoda master, who was flying at the front, suddenly stopped. They saw that 1,000 miles in front of the pagoda master, a large black space appeared. It seemed to cover the sky and the sun. The huge black space stretched for many miles. It was so dark that the bottom could not be seen. It was like the mouth of a giant star beast. Pagoda master. That space is. The 12 elders were all shocked. The 103 chivalrous heroes all stopped and stared at the black space. Don't panic. The pagoda master shouted coldly and took a step forward. Suddenly, the light red mark between the pagoda master's eyebrows opened. All of a sudden, a vertical eye opened up from the mark, bursting out from the flesh. It emitted a light that was filled with immortal chi. It was like an aurora that swept away the chaos and illuminated the universe. It could pierce through any nothingness, and it could even see the immortal chi that was distributed in every corner of the universe. In an instant, the brilliant light from the vertical eye shone into the black space in front of it, and it quickly scanned the entire area. It was as if everything in the black space was faintly and clearly seen by this vertical eye. It was clear that nothing would be missed. Immortal eye. Only human martial artists who cultivated their true chi to the extreme and opened 101 true acupoints in their body could open this immortal eye. It could be said that opening the immortal eye was equivalent to becoming a half immortal. They could see and collect the immortal chi that ordinary people couldn't detect to purify their body and condense the immortal body. In Xiao Han's plane, only the pagoda master had opened 101 true acupoints and successfully opened the immortal eye. That's the immortal eye? Xiao Han hurriedly sent a message to Xiao Mingchu and Luo Tianyu. It's amazing. The pagoda master is indeed worthy of being the leader of the human race in our plane. No one can compete with him. The immortal eye is really mysterious. I, Xiao Han, have learned something today. Although Xiao Han despised the pagoda master's behavior, now Xiao Han admired the pagoda master's cultivation level. He really admired him. A moment later, whoosh, the light retracted. The pagoda master closed his third eye, his face slightly pale. Pagoda master, that's. The 12 elders immediately asked nervously. Phew, it was a false alarm. The pagoda master laughed. Just now, I opened the immortal eye and analyzed the black space in front of us. Well, I see. It's just that because the light can't penetrate that area, it's dark. There's no turbulence of energy in it. That black space is only 100 li in size. Let's go through it now. Don't worry. It's just that the light can't reach it, it's just an illusion and darkness. Let's go. After saying that, the pagoda master led the way and flew towards the black space. Ha ha ha. We're too nervous. Let's go. The 12 elders also laughed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the large group of people flew into the black space. Junior brother Xiao Han, be careful. Xiao Mingchu sent a message to Xiao Han using his third eye. Eldest senior brother, be careful too, Xiao Han immediately replied. Finally, the 100 people were all devoured by the black space. They could fly through 100 li in the blink of an eye. There's no dangerous energy flow in this black space. It's just darkness caused by vision. The pagoda master's immortal eye analysis is also very accurate. Xiao Han and Xiao Mingchu flew side by side. However, all of a sudden, in the pitch-black darkness, a ray of light suddenly appeared. This ray of light was only as thick as a hair. It was only a few inches long. Logically speaking, such a tiny ray of light could be completely ignored in such a large area of darkness. However, because this space was too dark, even if a tiny ray of light appeared, it would be instantly noticed by others. That's. All the evil warriors were slightly stunned. Their flying speed involuntarily slowed down as they stared at the ray of light. Gradually, the ray of light that was as thick as a hair began to expand. It became the size of a little finger and quickly became as thick as a thumb. From a few inches long, it became a few feet long. The light became brighter and brighter, illuminating the black space. Oh no. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted in the black space. It came from the pagoda master. Quickly fly out of this black space. Quick. Use your fastest speed. That's a spatial crack. Leave quickly. Otherwise, you'll die. It's urgent. It's urgent. Spatial crack. As soon as he finished speaking, boom, the ray of light completely expanded. Like a devil's eye, it was completely opened. The violent suction force spread out like a tide, causing a large area of the black space to collapse and be obliterated. Moreover, this black space began to shatter at a speed visible to the naked eye, forming densely packed spatial fragments. In the blink of an eye, the two evil warriors closest to the spatial crack did not even have time to react before their bodies were directly pulled over. Poo poo, poo 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 poo, in less than 1/100th of a breath. The two evil warriors were minced by countless spatial fragments, their bodies cut into tens of thousands of pieces. Poochie. The broken corpses and blood were directly swallowed by the spatial crack. The thick smell of blood immediately filled the black space. It was too terrifying. The two evil warriors at the 7th level of True Qi, Talisman Transformation Realm, did not even have time to react or struggle before they died without a complete corpse. Ah! Damn it. Don't just stand there. Rush out. Quick. Rush out. The pagoda master screamed in horror. Quick. Quick. Get away from that spatial crack. The 12 elders and many evil warriors screamed in fear and ignited their true qi, desperately rushing out. At that moment, the crack in space suddenly disappeared. However, in the next moment, four spatial rifts bloomed in different directions. Ah no, poo 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 poo, poo 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 poo. A total of 9 evil warriors were instantly pulled over and minced into pieces. Eldest senior brother, rush out. Quick. Xiao Han roared in a stern voice. The 4 spatial cracks disappeared in an instant, but very quickly, they appeared in other directions, one after another, without any warning. Poo 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 poo, poo 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 poo. Another 11 evil warriors died a violent death. After dozens of breaths, phew, the rest of the evil warriors flew out of the black space and flew far away. With eyes that looked like they had just survived a disaster, they stared blankly at the black space that could devour people without blinking. At the same time, all of them looked at the surrounding space with vigilant eyes. Fortunately, the surrounding space was extremely stable, and there were no spatial cracks appearing. Too terrifying. 22 chivalrous heroes have died. In just a few breaths of time, 22 chivalrous heroes have died. Luo Tianyo's eyes were completely bloodshot. The surviving evil warriors' faces were pale. Along the way, they hadn't encountered any danger for nearly a month. Everyone thought that the journey would be smooth and uneventful. But now, in the blink of an eye, 22 of them died. Those who died were all the geniuses of the evil warrior world. All of them were pillars under the age of 10,000. All of them were famous existences that could shake mountains and rivers. But just now, they were no different from ordinary people who had no strength to truss a chicken. Eldest senior brother, danger is everywhere. Xiao Han also had a lingering fear. Just now, if I didn't run fast, I guess I would have been directly sucked in. All right. Don't waste time here. Traveling in the universe is like this, you can easily lose your life. In that situation just now, there was nothing I could do. The pagoda master's exasperated voice sounded. We have lost 22 outstanding geniuses. Forget it, the rest of you, continue to hurry. We can no longer turn back. Let's go. Continue to hurry, now we have to be more vigilant. The 12 elders were also a little hysterical. To be continued. Chapter 4:16. At this moment, the mood of Xiao Han and the others had fallen to rock bottom. They were dispirited. They were no longer as excited and complacent as before. In a few breaths, 22 demons had fallen. That black space was quiet. At this moment, it seemed especially mysterious, and also especially ironic. It was like a giant beast that would choose its prey to devour, killing without batting an eye. Don't be depressed. That was an unexpected situation just now. You can't blame me. The pagoda master was also exasperated. Those spatial cracks appeared at any time, anywhere, and in an instant. In other words, the space was stable and calm in one breath. In the next breath, spatial cracks appeared without any warning. Even immortals can't predict it. Yes, I used my immortal eye to scan and didn't find any danger. But, man proposes, God disposes. This is a natural disaster. Forget it. From now on, raise your spirits and move forward carefully. That was an exception. Definitely an exception. Previously, I analyzed this path according to the map. Most areas will not have destructive disasters like spatial cracks. Just now, it was purely an accident. There is no turning back now. Since we have already reached this stage, let's not dilly-dally and move forward. After saying that, the pagoda master's face was frighteningly cold. He led the way, and the immortal eye between his brows slightly opened. It shot out a ray of light and scanned the surroundings cautiously. Since you don't have the guts, don't even think about touching the immortal emperor's treasure. The ancient giant Yan Qi sneered and followed the pagoda master. The elder and the other demons also flew forward one after another. But now, their faces were not relaxed. They all looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Junior brother Xiao Han, let's go too. Xiao Mingchu smiled bitterly. It's not easy. Xiao Han and Xiao Mingchu flew side by side. Yes, the immortal emperor's treasure is not so easy to explore. Think about it carefully, it's inevitable to pay a price. The team continued forward. They advanced for a full 50 days. During these 50 days, as they advanced, they also encountered spatial energy turbulence of varying degrees. There was the extreme flame region, extreme cold region, wind blade tide. Fortunately, these turbulent energy flows were traceable and not as terrifying as the space cracks. As a result, only a small number of chivalrous heroes and a few elders in the team suffered minor injuries, but they were fine. There were no more deaths. This was something worth celebrating. Eldest senior brother, Brother Luo, we've only advanced for about 80 days. TSK, we're not even a third of the 260 days of journey. Xiao Han's spirit wave swept into the Yen chivalrous token and casually communicated with Xiao Mingchu and Luo Tianyu. At this time, because they were already very far away from the original plane, Xiao Han and the others could no longer use the demon chivalrous token to send a message back and communicate with Wu Yu and the others. Fortunately, I didn't run into any more terrifying spatial rifts. Luo Tianyu revealed a faint smile of relief on his face. I've summed up some experience. As long as we don't run into any spatial rifts, we won't suffer a large number of casualties. The next day, the team came to a halt once more. A strange sight appeared in the space in front of him. There were a few rainbows scattered in the vast space ahead. There were a total of 5 rainbows. The longest one was a few meters long, and the shortest one was only about half a meter. The rainbow was dazzling and beautiful. However, if one looked closely, they would see that there seemed to be some images flashing in the rainbows. There were deserts and oases in some rainbows. There were dazzling palaces in some rainbows. There were lively markets in some rainbows. There were bright moons, beauties, scholars, admiring flowers, and reciting poems in some rainbows. The scenery in some rainbows was constantly changing. Sometimes there was a clear breeze, sometimes there was a thunderstorm, sometimes there were figures, and sometimes there was a battle on the battlefield. Countless scenes appeared in the rainbow, constantly changing. If one looked at it for a long time, it would be hard for them to not be able to avoid feeling dizzy, and even hallucinations would appear. Stop. The pagoda master's face kept twitching. The immortal eye between his eyebrows secreted rays of light. He scanned the space in front of him and scanned the rainbows. In the next moment, "It's a spirit fragment," the pagoda master said with certainty. That's right. It's a spirit fragment. Once these spirit fragments invade the brain of a living being, they will cause hallucinations and form the hallucinatory fiend realm. It can cause hallucinations, but it can also shatter a person's soul and make them lose their mind, and commit suicide. These beautiful rainbows are the spirit fragments that can create the hallucinatory fiend realm? The chivalrous heroes whispered to each other. None of them looked relaxed. We've finally encountered it. The pagoda master murmured. The path we chose is actually very safe. We only encountered a small spatial rift before. After that, it was more daunting than dangerous. However, the real test has finally arrived. I told you before we set off that the most important thing on this path is the hallucinatory fiend realm. Now, everyone, be careful. Remember, you must guard your heart with all your might. You must be calm. You must achieve a state where your mind is free from distractions, your eyes are focused on your nose is focused on your heart, and your heart is pure. The pagoda master said seriously. From now on, we can't miss the hallucinatory fiend realm in our future journey. These rainbows are just the beginning. The further we go, the more rainbows there will be, and the denser they will be. They might even form a storm and attack us. I'll warn everyone one last time. As long as you have a good heart and a strong mind, you won't be taken advantage of by the hallucinatory fiend realm. Even if your mind is accidentally occupied by the hallucinatory fiend realm, you must remember not to panic. You must not panic. Even if you have hallucinations, you must deal with them calmly. All the illusions will be like a gentle breeze, not lingering in your mind. An elder immediately added. The most important thing. Everything in the hallucinatory fiend realm is fake. All you have to do is remember this. For example, if you have hallucinations of killing, escaping, or fighting, yes, it's all fake. As long as you understand this, it'll be much easier to defend. Fake. The hallucinatory fiend realm is all fake. Many chivalrous heroes nodded. Let's go. The pagoda master ordered. A group of people flew forward. Moreover, they avoided the rainbows ahead of time. This is the spirit fragment. It will produce the hallucinatory fiend realm. Xiao Han licked his lips. I heard from eldest senior brother that these spirit fragments can even refine my spirit power and sharpen my soul. Thinking of this, Xiao Han looked left and right. Wait, I won't act rashly. I'll observe for a while. Anyway, there's still 2/3 of the way, and we'll encounter countless hallucinatory fiend realms. I don't have to rush. The group passed through the rainbows. Shockingly, the melodious sound of the huqin rang out. At first, the sound was like a crying woman, low and hoarse. Then, the sound became more and more sorrowful. There was an indescribable sadness that made people feel like their parents and relatives had passed away, or like they were abandoned by their loved ones. The sorrowful, sobbing sound lingered in everyone's ears, causing their hearts to tremble. Their souls resonated with the sound of the huqin. A few chivalrous heroes with weaker minds actually had tears in the corners of their eyes. They looked very sad. I'm having auditory hallucinations. Xiao Han's heart tightened. Fortunately, these auditory hallucinations are not very serious. My spirit power will not be affected too much. Oh yes, when we pass through these rainbows, our spirit power will be pulled. It's as if our spirit power is trying to break free from the sea of consciousness and converge with those rainbows. Xiao Han looked inside his brain. In the endless sea of consciousness, the gaseous spirit power really seemed to be secreting out. However, Xiao Han could still control his consciousness so that his spirit power would not collapse. Junior brother Xiao Han. Don't be affected by these sounds. It's all fake. It's a kind of spirit power fluctuation that is affecting our brains and causing auditory hallucinations. Xiao Mingqiu whispered into Xiao Han's ear, "You just have to guard your heart and mind. Eldest senior brother, don't worry. I haven't been affected. It's fine." Xiao Han smiled. At this moment, the rainbows actually moved. He slowly moved towards the few chivalrous men with tears in their eyes. The evil heroes were still muddle-headed. Their expressions were faint, as if they were in a beautiful dream. Their bodies did not move at all. "Wake up!" The pagoda master shouted sternly. The sound waves rolled, and the majestic and invincible voice appeared in the ears of the evil heroes. Ah! The evil heroes' bodies trembled. Their eyes suddenly became clear. All of them were extremely shocked. Then, they quickly dodged the rainbows that were moving towards them. "That was close." One of the evil heroes exclaimed. "Your willpower is too weak." The pagoda master shook his head slightly. "Just a few scattered hallucinatory demonic lands can affect your minds. Really? Forget it. You have to be more careful in the future. With this kind of mind, how did you cultivate to your current realm? Really?" Yan Qi's face was full of disdain. The evil heroes all blushed with shame. They were simply too ashamed to show their faces. They hurriedly said, "We will definitely be more careful. Alright, let's continue forward. Everyone has seen the hallucinatory demonic lands. In fact, it's not that big of a deal, is it? The hallucinatory demonic lands can automatically absorb our mental strength. As long as we guard our minds and control our mental strength so that it does not leave our minds, it will not be a problem. Let's continue forward." The pagoda master ordered. "This is much less destructive than the spatial rift." They continued forward. At this moment, Xiao Han did not know what was going on. Unexpectedly, he formed a hand seal with both hands. It was the hand seal of the destroying heaven and earth spirit technique. In the next moment, one of the smaller rainbows trembled a few times. Then, it directly shrank to the size of an inch. With a teleportation, it directly shot towards Xiao Han. Huh! Xiao Han was slightly stunned. This small rainbow had already shot into Xiao Han's forehead. Fortunately, Xiao Han was at the back of the group. His movements were very covert and silent. Thus, his movements were not discovered by the others. To be continued. Chapter 4:17. The group continued to move forward. The hallucinatory demonic realm had not appeared in the area in front of them yet. Xiao Han was at the back of the group. Xiao Mingqiu and Luo Tianyu were flying side by side with Xiao Han. Just now, Xiao Han had unexpectedly formed a hand seal, causing a rainbow to condense to a length of 1 inch. Then, it turned into a stream of light and instantly shot into Xiao Han's brain. This caused Xiao Han to be shocked and horrified. Inner brain region. Boom! The moment that 1-inch long rainbow shot into Xiao Han's brain region, it was immediately enveloped by the gaseous mental power in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. Wang wang wang, the rainbow expanded. Many illusions appeared in Xiao Han's brain. Xiao Han's vision blurred, and he found himself wearing a red robe, sitting on a tall horse, and behind him was a Chinese trumpet team and a bridal sedan chair. In front of him, an old woman was happily carrying a bride with a red veil on her back, walking towards him. The sound of firecrackers sounded. The Chinese trumpets played a cheerful song to welcome the bride. Illusion. Suddenly, Xiao Han shook his head and formed a hand seal with both hands. All the illusions disappeared, and in his sea of consciousness, the rainbow that was enveloped by the gaseous mental power suddenly exploded. It turned into a drizzle and was instantly absorbed by the gaseous mental energy. A nourishing and refreshing feeling seeped out from Xiao Han's brain, causing him to burp uncontrollably. His whole body felt warm and comfortable. His mental power had actually increased a little. Junior brother Xiao Han, what's wrong? Xiao Mingqiu noticed that something was wrong, and immediately turned to look at Xiao Han. Luo Tianyu also turned to look at him. Little brother Xiao Han, what's wrong? It's nothing. Xiao Han immediately stretched his body without batting an eyelid. I'm a little tired from the journey, so I'll just slowly follow behind the group. I was dazed for a while just now, and it feels good. Ha ha ha. Little brother Xiao Han, you are indeed tired. Luo Tianyu laughed. After all, your cultivation realm is only at expanded acupoint realm, and the amount of Jinqi you have is lower than ours. Along the way, you have expended a lot of supreme grade Jinqi spirit stones. Now that the hallucinatory demonic realm has appeared, you have to focus your mind at a high level. How about this, little brother Xiao Han? The space here is still relatively stable, so you should take a short nap. If anything happens, brother Xiao and I will call for you. With Xiao Han's cultivation, it was possible for him to rest while flying. Even closing one's eyes for a nap is nothing. Junior brother Xiao Han, take a rest. Xiao Mingchu nodded at Xiao Han. Thank you, eldest senior brother and brother Luo, for taking care of me. Xiao Han quickly nodded. Thus, Xiao Mingchu and Luo Tianyu flew in front of Xiao Han and opened a path for him. Protect and escort. Xiao Han was at the back of the group, his mind surging with thoughts. I can actually collect and refine the psychedelic demonic realm? What a surprise. Never in a million years. Eldest senior brother once said that the universe is filled with spiritual fragments. The psychedelic demonic realm is like a strange kind of true qi. It is almost impossible to refine and integrate it into one's soul to become one's own spiritual power. Otherwise, one's brain will explode when the dragon and tiger clash. Yes, spiritual power and soul power still need to be cultivated bit by bit. Spiritual power that does not belong to one, especially spiritual fragments that are floating in the vast universe, if one rashly absorbs it, it will definitely have the opposite effect. Even if one's brain does not explode, one will go crazy and become a lunatic. Thus, Xiao Han originally only wanted to use the psychedelic demonic realm to refine and train his spiritual power. He did not think of directly collecting and refining it. But at this moment, not only did Xiao Han perfectly refine a spiritual fragment and increase his spiritual power, but he did not feel any flaws or disharmony. The soul fragment exploded. Specks of light dots perfectly fused into Xiao Han's soul, becoming nourishment. There was no backlash, no clash of dragon and tiger, and no signs of being unable to adjust. This is great. This extinguishing sky decimating earth spiritual technique is indeed an immortal technique left behind by an almighty being of the demon egg. It cannot be measured with common sense. Seize the fortune of heaven and earth. As long as I refine enough spiritual fragments, causing my spiritual power to increase, I will be able to break through to the 8th spiritual finger technique. The 9th spiritual finger technique. The 10th spiritual finger technique. It can even liquefy spiritual power. Xiao Han's heart was burning with passion. Now, Xiao Han was looking forward to the psychedelic demonic realm. After flying for a few hours, the psychedelic demonic realm has appeared in front of us again. Everyone be careful. Guard your mind and speed up. Try not to look back. The voice of the pagoda master, who controlled the entire situation, rang out. Fly over. Hurry up. Some of the elders also started to clamor. Junior brother Xiao Han, be careful, the psychedelic demonic realm has appeared in front of us again. Xiao Mingchu turned back and reminded Xiao Han. Brother Luo and I will directly charge over. Junior brother Xiao Han, you follow closely behind. Just follow us closely. Oh. Xiao Han swept his gaze and saw that in the blue space in front of him, there were a total of 14 rainbows, distributed in a disorderly manner. The longest one was more than 10 meters long. All right, fly over. Xiao Han nodded repeatedly, eager to give it a try. Xiao, xiao, xiao. With the pagoda master in the lead, the large group spread out, the surface of their bodies burning with true energy, raising their speed to the limit. They wanted to use the fastest speed to pass through the psychedelic demonic realm to avoid any complications. As for Xiao Han, he purposely slowed down a little. When Xiao Han flew past the rainbows, he began to hallucinate, as if 10,000 horses were galloping and a battlefield was being slaughtered. The atmosphere of the entire space became dense and oppressive, as if it was filled with a layer of killing intent. Gather for me. Xiao Han bit the tip of his tongue, forcefully dispelling the hallucinations and the colorful illusions in his vision. Then, his hands quickly formed a series of hand seals. Wang wang wang, in an instant, a total of 4 rainbows directly condensed, teleported, and shot into Xiao Han's brain. Now is not the time to be greedy. Xiao Han did not gather all the rainbows in this space. On one hand, he was afraid that his soul would not be able to withstand it, and on the other hand, he was afraid of attracting the attention of the pagoda master and the others. After gathering the 4 rainbows, Xiao Han also increased his speed and flashed away from the area. The large group of people quickly left. No one looked back, and of course, no one realized that Xiao Han had gathered a few psychedelic demonic realms. Junior brother Xiao Han, you should speed up a little more. Xiao Mingchu, who was flying in the safe area, turned back and smiled at Xiao Han. Just now, you did not immediately fly over. I thought you were trapped by the psychedelic demonic realms. He eldest senior brother, my heart was not disturbed. Just now, it was just a little hallucination, Xiao Han replied with a smile. Eldest senior brother, the next time we encounter the psychedelic demonic realms, I will speed up a little. In case I fall behind. All right. Xiao Mingchu nodded, and then turned back to chat with Luo Tianyu. At this moment, Xiao Han's soul swelled. 4 rainbows swelled in Xiao Han's mind, causing him to have a series of hallucinations. Of course, with the strength of Xiao Han's soul, he could easily deal with this degree of hallucination. He formed a seal with both hands. Destroying heaven, decimating earth mental technique. Pooh. 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 The 4 rainbows exploded one by one, turning into the most precious spring rain, nourishing Xiao Han's thirsty soul. Waves of numbness and refreshment poured into every cell in Xiao Han's body. Xiao Han's mental strength was increasing continuously. Xiao Han only felt refreshed, as if he was a glutton eating and a drunkard getting drunk. If I could devour more psychedelic demonic realms, it would be so comfortable. Just like that, 10 days passed. In these 10 days, the group encountered a total of 23 psychedelic demonic realms. However, each time, it was only sporadic psychedelic demonic realms. The most they encountered was only 31 rainbows. The group made it through with 0 casualties. The price they had to pay was only a few ancient giants who were slightly weaker in heart. They made a fool of themselves because of a temporary hallucination. In these 10 days, Xiao Han had also gained a lot. He had secretly captured and refined 48 psychedelic demonic realms without batting an eyelid. This caused Xiao Han's mental strength to be effectively strengthened. The volume of the gaseous mental strength in his brain had increased by 1/3. Now, I definitely have the confidence to complete the 8th spiritual finger technique. Xiao Han was very confident. Moreover, with the increase in mental strength, my mastery stage saber intent has been polished to the point of showing off its sharpness. Its power has increased by who knows how many times. The current Xiao Han was purely making a fortune in silence. No one knew that Xiao Han could have a fortuitous encounter in the midst of danger. Even Xiao Mingchu and Luo Tianyu were completely in the dark. For Xiao Han, who was eager to complete the 8th spiritual finger technique, he could only endure and wait for an opportunity. The group continued forward. The next day, the group encountered the psychedelic demonic realm again. But this time, their luck was not so good. To be precise, they encountered the psychedelic demonic realm style this time. The space in front of them was filled with rainbows. There were tens of thousands of them. The largest rainbows were 10 zhang long and several zhang wide. They showed illusions of dragons and serpents rising from the land, the stars moving, the sun changing, the moon changing, the wind blowing, and the clouds scudding. It was a spectacular sight. All kinds of sounds, the roars of monsters, the resentful flute sounds, the sound of a huqin, the sound of a volcano erupting, the sound of waves, and even the sound of sex filled this area. Before the group even got close to the area, all the demons felt their scalps go numb. It was as if their souls were about to be pulled over. Oh no! Pagoda Master, the psychedelic demonic realms here are densely packed and endless. The situation is very dangerous. An elder's throat was dry as he looked at the Pagoda Master. Pagoda Master, what do we do now? The Pagoda Master's eyes were cold, and the muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched. He did not speak for a long time. In the end, the Pagoda Master said with a serious face. Everyone, don't panic. Yes, the psychedelic demonic realms in front of us are very densely packed, and the number is very terrifying. We must pass through this area. Now, everyone, observe carefully. In reality, the psychedelic demonic realms are almost motionless. What we need to do is to spread out and choose the position with the largest gap to pass through. On one hand, everyone, guard your mind and don't be distracted. On the other hand, if you have illusions, you must pay attention to controlling your emotions. As long as we keep our distance, we can still avoid the stationary psychedelic demonic realms. Alright, everyone spread out and advance separately. Don't crowd together. Shio, 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 the large group of people spread out in all directions. Junior brother Xiao Han, observe carefully first before rushing forward, Xiao Mingchu said nervously beside Xiao Han. From our point of view, the psychedelic demonic realms in front of us are very close to each other. But in reality, the gap between them is enough for us to pass through and not touch the psychedelic demonic realms. Some of the gaps are very large, at least tens of meters wide. So, don't panic, observe carefully first, and then choose the correct position. Luo Tianyu said with a serious face. It shouldn't be a big problem. How about this? Brother Xiao, the two of us will choose a path and let little brother Xiao Han follow behind us. The main thing is that these psychedelic demonic realms are motionless, so we still have a lot of confidence. After all, they are distributed in a regular pattern. As long as we look carefully, we will be able to pass through. Alright, let's pass through now. Xiao Han licked the corner of his mouth, feeling very pleased in his heart. So many psychedelic demonic realms, this is too awesome. It will be indescribably beneficial to my mental strength. As long as I am a little more careful, bold, and meticulous, I will definitely obtain great benefits. Ha 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 ha, this path to the space springboard is completely made for me, Xiao Han. Awesome. To be continued. Chapter 418. The large group of people spread out in all directions. With the Pagoda Master as the leader, everyone looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Their eyes were fixed in front of them. The space in front of them was filled with rainbows. The hallucinatory demonic realm was endless. Now, everyone had a clear idea of what to do. If they wanted to successfully pass through this area, they would have to make use of every opportunity and not get too close to these rainbows. Thus, no one acted rashly for the time being. They were all choosing the most perfect and safest path. The area in front of us is densely covered with hallucinatory demonic realm. The total length is about 5,000 miles. Xiao Mingchu analyzed with a cold expression. It's impossible to fly in a straight line. Don't panic. Let's take a good look first. Once we're confident, we'll go around it as fast as possible. Xiao Han licked the corner of his mouth. He was very excited and looking forward to it. At this moment, ha 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 ha, I actually met a human hero from another plane. It's really fate. Ha 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 ha, a cold and arrogant long howl rang out. The Pagoda Master quivered. He looked in the direction of the sound. The 12 elders, as well as Xiao Han and the other heroes, were also shocked. They all looked sideways. Suddenly, boom! An invisible yet substantial pressure instantly enveloped over, directly covering this part of the starry sky. Dong 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 dong, heavy footsteps rang out, trampling through the void, causing the space to tremble unceasingly. A middle-aged man wearing a scaled battle robe and a helmet. He walked over from the east. His face was expressionless. He was extremely arrogant. He looked down at the heavens. Every pore and cell in his body was releasing an aura that was close to death. With every step he took, he left a footprint in the void. His every move seemed to instill an instinctive fear in people. There was a faint red mark on his forehead, just like the pagoda master. Behind the middle-aged man in the scaled battle robe, there were about 30 to 40 old men following closely behind him. All of them were very arrogant. Among them, there were 6 old men with a faint red mark on their forehead. Behind the group of old men and women were nearly 1,000 men and women, all of them emanating unimaginably powerful true energy. Above their heads were spinning runes. They were either filled with killing intent or even more violent than the abyss of hell. Or it could freeze people's souls into ice cubes. All kinds of heart-palpitating auras were unrestrained and unrestrained. It was a large group of humans. There were over 1,000 of them. With a single glance, one could tell that the army was well-trained and well-trained. Oh no! The pagoda master's face instantly turned pale. The 12 elders were trembling like little chicks as they moved closer to the pagoda master. Xiao Han and the other heroes were also very nervous. Even the arrogant Yan Qi had a look of fear on his face. Even a fool would be able to tell that the other party's forces were ferocious. Not only were their numbers huge, their cultivation was also unbelievably powerful. Even the weakest are at the formation realm. Luo Tianyu used his mind to send a message to Xiao Han and Xiao Mingqiu in fear. Too strong. There are over 1,000 of them, and even the weakest is at the formation realm. There are also many at the true treasure realm. Xiao Han looked at this group of uninvited guests speechlessly. He was secretly surprised. These are the human heroes from other planes? They look almost the same as us. They all look like pure humans. However, their auras are much stronger than ours. TSK. Impressive. Each of them is an expert. What a shame. Originally, I thought that our plane was at least in the middle among the countless ordinary planes in the universe, although it was not the strongest. However, this is the first time I've encountered the people of other planes. Compared to them, our plane is simply trash. The difference in strength is too great. And now, the pagoda master was the clearest about the difference in strength between the two sides. The leader of the other party is a middle-aged man in a scaled battle robe. He has opened 101 true acupoints and opened the heaven eye, which is the celestial eye realm. Apart from that, the other party also has 6 celestial eye realm experts who have successfully opened the heaven eye. Moreover, the weakest among this group of people is at the level 8 formation realm. It's like the difference between heaven and earth. What should we do now? I don't know if this group of people will deal with us. It's over. If we really fight, we will be wiped out. Why is it like this? Why did we encounter such abnormal people from such a powerful plane? In Xiao Han's plane, only the pagoda master, the only immortal eye realm expert who could open the heaven eye was the pagoda master. However, the other party had as many as 7 of them, ha 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 ha. Everyone, come and take a look. These are the human heroes of other planes? Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man in the scaled battle robe kept laughing. His laughter was filled with disdain and mockery. There was also a strong sense of superiority. His gaze swept across the faces of Xiao Han's group. It was as if he was observing a group of livestock. The people behind the middle-aged man in the scaled battle robe also followed up. All of them looked at Xiao Han's group with a smile. They stretched out their fingers and pointed at them, commenting on them. It can't be. Why are these heroes so weak? Yeah. There are only a few formation realm experts. This formation is too lame. It seems like it's a very weak plane. Ha 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 ha. Actually, I'm afraid it's not that this plane is trash. It's mainly because our plane is too strong. Ha 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 ha. Everyone, don't mock these weaklings. Weaklings need to be pitted. Ha 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 ha. Ah, right, right. Don't mock others. It's not their fault that they are weak. However, they are so weak and yet they jumped out and wanted to get their hands on the treasures of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. This is overestimating themselves. This group of people started to discuss unscrupulously. Weak, overestimating themselves, courting death. Many harsh words were transmitted into the ears of Xiao Han and the others. As a result, many of the heroes on Xiao Han's side were suddenly enraged. However, none of them dared to refute. How could they refute? Indeed. The other party's formation. There were more than 1,000 people. There were 7 immortal Eye realm experts who had opened the Heaven Eye. All of them were above the formation realm. There were also many true treasure realm experts. This was a very obvious gap. Even if they were angry, they could only accept it. Xiao Han watched silently. Then, he sent his spirit into the hero token to communicate with Xiao Mingchu and Luo Tianyu. Eldest senior brother, big brother Luo. Are we going to have a conflict with this group of arrogant fellows? Unlucky. Really unlucky. They don't come with good intentions. Luo Tianyu quickly transmitted his voice. If we really have a conflict, we are likely to be wiped out. Forget it. Let's see how the pagoda master will deal with it. If they insist on bullying and humiliating us, we have no choice but to fight. At this moment, the pagoda master had no choice but to force a smile on his face. He took a step forward and said to the middle-aged man in scale armor. This brother. I am the hero pagoda master of this plane. May I know how to address you, brother? How dare you? Such a weak plane is like an undeveloped barbarian land. The pagoda master of this rubbish plane is just an ordinary hero in our plane. How dare you call our pagoda master brother? You are courting death. A red-bearded old man behind the middle-aged man in scale armor roared furiously. The pagoda master's face turned purple and his body was trembling. However, he forcefully endured it and did not dare to act up. Ha! You can call me Rong. The middle-aged man in the scaled armor said in a haughty tone. His voice sounded as if he was giving alms to others. He casually stood in the starry sky and his whole body seemed to be a world of its own. The surrounding space seemed to be under his control. How should I put it? I am very happy to be able to meet my kind in the vast universe. Well, the heroes of other planes, hello. The heroes of the world are a family. Hearing this, the pagoda master was relieved and nodded repeatedly. Yes, the heroes of the world are a family, well. Rong flicked his fingernails. You are also going to the nearby space gangplank, right? You are lucky. There are not many dangerous places on this road. It should be relatively easy to walk all the way. Well, you should not have lost any people so far, right? The pagoda master was stunned. His face was full of shame. He was so embarrassed that he wished he could find a hole and hide in it. Are you serious? Looking at your expression, it seems that you really lost some people? There were deaths on such an easy road? Rome looked at his expression and let out an exaggerated scream. His face was full of a playful expression. Ha 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 ha, the large group of people behind Rome roared with laughter. The heroes beside Xiao Han lowered their heads one by one. Xiao Mingchu's shoulders trembled and his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Eldest senior brother, calm down. Xiao Han hurriedly sent a message. We do not have enough foundation here. Let's endure for now and not be impulsive. Let them be happy first. Those who are happy first may not be able to laugh in the end. Xiao Han comforted Xiao Mingchu. but he was also very sullen. At the same time, Xiaohan once again understood the importance of strength. Without strength, there would be no so-called dignity. Without strength, one deserved to be trampled by others. I need to control enough strength. Xiaohan shouted in his heart. Xiao Mingchu was very depressed. Rong. Brother Rong. You are. The pagoda master stammered. Oh. Don't worry. I won't do anything to you. Rong said in a playful tone. This is how the universe is. There are many ordinary planes. Some are strong and some are weak. Some planes are not very suitable for cultivating true qi. Just like your plane, it can't produce any decent experts. In the vast universe, there are some planes that are very mysterious and very powerful. Just like the plane that you are in. They can easily send out a group of experts that will make your heart tremble. This time, the immortal world sent a message that before entering the genius zone, our planes are not allowed to kill each other. Yes. We are all humans. Different paths lead to the same destination. There is no need to fight each other. Don't worry, we will not bully the weak. But I will give you a piece of advice here. With your strength, even if you are lucky enough to enter the genius zone, you will only be cannon fodder. So, give up. Go back home. What? The pagoda master's body trembled. The 12 elders looked at each other. The heroes beside Xiaohan also looked at each other. Don't misunderstand. I am just giving you a piece of advice. On the way to the space springboard, if you meet any weak heroes, I will give you a piece of advice. Rong made an exaggerated expression of pity. Of course, I am just giving advice, not forcing you. Look, there is a hallucinatory demonic land in front of you. I estimate that if you want to force your way through this hallucinatory demonic land, at least half of you will die. And our side will be unharmed. Half of us will die. The pagoda master's face flashed with an unconvinced expression. Yes, at least half of us will die. You must believe in my vision and judgment. All right, that is all I have to say. Do as you see fit. Rong shrugged and waved to the troops behind him. Come, let's go. Xiao. Under Rong's lead, the troops flew forward and entered the hallucinatory demonic land. Pagoda master, what should we do? An elder came over and asked the pagoda master nervously. Half of us will die. The pagoda master's face twisted and he growled unwillingly. Trying to scare us? Go. Forward. Everyone be careful. Xiao, the pagoda master rushed into the hallucinatory demonic land. Go. We can't let those fellows look down on us. If we retreat like this, we won't have the face to show our faces. A few brave heroes also entered the hallucinatory demonic land. Their side is unharmed and all of them passed. At least half of our side will die. Xiaohan rubbed his nose and an evil glint flashed through his eyes. I don't believe it. Big senior brother, big brother Luo, let's go. Xiaohan's body moved and he also entered the hallucinatory demonic land. To be continued. Chapter 419. Now, the people from the two planes had all entered the hallucinatory magic land area that stretched for about 5,000 miles. Xiaohan's side had more than 100 people. The other side had more than 1,000 people. They all entered separately. If it was in a stable space without any energy fluctuations, any of the demon warriors present would be able to travel more than 5,000 miles in a very short period of time. Those with especially high cultivation could teleport a few times. However, with the obstacles of the hallucinatory magic land, it was extremely difficult to fly through. They could only move forward carefully and slowly. Although everyone deliberately kept an effective distance from each hallucinatory magical realm when they were flying, there were still hallucinations and auditory hallucinations that kept hitting the brains of the chivalrous heroes like a tide. It was as if the entire space was filled with gravity and it was difficult to move. Wuxia Xianxia deliberately hung at the back, flying extremely slowly. This area is simply suffocating, making it hard to breathe. Waves of mental fluctuations, invisible and silent, are affecting people's minds. My mental strength is not weak, but from time to time, hallucinations appear in front of me. Xiaohan frowned. All I can hear is a mess of noises. Forget it, take the initiative to attack. Xiaohan's mind moved. The next moment, Xiaohan formed a hand seal with both hands. Buzz buzz, 2 hallucinatory magic land closest to Xiaohan directly condensed and teleported into Xiaohan's brain. They were refined by Xiaohan. They turned into Xiaohan's mental strength. Buzz buzz buzz, in the blink of an eye. Another 3 hallucinatory magic land were refined by Xiaohan without anyone noticing. This caused Xiaohan's mental strength to constantly increase. After a few hours, Xiaohan advanced about 500 miles and was at the back of the team. However, he also gained a lot. He refined a total of 123 hallucinatory magic land and transformed them all into his own mental strength. Moreover, with the increase of his mental strength, Xiaohan became more and more proficient in refining the hallucinatory magic land and was somewhat able to do as he pleased. In the beginning, Xiaohan sought stability and only chose the smaller hallucinatory magic land to refine. After his mental strength increased, he dared to attack the larger hallucinatory magic land. The hallucinatory demonic mirror is about 15 meters ahead. Come here. Xiaohan made a hand seal with his hands. The dozens of feet-long hallucinatory demonic mirror that was frozen 15 meters away from Xiaohan was immediately collected and refined by Xiaohan. Yes, Xiaohan could now capture and refine the hallucinatory demonic realm he wanted under the control of his thoughts. It felt like he could hit anything he wanted. The hallucinatory demonic mirror 50 meters ahead, come here. Xiaohan commanded. Let's talk about the other villains. At this moment, the one walking at the very front was Rong. His hands were behind his back, and his entire body was emitting faint divine light. His gaze was firm as he stared straight ahead, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a faint smile. The way he walked was very natural and unrestrained, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in the courtyard. When he passed by the hallucinatory magical realm that was relatively close, his figure only paused for a moment before he brushed past it without much of an impact. Rong had already walked 2,500 li. Following closely behind Rong were 6 celestial realm elders from his plane who had opened their heavenly eyes. However, they had also widened the distance between them and Rong. These 6 old men had already walked about 1,500 li. They were left behind by Rong by a full 1,000 li. About 200 li behind the 6 elders was the pagoda master of Xiaohan's dimension. Behind the pagoda master of Xiaohan's dimension, almost all of them were Xianxianists from Rong's dimension. There were only 12 elders and Yan Qi in Xiaohan's plane. They barely managed to keep up with the others. At the very back were Xiaohan and the rest of the Xianxianists. From this, it could be deduced that everyone's strength was clear at a glance. The first group was Rong, who was far ahead of them. He had walked 2,500 li. The second group was Rong's 6 celestial vision realm subordinates who had opened their heavenly eyes and the pagoda master. The third group was all of Rong's subordinates, the 12 elders from Xiaohan's dimension, and Yan Qi. They had walked about 1,000 li. The fourth group, which was at the bottom, was Xiaohan, Xiao Mingchu, Luo Tianyu, and dozens of Xianxianists. Everyone seemed to be secretly competing with each other, trying their best to pass through this hallucinatory demonic realm. Vaguely, the 2 groups of Xianxianists from Rong's dimension and Xiaohan's dimension had formed a situation where they were secretly competing with each other. However, looking at the current situation, Xiaohan's dimension was indeed at a disadvantage. However, to Xiaohan, competition was secondary. Eating and refining the hallucinatory demonic realm was the way to go. Collect the hallucinatory demonic realm that is several zhang long 200 meters away. With a thought, Xiao Han formed a hand seal with both hands and directly collected the hallucinatory demonic realm that was several zhang long 200 meters away from him. He refined it into his brain and turned it into nourishment for his mental strength. My mental strength is getting stronger and stronger. Xiao Han was very excited. I can take the hallucinatory demonic realm that is a few hundred meters away. Moreover, after refining hundreds of hallucinatory demonic realms, my mental strength has increased by a few times. I wonder how many spiritual finger seals I can complete now. I wonder if I can liquefy my mental strength. Xiao Han's heart was itching. However, under these circumstances, it was not the best time to cultivate the extinguishing heaven decimating earth mental technique. I'll first accumulate enough mental strength in my boundless sea of consciousness. Then, if I have the chance, I'll cultivate the extinguishing heaven decimating earth mental technique. Xiao Han also made up his mind. Refine. The more hallucinatory demonic realms I refine, the more benefits it will bring me. Just at this moment. A few hundred meters away from Xiao Han, a Xiaxinist who was flying in front suddenly stopped moving. This was a female Xiaxinist, a gentle young married woman with a cultivation of the 7th level talisman transformation realm. Xiao Han knew. Her name was Hu Xingxing. He, suddenly. It was Hu Xingxing. A strange sound came from her throat. At the same time, her entire body started to tremble violently. The clarity in her eyes instantly became confused. Ah. No, don't. Please don't sully this concubine. Master. Please don't sully this concubine. No. Master, you can't. You can't. Hu Xingxing actually let out a terrified shriek. She was panting and her face became crimson red. In the blink of an eye. Her hands actually started to vigorously rub the bulge in front of her chest. Hiss, Hu Xingxing tore off a piece of her clothes, revealing her snow-white skin. No. Master, please take pity on this concubine. Don't be like this. Hu Xingxing screamed at the top of her lungs. Wang, a few hallucinatory demonic realms moved towards Hu Xingxing. This is bad. The people on our side have finally lost control of their minds. That Hu Xingxing is in danger. Her emotions have already gone out of control. Xiao Han's heart tightened. Finally, there's a problem on our side. In reality, Xiao Han also knew that the Xiaxinists of his plane were not easy. It wasn't easy to pass through this hallucinatory demonic realm unscathed. Ah. Master. No. No. Don't treat this concubine like this. Hu Xingxing violently screamed. Protect your mind. Hu Xingxing. Wake up. The Xiaxinists beside Hu Xingxing all cried out in fear. At this moment, you finally can't hold on anymore, right? A few of the Xiaxinists from the plain of Rong turned around and looked at the out-of-control Hu Xingxing mockingly. Lord Rong said that at least half of the Xiaxinists of this trash plane would die if they rashly passed through this hallucinatory demonic realm. Now, the first one has already lost control of his emotions and his soul has collapsed. He's not far from death. Yes, this area is 5,000 li long. The limit of most of them should be 1,000 to 2,500 li. Now, there should be deaths one after another. A sharp-faced Xiaxinist from the plain of Rong mocked. Every one of them is like a clown. They didn't listen to Lord Rong's advice and insisted on courting death. They can't blame anyone. The Xiaxinists born in this undeveloped plain are like ants. It's best if all of them die so that we don't get annoyed looking at them. Roar. Master. Master, you're too vicious. Hu Xingxing convulsed and spat out white foam. She kept scratching at her body. Her clothes were peeled off piece by piece, revealing her snow-white jade-like skin. Hu Xingxing. Finally, there were 3 male Xiaxinists who wanted to rush over to help Hu Xingxing. All of a sudden. Ah! Demon race. Bold demon race. How dare you kill the common people of the human race? Kill. Exterminate the demons. When these three male Xiaotianists pounced on Hu Xingxing, they seemed to have lost control of their minds because of their concern. Their minds were exposed, and their gazes became ruthless and cruel. Their murderous aura shot out, and they all roared out. Wang wang wang, more than 10 hallucinatory demonic realms took advantage of the situation and rushed towards the three male Xiaotianists. Ha 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 ha. 3 more bedevilment. Ha 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 ha. A large group of Xiaotianists from the plain of Rong turned around and laughed loudly. 4 died at once. Ha 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 ha. In this way, if this continues, more and more will die. Awesome. I hope they all die along the way, all of them die. Ha 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 ha. Bullsh *T. You guys are gloating over our misfortune. We are all human Xiaotianists. How dare you curse us so viciously? The Xiaotianists from Shao Han's plain of Furong could no longer hold it in. They all pointed their fingers and cursed, gritting their teeth. However, these angry Xiaotianists suddenly lost control. It was already extremely difficult to guard their minds and defend against the endless hallucinatory demonic realms. Now that they were distracted, they were immediately taken advantage of by the hallucinatory demonic realms. In an instant, another 3 Xiaotianists' minds were filled with illusions, and they were completely bedeviled. In other words, including Hu Xingxing, there were 7 Xiaotianists from Shao Han's plane of bedevilment. The situation was extremely dangerous. The pagoda master who was in front could not do anything about it. He could only watch helplessly as his subordinates were bedeviled. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Walk your own path. Don't care about them. After being bedeviled, others can't help you. You can only rely on yourself. Don't bother, or you will also be bedeviled. Yes, once a person was bedeviled, he could only rely on himself to break free. He could not rely on others. And at this time, Shao Han, damn it, you're looking forward to our men turning into demons and dying one by one. I won't let you get what you want. Shao Han took a deep breath, and moved forward without making a sound. His hands continued to weave seals. The hallucinatory demonic realms that were supposed to corrode the souls of those bedeviled Xiaotianists were collected by Shao Han one by one. These hallucinatory demonic realms were instantly condensed and flew into Shao Han's brain at the speed of teleportation. Therefore, no one present could see any flaws. Of course, it was also because everyone had to divide their attention to resist the hallucinatory demonic realms and could not be distracted to observe carefully. This allowed Shao Han to capture those hallucinatory demonic realms without anyone noticing. The dozens of hallucinatory demonic realms that were lingering around Hu Xingxing and the other 6 Xiaotianists were all absorbed by Shao Han. Next, the scattered pupils of Hu Xingxing and the other 6 Xiaotianists focused again. They gradually regained their consciousness. What happened? Just now. What happened to us just now? This? The 7 of them cried out in horror. Thank the heavens. The hallucinatory demonic realms near your bodies suddenly disappeared. The group of Xiaotianists at the side let out a long sigh of relief. All right, it's fine now. Be careful, you almost died just now. Luck, it's really luck. What happened? They actually didn't die? The large group of Xiaotianists under Rong all let out dissatisfied hisses. What bullshit luck. Damn it, they still didn't die? Those hallucinatory demonic realms that could take their lives actually evaporated by themselves. Damn it. This group of pigs, they must have stepped on dog shit. However, there are still a few thousand miles left. I don't believe that they will still have such good luck. They will definitely all die. These weak and lowly fellows. Today, this young master is going all out with you bastards. As long as I'm here, none of our men will die. But you guys. Shao Han calmly refined the hallucinatory demonic realms in his sea of consciousness while letting out a sinister sneer. To be continued. Chapter 420. This extinguishing heaven decimating earth mental technique was indeed a work of the gods. It could refine the hallucinatory magic realm into nothingness. Without a sound. Without anyone noticing. Even someone as strong as Rong did not discover that it was Xiao Han who was playing tricks. Heroes of this plane, pay attention and focus. This hallucinatory magic realm is 5,000 miles long. With your strength, passing the first 4,000 miles is as easy as flipping your hand. But the last 1,000 miles is a bit difficult. But, as long as you do not have any distractions, it will not be difficult for you. You don't have to ask about anything else. The life and death of those small fries has nothing to do with us. Rong turned around and gave the order. Yes. Lord Rong. The heroes of Rong's plane all received the order and held their breaths as they continued to advance. I have to be careful in these last 1,000 li. Rong Xing walked at the very front. His gait was still incomparably free and unrestrained, light like the clouds and breezes, but his speed of advancement was slightly slower than before. The heroes of Rong's plane no longer provoked the heroes of Xiao Han's plane. They focused and resisted the hallucinatory magic realm. The heroes of Xiao Han's plane were far weaker than the heroes of Rong's plane. Thus, when they advanced 2,000 to 3,000 miles, they all showed signs of difficulty. Apart from Xiao Mingchu, Luo Tianyu, and a few others at the 8th level True Qi formation realm, as well as Yan Qi, the only ancient giant, the remaining people at the 7th level True Qi formation realm all had tense expressions. The muscles on their faces twisted. It was obvious that they were being disturbed by the illusions and could not keep calm. They were doing their best to resist. Cousin, why do you want to kill me? I have always been good to you. How can you not remember our past friendship, and set up this sinister trap, to harm me? A strong middle-aged man suddenly knelt on the ground with a red face. His shoulders trembled. He started to cry. This person's mind could no longer hold on. Finally, a flaw appeared and the hallucinatory magic realm took advantage of it. He was possessed. This was extremely dangerous. If he could not rely on his strong will to walk out, then his soul would definitely collapse and he would harm himself to death. At the same time, water. Water source. I have already walked in this desert for 10 days and 10 nights without a drop of water. I did not think that I would finally find a water source. Ha 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 ha. The heavens really don't want me to die. Another purple-clothed youth said. His eyes were filled with fanaticism and obsession. He knelt on the ground, raised his head, and crawled towards a thick hallucinatory magical mirror near him. Water. Sweet dew. A life-saving water source. Some of the fiends on Xiao Han's side couldn't hold on any longer and fell deeply into the devil's path. *T. Some of the nearby chivalrous men roared anxiously in a low voice. But in this situation, they were helpless and did not dare to go over to help. After all, if he was not careful, he could also fall into the enemy's hands. You still have to rely on me. Xiao Han was always paying attention to the chivalrous hero of his plane. Once there was an emergency, he would not be able to help. Xiao Han would make his move. Wang, all the hallucinatory demonic realms around the two demonized heroes were absorbed by Xiao Han. He had refined it into his soul. The bodies of the two possessed heroes shook, and their eyes gradually regained clarity. Just like this, Xiao Han acted as a scavenger along the way. Whenever the demon hero of his plane fell into the devil's path, Xiao Han would make his move immediately and absorb and refine the hallucinatory demonic realms that troubled them. As a result, everyone was safe and sound, and there was no danger. In the blink of an eye, all the demon heroes of Xiao Han's plane had successfully passed the 3,000 li stage and were advancing towards 4,000 li. No one was injured. It can't be, right? In front of them, the chivalrous knight from that dimension also noticed the situation behind them. All of them couldn't believe it. The ants of that weak plane can actually continue to advance, and all of them have rushed past the 3,000 li barrier. How is this possible? The most ridiculous thing is that they still have 0 casualties. It's really beyond my expectations. Luck. Their luck is too good. I've noticed that every time those pigs lose control of their minds and fall deeply into the devil's path, the hallucinatory demonic realms around them would mysteriously disappear, allowing them to be saved and break free from the devil's path. Could it be that someone is secretly helping them? Ha ha ha. This is impossible. Don't make wild guesses. Even the tower master of that plane can't destroy the hallucinatory demonic realm here and send help. The hallucinatory demonic realm belongs to the spiritual energy flow. No matter how strong the attack is, it can't destroy the hallucinatory demonic realm. To destroy the hallucinatory demonic realm, you can only use your own spiritual energy to disperse it. But who dares? Using one's own spiritual energy to disperse all kinds of chaotic hallucinatory demonic realms in this vast universe is tantamount to courting death. It's staining one's flawless spiritual energy with dirt, and one will definitely fall into the devil's path. I can only say that it's luck. A few hours passed. All the demon heroes of Xiao Han's plane had entered the 4,000 li area. 0 deaths. Of course, if I didn't secretly make a move, at least 30 people on our side should have died. After entering the 4,000 li area, the death rate will rise. Xiao Han secretly nodded. That plane's Rong said that at least half of the demon heroes of our plane will die if they want to pass through this hallucinatory demonic realm. It seems that what he said is not wrong. However, with me around, everything has changed. In order to save the demon heroes of this plane who fell into the devil's path, Xiao Han didn't know how many hallucinatory demonic realms he had devoured. It could be said that he was extremely busy. However, he didn't feel tired at all. Instead, he felt refreshed and full of spirit. Inner brain domain. The spiritual energy in the brain domain was already extremely dense. Not only did it increase in size, but its density also increased. It emitted a golden light. The gaseous spiritual energy began to show obvious signs of liquefaction. Within the gaseous golden spiritual energy mist, some densely packed water droplets appeared. On these spiritual energy water droplets, incomparably complicated golden mysterious patterns were engraved. The golden mysterious patterns emitted rays of glazed light. They emitted the aura of the great Tao. There are signs of liquefaction. Xiao Han's spirit was very excited. The improvement is too great. The improvement is really too great. If I were to cultivate in seclusion, I don't know how many years it would take. Only then would I be able to refine spiritual energy. To be able to refine to such a degree. And now, passing through these hallucinatory demonic realms, is a great opportunity. A great opportunity. Wang Xiao Han formed a seal with both of his hands, and a dozen miles away, a hallucinatory demonic realm that was entangled with a female demon hero was pulled over. Now, I can control the hallucinatory demonic realm within 100 miles as I wish. I can capture and absorb it as I wish. Moreover, after my spiritual energy improved greatly, I can move the position of these hallucinatory demonic realm. The corner of Xiao Han's mouth drew a faint smile of satisfaction. With a thought, the hallucinatory demonic realm on the right of Xiao Mingchu actually teleported 100 miles away, completely distancing itself from Xiao Mingchu. Of course, Xiao Mingchu didn't notice this at all. His expression was extremely focused. In short, in this hallucinatory demonic realm area, not only was Xiao Han not harmed in the slightest. Instead, he had the feeling of a fish in water. 4,000 to 5,000 miles area. The last part of the journey to pass through this hallucinatory demonic realm. It was also the most densely distributed, largest, most dangerous, and most prone to bedevilment in the hallucinatory demonic realm. In this area, Rong had already traveled about 4,800 miles. He was only 200 miles away from reaching the end, and successfully passing through. About 200 miles behind Rome were the 6 celestial vision realm elders from his plane who had opened their heavenly eyes. About 50 miles behind the 6 elders was the pagoda master of Xiao Han's plane. Behind the pagoda master, almost all of them were demon heroes from Rome's plane. There were only 12 elders and Yan Qi in Xiao Han's plane. They barely managed to keep up with the others. Hanging at the back were Xiao Han and the rest of the demon heroes. However, everyone had entered the 4,000 to 5,000 mile zone. At this point, in reality, the distance between each demon hero had already been relatively close. In other words, thousands of people were slowly moving in this 1,000 miles area at the speed of a turtle. Including Rome, their movement speed was rather slow. They didn't dare to make the slightest mistake. Moreover, everyone had different degrees of hallucination and auditory hallucination. Humph. Just as Yan Qi's eyes were in a trance, he bit the tip of his tongue and shook his head violently, breaking free from the hallucination. However, although he didn't become a demon, cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. This area was indeed too dangerous. The demon heroes from Xiao Han's plane were constantly becoming demons, and they were in imminent danger. Fortunately, Xiao Han, the firefighter, was very outstanding. At critical moments, he would always be able to absorb the hallucinatory demonic realm and save the demon heroes from danger. Later on, Xiao Han could predict in advance that every demon hero might encounter the hallucinatory demonic realm along the way. He had already absorbed and refined them, clearing the obstacles. This caused the probability of the demon heroes from Xiao Han's plane becoming demons to be greatly reduced. Shockingly. Ahead. About 4,300 miles away, a female demon hero from Rome's plane suddenly stopped. Then, goo 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 goo, a strange sound burst out from her throat. Her shoulders trembled. Monster. No, don't come over, I'll kill you. The female demon hero let out a violent panting sound. Bedeviled. Their powerful plane finally has a demon hero bedeviled. The demon heroes from Xiao Han's plane couldn't help but look over. This was the first time the demon hero from Rome's plane had been bedeviled. Let's see how they deal with it. The demon hero from Xiao Han's plane was also very curious. Qiushu, don't be nervous. With your temperament, you'll definitely be able to defeat the demon barrier. A few of the companions near the bedeviled female demon hero hurriedly encouraged her. Protect your mind. Roar. The bedeviled female demon hero suddenly pulled out a dagger from her bosom and stabbed it into her left arm. Blood spurted out. However, her scattered pupils regained focus. Phew, that was so dangerous. I was bedeviled just now and had an illusion. I actually saw many lewd monsters. The female demon hero let out a sigh of relief. Ha 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 ha. It's okay. Her companions all laughed. This plane of ours will definitely have 0 deaths. Moreover, we won the hallucinatory demonic realm by relying on our strong temperament, not by luck like the ants in that trash plane. The next moment, another hallucinatory demonic realm moved towards the female demon hero. This caused her to be in a trance again. It's another monster, haha. It's okay. Her companions simply crossed their arms. Qiushu will definitely be able to turn danger into safety again and defeat the demonic realm. Oh. Your plane has 0 deaths. It can defeat the demon barrier? I don't think so. At this moment, Xiao Han's courage grew. He quietly moved forward and moved his mind. Under the control of Xiao Han's mind, the dozen or so hallucinatory demonic realms around the female demon hero's body instantly rushed towards the female demon hero as if they had teleported. Ah! Monster! Don't take off my clothes. Don't. Ugly thing, you still want to defile me. Kill. Kill. I'll kill you all. Suddenly, the female chivalrous warrior let out a hysterical roar. Poochie. 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 With lightning speed, she tore off all her clothes, revealing her white jade-like female body. Not a single piece of clothing was on. For a moment, the ups and downs were too beautiful to behold. The lush peaks, the tight buttocks, the luxuriant grass, all of them were unscrupulously exposed. However, the female demon hero had already completely lost herself and did not care. No. Don't enter my body. No. Pooh. 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 In the blink of an eye, the female demon hero raised the knife in her hand and slashed it down. The dagger continuously stabbed her smooth body dozens of times. Pooh, 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 streams of blood shot out from her body. Kill. Kill. Kill all of you bastards. The female demon hero's face was ferocious and terrifying. Suddenly, she raised her right hand and with a flash of true chi, she slapped her own head. Bang! The head exploded into pieces. Death. An 8th level true chi practitioner, a talisman formation realm expert, died just like that. She committed suicide. The scene was horrifying and silent. This woman. I don't know if I killed her. Xiao Han rubbed his nose helplessly. I didn't want it to be like this either. However, the idiots from your plane are too arrogant. To be continued. Chapter 421. In Rome's plain, there was a female Daoist. Unfortunately, she lost control of her mind and emotions in the thick hallucinatory demonic land of 4,000 to 5,000 miles. In the end, she mutilated herself and died tragically. This was the first person from the 2 planes to die in the hallucinatory demonic realm. What a surprise. It was definitely an accident. Rome's dimension Xiaoxia had a strong army and strong horses, causing Rome to affirm that the people from his dimension would definitely pass through this hallucinatory demonic land without a single casualty. At the same time, Rome also said with certainty that at least half of the demons from Xiao Han's dimension had died. And at this time, the one who died was the evil hero from the Rome plane, sarcasm. A slap in the face. What's going on? Why did Xiao Shu die? Damn it. Every time the villains of that rubbish plane were besieged by the hallucinatory demonic land, they could always rely on luck to turn the situation around. But our plane's comprehensive strength is many times stronger than that rubbish plane. Why don't our people have this kind of luck? For a moment, the heroes of the Rome plane all roared at the sky in anger. Each of them glared at the chivalrous heroes from Xiao Han's dimension with murderous eyes, as if they felt deeply insulted. They couldn't wait to rush up and besiege the chivalrous heroes from Xiao Han's dimension to kill them to vent their anger. As for the fiendish heroes from Xiao Han's world, they were all secretly pleased. This feels so good. The people on their side were all dead. Ha 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 ha. Along the way, they looked down on us and verbally insulted us. They even said that we would have endless casualties. It was all right now. The first to die. It's the vigilante from their side. It's so cool. The great swordsman on Xiao Han's side couldn't help but have a carefree smile on his face. Damn it. How dare you laugh? On the Rome plain, a burly man like an iron tower stepped out. His face was vicious and filled with hatred. Stretching out a finger, he pointed at the heroes from Xiao Han's dimension. A bunch of animals. Seeing the heroes from our dimension die, not only are you not mourning, you're even laughing. You're courting death, do you know that? Humph. Xiao Mingchu could no longer hold it in and immediately retorted sarcastically. That woman died in the hallucinatory demonic realm. She committed suicide. What does it have to do with our plane? What are you blabbering on about? Impudent. An insignificant and lowly existence dared to talk back. This was a heinous crime. They should all be executed. Qiu Shu was dead. All of you ants should be buried with him. The chivalrous warriors of the Rome plain were all enraged. Their murderous intent soared to the 9 heavens, and their figures involuntarily surrounded Xiao Mingchu and the chivalrous warriors behind him. A gang fight seemed inevitable. In this tense situation, countless hallucinatory demonic lands were activated from all directions, emitting decadent sounds. The entire area was filled with a sorrowful scene of dusk, as if the sun was setting in the west, and the god of death had arrived. Ah! In this way, many mentally unstable chivalrous men suddenly screamed in pain. All kinds of illusions formed a spiritual storm and fiercely attacked their souls. Even dozens of chivalrous men from the Rhone plain let out low and miserable howls. Their bodies convulsed uncontrollably. Eldest senior brother, calm down. The hallucinatory demonic lands produced murderous intent and anger. The turbulence in the lake of your heart is just right for the hallucinatory demonic lands to take advantage of. It's not good for you. Xiao Han hurriedly moved to Xiao Mingqiu's side. At this moment, Xiao Mingqiu's face was red, and his veins were bulging. He tried his best to endure. His body was shivering, and his eyes were slightly dazed. Xiao Han moved to Xiao Mingqiu's side and absorbed all the hallucinatory demonic lands, reducing the pain in Xiao Mingqiu's soul. Xiao Mingqiu's eyes then became clear again. Phew, thank you for your reminder, junior brother. I almost fell into a trance just now. Xiao Mingqiu said with lingering fear. However, he quickly said unwillingly. The chivalrous warriors of that plain are too fierce and domineering. They bully the weak and want to vent their anger on us. I can't stand it anymore. Eldest senior brother, don't argue with them. Let's get out of this area first. Heh. From what I see, I'm afraid many of them will die next. Xiao Han smiled mysteriously. This? Xiao Mingqiu was stunned. Why do you say that? The people on their side are indeed tyrannical. It's unlikely that they will fall one after another in this area. Their luck is not good. Xiao Han said mysteriously. Eldest senior brother, luck exists in the unseen world. They are too strong. Things will move in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme. Who knows, misfortune will fall on their heads one after another. Ha 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 ha. Of course, this is just my opinion. It's just a random guess. At this moment. Everyone, stay calm. One of the chivalrous warriors on Rong's side saw that the atmosphere was not right. His companions on his side were losing their emotions due to rage and showed signs of falling into a trance. He hurriedly shouted. All right, let's not bother with those beasts for now. There are still a few hundred miles to the destination. It's extremely dangerous. If we are not careful, we will also fail miserably like Qiu Shu. Let's keep our hearts calm. Don't let this group of beasts affect our hearts. Let's go through this hallucinatory magic land first. Then, we'll deal with this group of bastards. At that time, we can ravage them however we want. It doesn't matter if we kill them all. It's like killing dogs. All right. Let's not care about these bastards first. Let's rush out of this damned hallucinatory magic land first. All the chivalrous warriors on Rong's side reinvigorated their spirits, stabilized their souls, and focused their minds. They dispelled the hallucinatory magic land and continued to move forward. They've gone too far. Luo Tianyu, who was on Xiao Han's side, was also furious. They challenged us so brazenly. They called us beasts and bastards. Do they really not treat us as humans? They even threaten to kill us once we get out of this hallucinatory magic land? I've cultivated for my entire life. I've never encountered such an aggrieved situation like today. Now it's bad. An old and prudent chivalrous warrior said with a worried face. If that's the case, we become enemies with that group of powerful fellows. What should we do? We'll deal with it when it comes. Xiao Han took a step forward. Things have come to this. It's useless to be afraid. Moreover, if we plant negative emotions in our hearts, it will not be beneficial for us to complete the last part of the journey. Everyone braced themselves. No matter what, let's get out of here first. Being trapped here to death is the most aggrieving. Let's go. Xiao Han led the way. Although the chivalrous warriors of this plain were not as strong as the chivalrous warriors of the Rhone plain, they had at least survived through wind and rain. They had cultivated for their entire lives. Hearing Xiao Han's words, they also analyzed the pros and cons. All of them abandoned the worries and distracting thoughts in their hearts and continued to move forward. The speed of their advance was as slow as a snail. The closer they got to the end, the more dangerous the hallucinatory magic land they encountered. Every time they walked a certain distance, there would be signs of becoming bewitched. It was extremely difficult. Even the relatively stronger Xiao Mingqiu, Luo Tianyu, and a few other experts of the true Qi formation realm were now on tenterhooks. Fortunately, with Xiao Han, the Anani, he could always resolve the crisis to the greatest extent. Thus, no one on their side became completely bewitched. Unknowingly, Xiao Han had walked to the front of his team. He was only about 100 li away from the chivalrous warriors of the Rhone plain. This group of arrogant fellows. Xiao Han looked at the large group of people in front of him with a gloomy gaze. Waves of uncontrollable killing intent rose from Xiao Han's heart. It seems that killing one is not enough punishment for you. You actually dare to say that you want to trample on us. All right, I'm going all out. I might as well go all out. I'll suppress your arrogance. Having made up his mind, Xiao Han's mental strength moved slightly in the next moment. Wang wang wang, dozens of hallucinatory magic lands were controlled by Xiao Han's mental strength. They actually took the initiative to teleport towards the chivalrous warriors of the Rhone plain in front of them. Roar! For chivalrous warriors of the Rhone plain instantly stopped in their tracks. They all bent down and let out painful whimpers from their throats. No. Master, please don't expel me from the sect. Senior Sister Amo, I was wrong to sully you in the past. It's fine if you die, but don't let your ghost haunt me. Heavenless Demon Emperor, you killed my entire family. I will not let you go so easily. This time, I will definitely obtain an immortal opportunity to increase my cultivation in the genius zone. In the future, I will fight you to the death. These 4 chivalrous warriors were possessed by demons. Let me add fuel to the fire for you. Xiao Han's mind flickered again, and dozens of thick hallucinatory demonic mirrors charged towards the 4 demonized swordsmen at the speed of lightning. Ah! Kill! Kill! You damned demon clans! Kill! Soon, the 4 chivalrous warriors became frenzied and started killing each other. Their fists landed on each other's flesh. They actually treated each other as their mortal enemies and wanted to fight to the death. Bang! 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 In an instant, the 4 of them collided with each other and their heads all exploded. Another 4 chivalrous warriors of the Rhone plain had fallen. This time, the chivalrous warriors of the Rhone plain all roared in fear. As for the chivalrous warriors of Xiao Han's plain, they wanted to laugh but could not. They were both delighted and confused. Junior Martial Brother Xiao Han, this is something I don't understand. Xiao Mingqiu came over with a confused expression and said to Xiao Han. The people on our side are weak and their mental state is not as good as theirs. However, every time we encounter danger, we can always escape by some strange coincidence. The hallucinatory magic lands that are bothering us disappear automatically. As for them, the hallucinatory magic lands that are surrounding us seem to have grown eyes and keep pestering them until they die. I can't understand it. I can't understand it. Is it really the luck that Junior Martial Brother Xiao Han mentioned? Ha ha ha. Heaven's retribution. If they want to blame someone, they can only blame themselves for being too arrogant and lawless. It's not that the time has not come yet. Ha ha ha. Xiao Han laughed complacently, but his heart was very vicious. There are still a few 100 miles to go. This daddy will kill them one by one. The Rhone plain was in a collective mourning. They all stopped and cursed and scolded, but there was nothing they could do. Rome roared and urged them to hurry up. They continued to hurry up. No. The Demon Clan Army. The Demon Clan Army has captured our Yaoxia Pagoda. The Yaoxia Pagoda that is known to never fall has finally been trampled by the Demon Clan. From now on, our human clan will never see the light of day and will never be able to rise again. The doomsday is coming. The doomsday is coming. A total of 5 demon heroes on the Rhone Plain were forcibly destroyed by the dense and thick hallucinatory magic lands, causing them to fall into an illusion of despair. Bang! 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 The 5 demon heroes all died by smashing their own heads. Soon, 7 demon heroes on the Rhone Plain roared violently, barked and roared, and all of them died by smashing their heads. The chivalrous army of the Rhone Plain exploded their heads one after another and killed themselves by self-mutilation. In just a short period of 2 hours, a total of 42 demon heroes had died in the Rhone Plain. It was a heavy loss. Of course, this was all done by Xiao Han. Why is it like this? Lord Rhone. Why is it like this? Why are our people dying one after another? They died so miserably. Didn't you say that with our formation, we would definitely be able to pass through this area without any casualties? Despair and helplessness finally deeply gripped the thousands of demon heroes on the Rhone Plain. They felt as if they were in a nightmare and could not get rid of it. Fear spread like a plague. It caused those true Treasure Realm demon heroes to burst into tears. Their faces were filled with bad luck. A huge flaw appeared in their minds and a terrible shadow was planted in them. Bang! 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 Another 12 demon heroes died by smashing their own heads. Oh! These 12 were not indirectly killed by this young master. Xiao Han laughed mockingly from behind. Now, their minds are all decadent. Their fighting spirit is leaving them bit by bit, causing them to become desperate clowns. Cowards. Their mental defense power is plummeting. The hallucinatory magic lands took advantage of this and smashed their souls. Ha ha ha. If this goes on, they will be finished. All of them will be finished. Ha 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 ha. They might be wiped out. Useless things. A bunch of useless things. At the crucial moment, a true Treasure Realm cultivator from the Rhone Plain stepped forward and berated. Don't give up. All of you, keep your spirits up. Only dozens of people have died. Our troops are still at their peak. After entering the genius area, we can still compete with the demon heroes from other planes. All of you, hold on. Stand up one by one. Walk out. Walk out of this area. The resolute attitude of this expert and his strong spirit affected the demon heroes who were kneeling on the ground. Their fighting spirit was ignited in their eyes again. However, boom, hundreds of hallucinatory magic lands suddenly condensed into a dragon-like mental attack wave and instantly blasted into the brain of the true Qi realm demon hero. Ah! The demon hero screamed. He raised his right hand and slammed it on his forehead. His whole body exploded like porcelain. You still dare to come out and lecture me? You are courting death. Xiao Han touched his nose. At the same time, Xiao Han looked inside his brain. Countless raindrops were brewed in the gaseous mental power. The density of the mental power was very high. It was as if the whole gaseous mental power could liquefy at any time. I have refined so many hallucinatory magic lands. I am like a fish in water in this area. I can do whatever I want. I have indirectly killed many powerful demon heroes from other planes. If I am not wrong, as long as I cultivate the follow-up mental technique of the exterminating heaven and earth mental technique, about 99% of my mental power can liquefy. Xiao Han's heart was burning. P.S. Today, I went to line up and took the first test. Today was my second wedding anniversary with my wife. Tonight, we had dinner together with our family and drank 2 glasses of wine. Now, my head is a little dizzy. Sorry, there's only one. From tomorrow onwards, there shouldn't be so many trivial matters. I'll update it properly. To be continued. Chapter 422. In the 5,000-mile-long hallucinatory demonic land. At this time, for the Rong Plains troops, the situation had completely collapsed. Nearly 60 Yaoxia had died a violent death. Each and every one of them had turned into demons and exploded their heads. Most of these 60 fallen Yaoxia were at the True Qi 8th level Talisman Formation realm, but there were also a few at the True Qi 9th level True Treasure realm. Yes, the Rong Plain was very powerful and full of talents. It was far from being comparable to the withered situation of Xiao Han's plain. This time, the Rong Plain had selected a total of 1,000 great Daoists who were under 10,000 years old and had powerful cultivation bases to enter the genius zone. The lineup was so magnificent that it was astounding. But, in a short period of time, dozens of people had died. This was also a great loss of vitality. No matter how powerful a plain was, it would never complain about having too many talents. The death of a true talent was a loss that was hard to make up for. For example, the dozens of dead Yaoxia of the Rong Plain. Each of them was a great figure selected from billions of martial artists. They were geniuses among geniuses and outstanding martial artists of the same age. Each of them was a treasure. Damn it. At this moment, Rong, who was walking at the front, felt restless in his heart as well. His face that was like jade instantly darkened, and he finally turned around as he gnashed his teeth and spoke with an evil tone that was close to cursing. Damn it. Dozens of people died on our side. But that trash plane has no one. How ironic. What a great irony. Any one of us who dies here would be an invincible figure in their plane. Someone is playing tricks. Or the heavens are unfair. As he said. Rong walked back. Lord Rong. This matter is too strange. Lord Rong, please deal with the situation in time and stabilize the morale. Some elders of the Rong Plain bowed respectfully. I will deal with this matter, Rong said coldly. When Rong passed by the Tower Master of Xiao Han's plain, he stopped and glanced at the Tower Master. Boom! Under Rong's torch-like gaze, a large area of the void was destroyed and evaporated. Even many hallucinatory demonic land. Under Rong's mental fluctuations, everything froze. Rong Yi's glare caused the Tower Master's legs to weaken. His mind seemed to be on the verge of exploding, and he immediately prostrated himself on the ground. It has nothing to do with me, Rong, calm down. This matter has nothing to do with our plane. Trust me, with my cultivation, it's absolutely impossible for me to make use of the hallucinatory demonic territory's environment. Assassinating your people. This is impossible. Even immortals wouldn't be able to use the hallucinatory demonic realm to kill people. Unless it's an immortal emperor. Under the pressure of Rong's rage. In the face of such incisive killing intent, the pagoda master was terrified. He actually put down his dignity as a leader and begged for an explanation. This caused the 12 elders, Yan Qi, Xiao Han, Xiao Mingchu, and the others to feel extremely humiliated. Humph. After hearing the pagoda master's words, Rong suddenly pondered for a moment. Yes, the hallucinatory demonic realm is a kind of energy flow in the universe. It's a spiritual fragment. Even if a person from an ordinary plane cultivated his true qi to the point of opening 101 true acupoints and successfully opened the heavenly eye, it was absolutely impossible for him to control the hallucinatory demonic realm. Not to mention ordinary people, even ordinary immortals couldn't do it. Only immortal emperors had such a method. It seemed that it wasn't the trash of this plane who was playing tricks. They didn't have the courage to do so. Forget it, I'll stabilize the situation first. When I leave this area, I'll think of a way to kill all the living beings of this trash plane. Damn it. This group of trash must be feeling very good right now, right? An existence that was countless times stronger than them actually died in front of their eyes. Because of the demonic transformation, my subordinates even made a fool of themselves before they died. They must be very happy to see that, right? Humph. All of them must die. If I don't kill them, I won't be able to vent my anger. In a very short time, a resolute killing intent brewed in Rong's heart. However, the stronger the killing intent in his heart, the kinder the expression on his face became. Ha 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 ha. Brother, I'm sorry for my rudeness. I lost control of my emotions just now, so my tone was too harsh. Thinking about it carefully, it's true that our people died in the hallucinatory demonic realm. It has nothing to do with your people. Ha 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 ha. It's alright, everyone is harmonious. It's all the fault of our demon heroes. Their minds weren't firm enough. If they died, then so be it. It's all their fault. Ha ha ha. After saying that, Rong went straight to the demon heroes of his plane. Huh. The pagoda master was directly confused by Rong's change of attitude. But he was not a fool. What's going on? Why is this Rong talking to me in such a polite tone? It's weird. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. As for the elders of Rong's plane, each and every one of them had an expression of ridicule in their eyes. They all knew Rong's temper very well. Whenever Rong spoke with a smile, or even took the initiative to be humble and compliment others, it also meant that in Rong's heart, this person had already been sentenced to death. The people of this trash plane are all finished. It seems that Lord Rong has made up his mind to kill them. Good, very good. Now, Lord Rong should already be thinking about how to ravage and kill them. The elders under Rong smiled and transmitted their voices to each other. Soon, Rong came to the side of his demon heroes. He said coldly, "All of you, cheer up. In the hallucinatory demonic realm, once you have negative emotions and once a shadow grows in your heart, it means that you are not far from death. Well, I will personally supervise the formation and advance with you. You are all the most powerful geniuses of this plane. Your minds are as solid as iron and indestructible. I believe that you can definitely defeat these hallucinatory demonic realm. Let's go." Encouragement. Encouragement from the leader of the plane. A kind of spiritual power was transmitted out, causing the panic in the eyes of the originally depressed demon heroes to melt. Instead, it was replaced by renewed confidence. Great Lord Rong. Please rest assured. We will definitely sweep away the decline and defeat the demons in our hearts. Defeat this hallucinatory demonic realm area. I absolutely believe in you. Let's go. Rong gave the order. Then, his cold gaze swept over Xiao Han and the others. His gaze seemed to have substance. Like an invisible sharp blade. It was full of intimidation and pressure. Suddenly, he smiled strangely. Huh, you're all not bad. You are indeed very good. I dare say that if you want to pass through this area, the death rate will be at least more than half. But, you are too outstanding. So far, no one has died. Instead, our plane has lost a lot of people. Good. Continue to work hard. Ha ha ha, continue to work hard. I wish you all can successfully pass, ha 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 ha. After saying that, Rong turned around and led the demon heroes of his plane toward the finish line. Xiao Han and the others stood in place, a little dumbfounded. Junior brother Xiao Han. Is this guy being sarcastic? Xiao Mingchu said in a daze. I also feel that his mood is a little off. In short, he is definitely not encouraging us. It's like a curse. Luo Tianyu was also doubtful. Sigh. Xiao Han sighed. If I'm not wrong, that Rong is likely to attack us. He is indeed being sarcastic. Hiss. Hearing this, the demon heroes of Xiao Han's plane all gasped. Okay, let's not dawdle. Let's get out of this area first. Xiao Han shrugged helplessly. So, the dozens of demon heroes of Xiao Han's plane also continued forward. Damn, now, Rong is guarding the demon heroes of his plane. advancing and retreating together. His powerful leadership ability and spiritual aura were like that of a true god. He protected the chivalrous heroes of their dimension, causing their temperaments to become incomparably firm and powerful. Each of them seemed to have found their faith. Now I can't launch a sneak attack. Rong is too strong, many times stronger than the tower master of our plane. His spiritual power is also very terrifying. If I act rashly, it's very likely that I'll be discovered by him. Xiao Han was also very afraid and didn't act rashly. Originally, I was prepared to kill all the demon heroes of their plane, causing their entire army to be annihilated, but there's no chance for the time being. What a pity, only a few dozen people died on their side. It's not satisfying. Moreover, the situation is getting worse for us. If we leave this hallucinatory demonic realm area and Rong gives the order to attack us, then we'll be in trouble. We have no ability to resist at all. Xiao Han slowly moved forward while racking his brains, thinking of a countermeasure. If we really fight, with my ability, I can only escape. Before escaping, I'll first put eldest senior brother and big brother Luo Tianyu into the despair demon compound first. As for the rest of the demon heroes, I'll take in as many as I can. Unfortunately, the despair demon compound is too small, it can't accommodate so many demon heroes. Forget it, I don't care anymore, I can't even protect myself, I'll save as many as I can. In addition, I must frantically absorb and refine the hallucinatory demonic realm, accumulate my spiritual power, and make the most perfect accumulation and paving the way for me to cultivate the extinguishing heaven decimating earth mental technique. After making up his mind, Xiao Han completely ignored Rong and the demon heroes who were walking in front of him. Xiao Han focused on absorbing and refining the surrounding hallucinatory demonic realm. At any time, he would help the demon heroes around him, helping them get rid of the hallucinatory demonic realm that might pose a threat to them and induce them to be possessed. A few hours passed. Finally, all the elders of Rong's plane, Rong himself, and the demon hero team led by Rong all passed through this hallucinatory demonic realm area. The pagoda master of Xiao Han's plane, the 12 elders, and the ancient giant Yan Qi also broke through the heavy encirclement. Xiao Han, Xiao Mingchu, Luo Tianyu, and dozens of demon heroes were also about to reach the end. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Xiao Han once again absorbed and refined the 12 hallucinatory demonic realms. Now, in Xiao Han's brain, the gaseous spiritual power had undergone a fundamental change. The gaseous spiritual power that was like a mist had completely changed into the shape of a raindrop. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the spiritual rainwater was pattering in Xiao Han's brain. Every drop of rainwater was dark gold in color, engraved with mysterious patterns. Moreover, the weight of every drop of rainwater was enough to collapse a mountain. My spiritual power has improved very quickly. Now, the gaseous spiritual power has completely condensed into the shape of rain. This is a sign that my spiritual power has liquefied. And now, I have only cultivated to the 7th spiritual finger technique of the extinguishing heaven decimating earth mental technique. If I cultivate a few more finger techniques, my spiritual power will transform again, and it will definitely be completely liquefied. Xiao Han evaluated in his heart. Junior brother Xiao Han, we have also reached the end. Let's go out. Xiao Mingchu's voice rang in Xiao Han's ears. To be continued. Chapter 423. After a lot of hardships, the dozens of evil heroes from Xiao Han's plane finally walked 5,000 miles, passed through this hallucinatory demonic land, and reached the end. It was not easy. What was even more difficult was that they passed through with 0 deaths. None of the evil heroes from Xiao Han's plane died. This completely violated Rong's prophecy. However, seriously speaking, if it wasn't for Xiao Han secretly playing the role of a nanny, the death rate would definitely be more than half. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Xiao Han and the others left the hallucinatory demonic land and flew to the Tower Master's side one by one. At this moment, Rong's people gathered on the other side. Rong crossed his arms and looked at the people from Xiao Han's plain with interest. It was like a beast looking at weak prey. The evil heroes from Rong's plain had undisguised murderous intent on their faces. Their faces were ferocious and evil, and their eyes were bloodthirsty and cruel. The two sides were clearly divided, and vaguely, they formed a confrontation. In the azure blue space without a trace of impurity, the atmosphere was eerily quiet. Oppressive. Damn. It seems like we really have to make a move. Xiao Han stood behind the Tower Master and the 12th Elder without batting an eyelid. His spirit force spread out in all directions. If there was even the slightest hint of danger, Xiao Han would immediately run away. At this moment, the Tower Master's face was completely pale. His teeth made a slight creaking sound, and he clenched his fists tightly. The difference in strength between the two sides was like heaven and earth. On Xiao Han's side, there was a Tower Master. There were 12 elders and 81 evil heroes, including Xiao Han. The other side was led by Rong, and there were 3 elders. There were 40 elders, and the number of evil heroes was still close to 1,000. It was no exaggeration to say that even if Rong attacked alone, it was enough to kill all the people on Xiao Han's side. There was no doubt about this. Clap, clap, clap. At this moment, Rong clapped his hands. His face was completely cold, and his eyes began to brew a vicious murderous intent. Every clap of his, like muffled thunder, it struck the minds of everyone on Xiao Han's plain, causing their souls to tremble. It was as if Rong was just clapping his hands. He could kill everyone on Xiao Han's plain. You brother Rong, you, Pagoda Master's throat choked. Congratulations, Rong said indifferently. Congratulations everyone. It's really unexpected. All of you were able to pass, and there was 0 death rate. Hee hee. Earlier, I asserted that more than half of you would die, but now? What a slap in the face. Congratulations everyone, you used your actions to slap me in the face. It hurts. It hurts. Ha 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 ha. Rong's laughter was slightly deranged. And this plain of ours. Dozens of people actually died. Rong sighed deeply. This makes me very unhappy. Very unhappy. He stared at everyone on Xiao Han's plain with a deep gaze. His stare made one's hair stand on end. This seat is very sad. Of course, you guys can't understand this seat's sadness. Let me give you an example. When a lion dies in front of an antelope, that kind of sorrow and grievance. Do you understand now? So, all of you must, as he spoke, the elders and the demons under Rong Xian's command all revealed their murderous intent. True qi flickered from their bodies, as if they were about to attack at any moment. Wait. The Pagoda Master started to bark hysterically. Wait a moment. Rong, you're too overbearing. Too tyrannical. Yes, your plain strength is strong, and I can only endure the grievance when I encounter your suppression. However, I hope you guys don't go too far. If you insist on killing and exterminating all of us, then I swear that you guys will pay a painful price. Roar. The Pagoda Master let out the cry of a beast that was on the verge of extinction. Oh. A painful price? Rong Xian was stunned, and then he waved his hand, indicating his subordinates to not act rashly for the time being. At this moment, the Pagoda Master took out a crystal ball from his storage ring. Inside this crystal ball, there was a dense and terrifying energy. The color of this energy was dim, but it seemed to contain the power to destroy heaven and earth. On the surface of the crystal ball, there were some seals. However, even if there were seals, the energy inside the crystal ball still faintly emitted a terrifying fluctuation that caused people's hearts to palpitate. Rong Xian slightly frowned. I didn't expect you to also refine this kind of thing. The expression on the Pagoda Master's face was completely crazed. Right, Rong, you should have also refined this kind of destruction crystal ball. For existences like us who have opened the heavenly eye, we can see the immortal qi between heaven and earth. Similarly, we can also see the dangerous energy drifting between heaven and earth. Many years ago, I started to collect the dangerous energy between heaven and earth and carefully sealed it into this crystal ball. These destructive energies, some come from the underground abyss, some from the bottom of the sea, some from the volcanoes, and some from the areas where the demon race has run rampant. I even once risked my life to collect all kinds of dangerous energy in the universe near the plane. Countless dangerous energies, after being compressed and refined into this crystal ball, are sealed and suppressed. However, when I have to fight with my life on the line, I will not hesitate to open the seal, causing this destruction crystal ball to directly explode. Ahahaha. The pagoda master's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Let's perish together. If we really push it too far, we'll perish together. I'll directly detonate this crystal ball. You only collected this little bit of destructive energy. Do you think you can blow me up? Rong Xian laughed sinisterly. Idiot. Right, Rong, your cultivation is too strong. Even if I detonate the crystal ball, I definitely won't be able to kill you. However, you will definitely be injured. Moreover, at least half of the elders and heroes behind you will be blown up. The pagoda master's eyes were blood red. Rong Xian, can you accept half of your people dying? Impudent. Rong Xian shouted. During the detonation process, half of our people will die, while all of your people will be annihilated. Even you will die. You will be directly blown up. Ha 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 ha, life and death struggle. I will not hesitate to die. The pagoda master's eyes were completely bloodshot. This kind of ending. It's better than our people being one-sidedly slaughtered by you, right? Ha 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 ha. With the death of our 81 heroes, in exchange for the death of your hundreds of elites. It's worth it. I think it's completely worth it. Moreover. Rong, can't you see? I and the 12 elders are all in the form of avatars heading to the genius zone. My main body is still guarding the plane. Ha 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 ha. The death of the avatar will only consume half of the main body's energy. As long as tens of thousands of years pass, this energy can be replenished. Ha 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 ha. Do you think I dare to detonate it? Damn it. Rong Xian finally felt defeated. Truly cowardly and pitiful. Actually using avatars to explore. Afraid of death. Cowardly and afraid of death. Who isn't afraid of death? The pagoda master was very confident. At this moment, Lord Rong, porcelain doesn't fight with tiles. Porcelain did not fight with tiles. The people in that plane were all lowly people. They wanted to die together. We don't need to accompany them to the end. Our lives are thousands of times more precious than their lives. Several elders transmitted to Rong Xian at the same time. Rong Xian closed his eyes and then transmitted his mental fluctuations to all his subordinates. Alright, everyone, listen. Don't kill them for now. If we push them too far, these people will all become outlaws. Our strength must be preserved and enter the genius zone to compete. That's the way of the king. Furthermore, the world of immortals had issued an edict stating that before entering the genius zone, internal strife was forbidden between the ordinary planes. If we really kill them all, the world of immortals might punish us when they find out. We can't let these pigs affect the future of our great plane. Of course, that doesn't mean we'll let these lowly things go so easily. Kill them, of course we must kill them. No one can save them. But we must choose the right time to kill them. There's still more than half of the journey to the springboard. It'll take more than 150 days, during which we'll run into all sorts of dangers. In that case, we'll find an opportunity to kill those pigs and dogs in the next danger zone. For example, the Tower Master's destructive crystal ball will be restricted in some of the hallucinatory fiend realms. Even if it detonates, it won't do much damage to us. That's right. We'll find the best opportunity to kill them. After a brief exchange, listen, I'll let you go this time. Count yourself lucky. Rong Xian looked coldly at the tower master, the muscles at the corner of his eyes twitching. He waved his hand. Come, let's continue forward. Whoosh whoosh, Rong Xian led a group of people forward. However, he left 20 elders behind to keep an eye on the people from Xiao Han's plain. Phew, the tower master seemed to be exhausted. He put the destructive crystal ball back into his storage ring, then gritted his teeth and said, let's continue forward. We'll try to reach the genius zone as soon as possible. We'll try to reach the genius zone as soon as possible. Rong Xian and the others won't dare to make a move when we reach the genius zone. Moreover, if we encounter people from other planes along the way, things will turn for the better. The pagoda master took the lead and led the way. The 12 elders sighed and followed behind him. Yan Qi and the other demons followed behind. When the people from Xiao Han's plain flew away, the 20 elders Rong left behind followed far behind. Eldest senior brother, those fellows won't let us go. Xiao Han, Xiao Mingchu, and Luo Tianyu flew side by side. Xiao Mingchu and Luo Tianyu nodded. They won't let us enter the genius zone unscathed. They will definitely find a chance to kill us along the way. Xiao Han frowned. Eldest senior brother, big brother Luo, I have a special demonic technique that can store living beings in a demon emperor crystal. Once something happens, I will release this demonic technique. Don't resist then. Just enter a demon emperor crystal on my left arm. Then, I will use a demonic technique to escape. When it comes to escaping, I have some experience. I also have a few demonic techniques that are suitable for escaping, Xiao Han added. Alright, we will do as you say, junior brother Xiao Han. I will obey. Xiao Mingchu nodded decisively. I have no objections either. Luo Tianyu also nodded. The people from the two planes advanced for another 10 days. On the way, they did not encounter any overly dangerous situations. Some of the hallucinatory demonic lands were also weak. They did not cause any casualties to the people from the two planes. This way, Rong Xian's plane could not find a chance to kill the people of Xiao Han's plane. The next day, suddenly, a gigantic palace appeared in front of the two planes' people's field of vision. This was a magnificent palace. It could be said to be splendid, and its whole body was emitting a colorful luster. In the palace, there were mountains of pearls, jade, and all kinds of priceless treasures. Furthermore, many handsome men and women could be seen walking back and forth in the palace. Ah, so beautiful, what a beautiful palace. At a glance, the few demons beside Xiao Han revealed expressions of fascination. Glory, splendor, wealth, wake up. That's the hallucinatory demonic lands. It's not a palace. Xiao Han frowned and reminded. Junior brother Xiao Han, something is wrong. The palace formed by the hallucinatory demonic lands in front is very strange. It gives people a complicated feeling. It's as if we can't get out once we go in. Xiao Mingchu was also at a loss. Yes, eldest senior brother, I also sensed it. That palace is an enormous labyrinth. There's actually a formation inside. Xiao Han nodded thoughtfully. Ahead. Lord Rong, it's actually countless hallucinatory demonic lands that formed a hallucinatory palace. The inside seems to have formed a maze. Several elders beside Rong said in shock. Lord Rong, to pass through this hallucinatory palace, the difficulty is much more difficult than the 5,000 li hallucinatory demonic lands. It's okay. It's just a maze. I'm sure I can break it. Rong waved his hand. This is the only way to enter the space springboard. It's impossible to avoid it. Everyone, prepare to enter. In addition, there are traces of the laws of space and time in this maze. The crystal ball of destruction in that bastard's hand can't display its power in the maze. Even if it explodes, the destruction will be less than 10%. Everyone, listen carefully. After everyone enters the maze, if you find any demons from their plane, kill them without mercy. If you kill people in the maze, I'm afraid the immortal world won't find out. Yes. That maze will be the burial place of those trash demons from the plane. To be continued. Chapter 424. In front of the two demon heroes from the two planes, on the road that they must pass, there appeared a towering dreamy palace. This palace was as beautiful as a poem or painting. It emitted a faintly discernible feeling, as if it was a palace where immortals lived in the heavens. However, everyone knew that this palace was not as beautiful as it looked. It was formed by the hallucinatory demonic realm. Hallucinatory Demon Palace. Although the hallucinatory demonic realm in the 5,000-mile region was extremely dense, it was still a scattered hallucinatory demonic realm that hadn't formed a strong enough atmosphere. But the hallucinatory demonic palace he was facing now was formed from countless hallucinatory demonic boundaries. Traces of the laws of time and space flowed within it, and there was even a labyrinth that was automatically laid out. The degree of danger was countless times greater than the hallucinatory demonic boundary in the 5,000-kilometer region. The people of Rome's plain were all skilled and bold. Under Rome's lead, they all entered the illusory demon palace. As for the people from Xiao Han's side, they did not move for the time being. Everyone, come here. I will discuss with everyone. The pagoda master ordered. Xiao, the 12th elder, Yan Qi, and 81 chivalrous heroes, including Xiao Han, flew to the tower master's side. Pagoda master, should we enter the hallucinatory demon palace immediately? An elder immediately asked. The pagoda master pondered. His expression was uncertain as he fell into deep thought. But, pagoda master, the danger level of this illusory devil palace is obvious at a glance. It is many times more terrifying than the previous 5,000 miles region. There is also a maze inside the devil palace. It is possible that we will be trapped inside. Another elder said. He said nervously. Yes. The demonic hallucination palace was dangerous. After we enter, we will face a huge challenge, but should we not enter because of this? Have all of you forgotten why we left our hometown and braved the danger to come here? The treasures of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. The Genius Zone. Immortal Fate. The pagoda master's voice was hoarse and fierce. His eyes were bloodshot. All of you have clearly seen how domineering the Narong Plain is, treating us like lowly livestock. However, do we have the qualifications to fight? No. Because we are weaker than them. Incompetence is a sin. In this world, the strong survive and the weak perish. Now that we've left our homeland and widened our horizons, we've come to realize just how weak our plane is. A plane at the level of Rome. There are many, many more. Are we willing to accept this? No. We want to change. We need to become strong. It allows us to bully others, but no one dares to step on us. It was the voice of the Tower Master. Impassioned. Many evil heroes could feel their blood boiling. Xiao Han, on the other hand, didn't think much of it. The Tower Master is risking his avatar, so he doesn't have to worry about anything. Even if his avatar is destroyed, his main body is still there, so he's invincible. But for us, the heroes, it doesn't matter if we die. Our souls will be destroyed and will vanish into thin air. It's easy for the Tower Master to say that. If he came with his true body, I don't believe that he would still dare to say such tough words. Xiao Han was somewhat disdainful of the pagoda master. However, he maintained his composure. What's the only way to change the strength of our plane? The treasure hunt in the Genius Zone, the pagoda master roared. Therefore, we can't retreat. Even if we face the dangerous hallucinatory demon palace, we can't retreat. Yes. Don't retreat. Don't give up. The pagoda master's successful brainwashing caused the dozens of evil heroes to cheer. Yes. Enter the hallucinatory demon palace. Previously, in the 5,000-mile hallucinatory demon realm, we all passed with 0 deaths. Moreover, every time our people were about to turn into demons, they were always able to turn danger into safety. This means that luck is on our side. I have a feeling that the hallucinatory demon palace won't be a problem for us. An elder screamed hysterically, extremely excited. As for the other elder, he frowned deeply. Pagoda Master, everyone, I have no objections to entering the hallucinatory demon palace. However, there's no harm in waiting for a few days before entering. The group from the Rhone Plain has already entered. If we enter now and encounter them in the hallucinatory demon palace, I'm afraid, a bloody battle is unavoidable. Pagoda Master, the power of your crystal ball of destruction will be greatly weakened in the hallucinatory demon palace. It won't be able to intimidate the people from the Rhone Plain, causing them to hesitate. Why don't we wait for them to pass through the palace first, and then rest here for a few days before entering? I can't wait. The Pagoda Master shook his head. The opening of the Genius Zone is getting closer and closer. Time waits for no man. We can't afford to waste a single day. If we delay our journey and miss the opening of the Genius Zone, then everything we've done will be in vain. Besides, Na Rong left 20 elders behind to monitor us. If we don't enter the hallucinatory demon palace, those 20 elders might make a move on us. The Pagoda Master's gaze swept across the crowd. The 20 elders from the Rhone Plain were glaring at them with murderous intent, as if they were waiting for the day to come. Don't worry. There are traces of the law of time and the law of space in the hallucinatory demon palace, and there are layers of mazes. Even if we enter, we may not encounter the people from the Rhone Plain. Everyone rest for an hour and prepare well before entering the hallucinatory demon palace. After entering, communicate with each other using the Devil Hero token, the Pagoda Master said decisively. Then, everyone dispersed. Xiao Han, Xiao Mingchu, Luo Tianyu, and several other devil heroes gathered together and chatted. Eldest senior brother, big brother Luo, everyone. Xiao Han thought for a moment and then said cautiously. The hallucinatory demon palace is extremely dangerous. Here, I have a suggestion. Xiao Han knew very well that the reason why everyone in his plane could pass through the 5,000-kilometer hallucinatory magic land without any casualties was because he had done something behind the scenes. If he hadn't done anything, at least 50 of the 81 demons would have died. Now that they were about to enter the hallucinatory demon palace, Xiao Han couldn't be like before. He had to secretly protect the devil heroes beside him at all times. This was because the hallucinatory demon palace was similar to Xiao Han's demon city. After entering, everyone would be separated and lose the ability to take care of each other. That was why Xiao Han had made his suggestion. Junior brother Xiao Han, feel free to speak your mind. Xiao Mingchu smiled faintly. Little brother Xiao Han, do you want to put us into your demon emperor crystal? Luo Tianyu knew what he wanted. Yes. Now that things had come to this, Xiao Han didn't hide it anymore. After entering the hallucinatory demon palace, everyone will definitely be separated and teleported to different corners of the palace. The strength of our plane is originally weak. As the saying goes, when we are united, we are strong. When we are separated, we will definitely die if we encounter the people from the Rhone Plain. That's why I would like to invite everyone to enter the Demon Emperor Crystal in my left arm. I won't be entering. Hearing this, an ancient giant, who was also a middle-aged man at the level 8 True Energy Talisman Formation realm, immediately shook his head. Then, he walked to the side. He muttered to himself, this Xiao Han is famous for his demonic techniques and craftiness. He is also ruthless. How can I let him cast the technique and enter the Demon Emperor Crystal in his left arm? At that time, life and death will be in his hands. Hearing this, Xiao Han only shook his head and laughed. If you are not willing, I won't force you. Ha ha ha. Junior brother Xiao Han, do you think I don't trust you? I am willing. Xiao Mingchu laughed. Little brother Xiao Han, you can cast the technique. Luo Tianyu laughed calmly. Standing next to Xiao Han, there were still 5 ancient giants. One of them left, leaving 4 behind. Yes, Despair Demon Compound can probably accommodate 6 people. Xiao Han smiled faintly and said seriously. Everyone, please open your heart and don't resist. In the next moment, suddenly, Xiao Han's demon emperor palm on his left arm exploded with demonic light. A sorrowful demonic song sounded. It was like an elegy at dusk. The decadent sound poured into the brain. Poo poo poo, 6 beams of amber-colored demonic light shot out. A strange thing happened. With Xiao Mingqiu and Luo Tianyu in the lead, the bodies of the 6 demon heroes shrunk and shrunk again and again. Finally, they became only a few inches in size. With a poochie sound, they were completely sucked into the 13th groove of Xiao Han's demon emperor palm. It's done. Xiao Han nodded and smiled. With a sweep of his spirit, he saw Xiao Mingqiu, Luo Tianyu, and the others. They were all walking around Despair Demon Compound with blank and curious expressions and talking to each other. Eldest senior brother, big brother Luo, and everyone else, don't worry. As long as I don't die, you will be fine. Now, I will enter the Hallucination Demon Palace. If I confirm that it is safe, I will let you out. Xiao Han's consciousness transmitted into Despair Demon Compound. N? Xiao Han, what are you doing? At this moment, the Tower Master noticed that Xiao Han was using a demonic technique to take in a few demon heroes. He shouted with a displeased expression. Xiao Han, at the moment of life and death, don't play any tricks. Ha ha ha. Tower Master, it's nothing. It's just a small demonic technique that allowed my eldest senior brother and the others to enter a temporarily safe place. That's all. Xiao Han shrugged his shoulders. In front of the powerful Tower Master, what tricks would I, Xiao Han, dare to play? Isn't that courting death? Xiao Han, it's good that you know. The Tower Master's face was gloomy. However, he didn't say much and said in a clear voice. All right, everyone, enter the Hallucination Demon Palace now. Remember, after entering, if you encounter the people from the wrong plane, don't talk to them. Run away immediately. Everyone, look for the exit of the Demon Palace. Use the Demon Hero token to communicate at any time. Do you understand? Understood. All right, enter. The Tower Master's face was cold. His body moved and directly flew into the Hallucination Demon Palace. Swish swish swish, the 12th Elder, Yan Qi, Xiao Han, and the other demon heroes also followed closely behind and flew into the Demon Palace. Soon, the people from Xiao Han's plane all entered the Hallucination Demon Palace. Behind them, the 20 elders left behind by the Rong plane all nodded. All right, let's also enter the Hallucination Demon Palace. Let's go and meet up with Lord Rong. If we encounter the people from that trash plane, immediately kill them without any hesitation. Swish swish swish, these 20 elders also flew into the Hallucination Demon Palace. To be continued. Chapter 425. Xiao Han's feet were steady. He had arrived at the hallucinatory demon palace. Xiao Han immediately looked around. He saw that he was in a beautiful palace. The whole palace was made of green jade, and a misty green light flowed freely. This palace was very big. At a glance, it was at least hundreds of meters long and wide. There were pavilions everywhere, rockery, ponds, moats, streets and markets. Xiao Han stood where he was, using his eyesight to observe as he evaluated in his heart. This palace is very big. According to my rough observation, there should be thousands of courtyards and tens of thousands of houses. The palace's periphery is surrounded by high walls in all directions, forming a heavily fortified castle. The scenery is very spectacular. There are yellow glazed roofs and green and white stone bases, decorated with splendid paintings. But, where is the exit? It was difficult for Xiao Han to find the exit in the palace just by relying on his eyes. Therefore, with a thought, Xiao Han unleashed his divine sense to sense the surroundings. However, what a strong resistance! Xiao Han was shocked. After the spirit power spread out, it was actually blocked and confined by the surrounding space. Xiao Han's spirit power could only spread out hundreds of meters, and then it couldn't go any further. Moreover, all the buildings in this palace, every grass and every tree, were all made of the hallucinatory demon realm. When Xiao Han released his spirit power, there were immediately countless waves of the hallucinatory demon realm attacking Xiao Han's spirit power, causing Xiao Han to have some slight hallucinations and auditory hallucinations. Xiao Han didn't dare to neglect and withdrew his spirit power. As expected. After entering the hallucinatory demon palace, I have already lost contact with the other monsters. I have lost contact with them. More than 100 people flew in at the same time, but not a single one of them appeared beside me. Not only that, even the evil heroes from the Rong Plain are nowhere to be seen. Xiao Han licked his lips. Suddenly, his body moved and he controlled his true qi to fly away. Xiao Han's body flashed. He didn't know how many miles he flew. However, when his feet landed, he found that it seemed that he was still standing in the same place, not moving at all. In this hallucinatory demon palace, flying is useless. It seems to be restricted by the law of space. Flying here and there, I can't move forward. Xiao Han didn't move recklessly. From all directions, the illusions assaulted him like a tidal wave. Xiao Han steadied his mind. He took out the Devil Hero token and tried to send a message to the Tower Master and the Devil Hero of his dimension. However, the message was sent over, but it was like a clay ox entering the sea. There was no reply. I can't communicate with the chivalrous token anymore, Xiao Han was well aware. The current situation was, 1. The demonic illusory palace was extremely large. It was hundreds of kilometers long and wide. There were thousands of courtyards and tens of thousands of houses. Everything in the demon palace was an illusion created by the hallucinatory demonic realm. Hence, there were hallucinations and auditory hallucinations everywhere. If a person stayed there for a long period of time, no matter how determined he was, there was a possibility that he would turn into a demon. 2. In the hallucinatory demonic palace, there are spatial laws and mazes. There are even some traces of temporal laws, so flying is useless. 3. He lost contact with other people and entered a state of isolation and helplessness. The communication function of the evil hero token failed. 4. Temporarily unable to find the exit to leave this demonic hallucination palace. Just as Xiao Han was deep in thought, Hong, in the eastern sky, a white jade divine dragon with a ferocious expression pounced towards Xiao Han. Pooh! Puff! 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 Under the cover of the dragon's might, the ground where Xiao Han was cracked and exploded. Illusion. Xiao Han's body did not move at all. His hands formed a seal. In an instant, the white jade divine dragon disintegrated into many hallucinatory demonic realms and shot into Xiao Han's brain. All of them were refined into Xiao Han's mental strength. Phew, it is indeed a little dangerous. There will be illusions appearing at any time. If my will is not firm, I will turn into a demon. Xiao Han let out a breath of turbid air. Fortunately, my mental strength is very strong and I have cultivated the extinguishing heaven and earth spirit technique. Hence, not only will I not turn into a demon, but I can also absorb and refine the illusions in this demonic hallucination palace. Suddenly, an idea flashed into Xiao Han's mind. Come on. Along the way, I absorbed and refined several hallucinatory demonic realms, causing my mental strength to soar. I have already accumulated enough mental strength and can feel the signs of my mental strength liquefying. With Rong, Tower Master, and the others by my side, I could not find the chance to cultivate the extinguishing heaven and earth spirit technique in peace. But now, in this demonic hallucination palace, the mazes all around have instead provided me with a great opportunity to cultivate alone. Let's see how many mental finger seals I can complete now. Xiao Han's eyes were filled with confidence. The extinguishing heaven and earth spirit technique. The first to 10th sets of mental finger seals belong to the cultivation of transforming mental strength. The 11th to 20th sets belong to the cultivation of liquefying mental strength. The 21st to 28th sets belong to the cultivation of solidifying mental strength. Before this, Xiao Han had only cultivated up to the 7th set of mental finger seals. But now, he had accumulated enough mental strength. Even the gaseous form of mental strength had already turned into rain. Therefore, Xiao Han had the confidence to make a big breakthrough. I'll find a random house and cultivate in seclusion. Xiao Han strolled towards an elegant courtyard 10 meters away to his left. Let's not care about that for now. I'll first cultivate the extinguishing heaven and earth spirit technique. The stronger my strength is, the greater the chance of successfully leaving this hallucinatory devil palace. Everything else is illusory. Only powerful combat strength is real. In a few steps, Xiao Han arrived at a courtyard. In the courtyard, the scenery was graceful and beautiful. There were fake mountains, ponds, and flower beds. A house stood quietly in the middle of the courtyard. Of course, everything in the courtyard was an illusion. It was all a hallucinatory devil realm. It looked very beautiful, but it was enough to affect one's temperament, causing one to have all kinds of illusions and hallucinations. It was only because Xiao Han's mental strength was too strong that it couldn't affect him. It was far from enough for him to fall into a trance. When he passed by the pond, there was a splash, and water splashed everywhere. A vicious shark that was several zhang long. It bared its teeth. It opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Xiao Han. Suddenly, the space around him rippled. Xiao Han's expression was emotionless. His hands formed a finger seal, and the vicious shark instantly disintegrated, completely refined by Xiao Han. This level of hallucinatory devil realm has no effect on me. Xiao Han laughed lightly and entered the house. In the house, the table and chairs were fully furnished. Xiao Han sat cross-legged on the bed. Woo woo woo, Xiao Han entered the house. Immediately, a chilly wind rustled, and black ghostly shadows appeared, letting out soul-stirring howls, lingering around Xiao Han. The corner of Xiao Han's mouth curved into a cold smile. Suddenly, a golden halo directly seeped out from Xiao Han's head. Tens of thousands of Buddhist lights appeared. The mental halo spread out. The mental halo became brighter and brighter, illuminating the ages. It was almost emitting a kind of supreme mental concept. In an instant, the hallucinatory devil realm in the house was dispelled. The whole house was like a clear sky. The blazing sun was in the sky. Xiao Han looked at his nose at his heart, his mind was clear. Flawless, both hands formed a seal. Breakthrough to the 8th mental finger seal. Probably because he had accumulated too much, the 8th mental finger seal, 209 hand seals, Xiao Han practiced it in one go, like floating clouds and flowing water. Boom! With the completion of the 8th mental finger seal, wisps of soul throbbed, spreading around Xiao Han's body, causing his brain to feel numb. The mental strength in his brain had actually strengthened a little, and the amount had also increased a little. The golden rain-like mental strength in Xiao Han's brain was even more concentrated, like a violent storm, pouring out with a hua 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 sound. Breakthrough to the 9th mental finger seal. The 9th set of mental finger seal was also completed very easily. The mental strength in Xiao Han's brain was like a violent storm, pouring down like a torrential rain. The gurgling rainwater turned into a torrent. Surging and surging. The 10th set of mental finger seal. There was still energy left. Boom! As soon as the 10th set of mental finger seal was completed, the torrential mental strength in Xiao Han's brain suddenly exploded. In the next moment, the raindrops turned into densely packed dark golden fragments. Every piece of dark gold shard was inscribed with mysterious patterns. At this point, Xiao Han's mental strength had undergone several transformations. Gaseous form, raindrop form, torrential rain form, dark golden fragments. Now I'm trying to break through to the 11th mental finger seal. Once I succeed, my mental strength will completely liquefy. Xiao Han took a deep breath, adjusted his state, placed both his hands on his dantian, and began to meditate on the 1876 gestures of the 11th mental finger seal. I should be able to succeed. I have absorbed and refined so many hallucinatory demonic lands. In terms of mental strength accumulation, it has already reached perfection. Xiao Han was still full of confidence. At this moment, wang wang wang, another wave of hallucinatory demonic lands rushed into the small house. However, these hallucinatory demonic lands were not illusions, but auditory hallucinations that appeared in Xiao Han's ears, causing his body to tense up. Hallucinatory demonic palace possesses the laws of time and space, and can also set up mazes. Hallucinatory demonic palace. 10 days in the hallucinatory demonic lands is equivalent to 1 day in the real world. Hallucinatory demonic palace. The level of the hallucinatory demonic lands increases day by day. The second day of the hallucinatory demonic lands is 10 times more dangerous than the first day. The third day is 20 times more dangerous than the second day. The fourth day is 30 times more dangerous than the third day. Hallucinatory demonic palace. 8653 courtyards, 27,886 houses, among which there are 1,000 hidden exits. Every exit can only allow one living being to leave, and every exit can only be used once. After one living being is teleported out, the exit will disappear. From 8653 courtyards, 27,886 houses, search for 1,000 exits. After a series of whispers, the auditory hallucinations dissipated. Xiao Han's body shook. This is the rule to leave hallucinatory demonic palace? In other words, the entire hallucinatory demonic palace, including the courtyards and houses, has close to 40,000, but there are only 1,000 exits. Every exit could only allow one living being to leave. Furthermore, the hallucinatory devil realm and the devil palace would become more and more dangerous with each passing day. The level of danger would increase by 10 times. He had to make the best use of his time to find the exit. Otherwise, the longer he stayed in the devil palace, the more danger he would face. If I stay in the demonic palace for 10 days, then the danger level of the hallucinatory demonic realm will be over 100 times more dangerous than the first day. At that time, even existences like the Tower Master can become bewitched. There is about a 1 in 40 chance of finding the exit. Xiao Han completely understood. Looks like I have to hurry and cultivate, then go out and find the exit. Otherwise, if the 1,000 exits are found by others before me, then there will be no more exits for me to leave, and I will be trapped here until I die. Xiao Han's heart palpitated. Let's cultivate the 11th spirit finger technique first, and let my spirit liquefy. Xiao Han immediately calmed his mind, and without any distractions, he formed a seal with both hands. The 11th spirit finger technique contained a total of 1,876 hand seals. Xiao Han connected the hand seals one by one. Like floating clouds and flowing water. There was no pause in the middle. Following the perfect connection of each hand seal, the dark gold fragments in Xiao Han's mind began to piece together, about to form a complete spiritual body. At the same time, Xiao Han's spirit rose in a straight line, unstoppable. To be continued. Chapter 426. Hallucinatory Demon Palace. Inside a house. Xiao Han was trying his best to complete the 11th spiritual finger gesture of the extinguishing sky decimating earth spiritual technique. Once he completed the 11th spiritual finger gesture, Xiao Han's spiritual power would increase by leaps and bounds. He would enter a new level. It was a complete transformation. Spiritual power vaporization and liquefaction were two completely different concepts. For example, the difference between the two realms was like the difference between the initial success level and the middle stage of the sword intent. Xiao Han's hands were like butterflies fluttering through flowers. All kinds of mysterious and obscure hand gestures were smoothly combined and connected without any gaps. There was no pause in the middle. In Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. In the vast and boundless sea of consciousness, countless dark golden fragments began to combine and formed a miniature planet that was suffused with a misty halo and water vapor. This miniature planet was actually completely liquid. As it trembled, there were water ripples. The entire miniature planet was emitting a formless spiritual wave. Xiao Han's entire body was trembling. Moreover, Xiao Han's brain was heating up. With every series of hand gestures, the liquid miniature planet in his sea of consciousness burst forth with a poochie sound, as if it was boiling. Fine and dense spiritual waves began to gather at the core of the liquid miniature planet, like drops of water gathering into a stream, a river, a lake. At this moment, succeed for me. All of a sudden, Xiao Han completed the last hand gesture of the 11th spiritual finger gesture. Boom! A strong electric current of heat burst forth from Xiao Han's sea of consciousness and continuously rotated. It flowed through Xiao Han's limbs and bones. In the sea of consciousness, the liquid miniature planet expanded and contracted continuously. Xiao Han could only feel that his consciousness seemed to be trembling along with the rhythm of the liquid miniature planet. Success! Xiao Han's spiritual power had finally been perfectly liquefied. The density of the liquid miniature planet's spiritual power was very high. Even a drop of it could release a huge amount of spiritual power. After the spiritual power has been liquefied, it is more than 1,000 times stronger than the gaseous spiritual power. The current Xiao Han's entire mind was clear. There were no distracting thoughts in his mind. His mind was indescribably strong. His eyes contained a kind of invincibility and divine light of strategizing. The liquefaction of my mental energy has increased the power of my mastery saber intent. Xiao Han smiled in satisfaction. Furthermore, with my current mental strength, if I wanted to reform someone like Yan Lang, I wouldn't even need to threaten him or force him to open his heart. I would be able to erase his sense of self almost instantly. I forcefully planted faith in him in his mind and soul. Purify him by force. Xiao Han nodded. He knew it very well. After completing the 5th spiritual finger incantation, I can only purify targets at the 5th level of Jinqi. After completing the 7th spiritual finger incantation, I can only purify targets at the 6th level of Jinqi, the expanded acupoint realm. As for targets at the 7th level of Jinqi, the talisman transformation realm, it will be much more difficult to purify them. At the very least, he had to reach the spiritual energy liquid phase. Now that I have completed the 11th set of spiritual force incantation, I have just entered the liquefaction phase of spiritual force, and I can help ordinary true qi to the 7th stage talisman transformation realm. However, he is still unable to purify true qi to the 8th stage formation realm. I estimate that after completing the 15th set of spiritual force incantation, I will be able to purify ordinary true qi to the 8th stage formation realm. After cultivating the 20th set of spiritual force incantation, I will be able to purify any peak stage formation realm. In order to purify true qi to the 9th stage true treasure realm, I will need to solidify my mental strength. All the hallucinatory demonic mirror that I absorbed and refined previously has been used up in the process of liquefying my mental strength. Xiao Han stood up. However, there are many hallucinatory demonic mirror in this hallucinatory demonic palace. I can absorb them as I please. With a thought, Xiao Han formed a seal with both hands. Suddenly, the entire house, courtyard, fake mountains, and pond where he was at all became illusory, turning into thousands of hallucinatory demonic mirror. Like a silk being reeled from a cocoon, it merged into Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. Rumbling refinement. The liquid miniature planet in his sea of consciousness began to expand, emitting waves of pleasure that poured over Xiao Han's entire body. Now that Xiao Han's mental strength had liquefied, the hallucinatory demonic mirror that he was refining became even more frenzied, like a whale swallowing seawater. My current true Qi realm is still at the expanded acupoint realm. Furthermore, I haven't accumulated enough to form talismans yet. Xiao Han muttered to himself. This time, those who want to enter the genius zone to search for celestial treasures are all geniuses from various realms. True Qi at the 7th stage talisman materialization realm is considered cannon fodder in this treasure hunt. True Qi at the 8th stage talisman formation realm is nothing special. To be truly competitive, I'm afraid I'll have to be at the 9th stage true treasure realm. I'm at the expanded acupoint realm, but in terms of true Qi cultivation, I'm even worse than cannon fodder. My true Qi realm is low. Extremely low. Definitely at the bottom. However, my mental strength and soul are strong enough. After my mental strength liquefied, the strength of my soul has definitely surpassed that of the pagoda master. In fact, it has even surpassed that powerful Rong. Techniques that specifically cultivate mental strength are rare in the world. Even ordinary immortals don't have techniques that specifically cultivate mental strength. Thus, although the pagoda master and Rong are leaders of their respective realms, with true Qi cultivation at the 10th stage, 101 true acupoints opened in their bodies, and heaven's eyes opened, in terms of mental strength, they are no match for me. Mental strength. This will be my greatest asset when I, Xiao Han, enter the genius zone and compete with the geniuses of the other realms. Xiao Han was well aware of his strengths and weaknesses. However, I still need to refine the hallucinatory demonic realm and continue to cultivate the subsequent mental strength hand seals of the extinguishing sky decimating earth mental strength technique. Boom, boom, boom. Xiao Han walked in the hallucinatory demonic palace, his hands continuously forming hand seals, refining and decomposing the surrounding buildings. The liquid miniature planet in his sea of consciousness was constantly strengthening after eating the hallucinatory demonic realm. At the same time, Xiao Han completely released his mental strength. When he first entered the hallucinatory demonic palace, Xiao Han's mental strength could only sweep out 100 meters. It couldn't continue. But now, mental strength after liquefaction. Just a slight radiance would cover an area of tens of thousands of meters. In other words, within the hallucinatory demonic palace, everything within a range of tens of thousands of meters was under Xiao Han's control. Of course. If he left the hallucinatory demonic palace, the range of Xiao Han's mental strength would be even more terrifying. Courtyard after courtyard, house after house, appeared within the range of Xiao Han's mental strength. Furthermore, I've finally found someone. As the range of his mental strength increased, Xiao Han finally found other evil heroes in the hallucinatory demonic palace. Within a range of tens of thousands of meters with Xiao Han as the center, hundreds of evil heroes appeared. 90% of them were evil heroes from the Rome dimension, while there were only 10 or so evil heroes from Xiao Han's dimension. Under Xiao Han's observation, he found out. Whether it was the evil heroes from the Rome dimension or the evil heroes from his dimension. Now they were all searching one courtyard after another, house after house. Oh. It seems that everyone understands the rules of this hallucinatory demonic palace. 8,653 courtyards, 27,886 houses, among which there are 1,000 hidden exits. Each exit can only allow one creature to leave. Each exit can only be used once. After a creature is teleported out, the exit will disappear. Everyone is looking for an exit. Xiao Han was well aware of this. All of a sudden. Xiao Han focused his mind. In an ordinary house on the east side, there was a door formed by a light screen. This door emitted spatial teleportation waves. Exit? Xiao Han's expression changed. I actually found an exit. In the entire hallucinatory demonic palace, the number of houses and courtyards added up to nearly 40,000, but there were only 1,000 hidden exits. It could be said that any exit was precious to the evil heroes trapped in the demonic palace. Now, as soon as Xiao Han's mind wave was released, he successfully found an exit. This was a great thing. As long as Xiao Han entered that house, he could leave this hallucinatory demonic palace. Of course, Xiao Han could easily find an exit, but this did not mean that other evil heroes could do it as easily as Xiao Han. Xiao Han's mental strength was too strong, and his observation range covered an area of tens of thousands of meters, so it was easy to find. As for the other evil heroes, their mental strength was far inferior to Xiao Han's, and their observation range was probably only a few dozen meters. How could they find it? They could only search slowly from house to yard, digging 3 feet into the ground. Should I leave now? Xiao Han licked his lips. But soon, Xiao Han shook his head. This hallucinatory demonic palace is the best place to practice the exterminating heaven and earth mental technique. If I leave so easily, it would be a waste of God's gift. Although tomorrow, the hallucinatory demonic realm that runs rampant in the demonic palace will be 10 times more dangerous, it will be easy for me to deal with it. That's right. The hallucinatory demonic realm is 10 times stronger, and I will refine it more than today. I'll stay for a few more days. Xiao Han made a decision. However, this exit can't be wasted. Xiao Han used his mental strength to investigate, and found that there were hundreds of evil heroes within tens of thousands of meters, but none of them had found the house with the hidden exit. Friend, please come out. With a thought, Xiao Han released a demon hero from the despair demon compound that had existed for thousands of years. Oh. Xiao Han, what's the situation now? Are we already in the hallucinatory demonic palace? The ancient giant evil hero had a blank expression. Let's talk as we walk. Xiao Han did not waste time, and directly brought the ancient giant to the house with the hidden exit. Along the way, he explained the rules of the hallucinatory demonic palace in a concise manner. There are only 1,000 exits? The ancient giant had a shocked expression. There are more than 1,000 people in the Rhone Plain. Perhaps all the exits will be found by them. Then, won't all the people in this plain be trapped to death? Not necessarily. Finding the exit also depends on luck, and not completely on strength. Haven't I found an exit for you to leave now? Xiao Han smiled. He did not plan to let Xiao Mingchu use the exit to teleport out of the hallucinatory demonic palace for the time being. After all, after leaving, he did not know if there would be any danger. Thus, it was better for his eldest senior brother to stay with him more, and only let him out at the critical moment. With such a powerful mental strength, Xiao Han believed that he could continuously find new exits. Alright, now I'll bring you to the exit. Every exit can only teleport one person out, so I can't guarantee that you will be able to teleport out with me in the despair demon compound. To be safe, you should use an exit alone. Xiao Han looked at the ancient giant. Oh. Then I won't be polite. The ancient giant nodded. Xiao Han, thank you. I'll teleport out first. To be continued. Chapter 427. The house with the hidden exit had already been locked by Xiao Han's spirit. Xiao Han was like an old horse that knew the way. He led the ancient giant directly to the house. Inside the house, there was a glazed door erected. The power of spatial teleportation circulated in the whole house. This should be the exit. Xiao Han nodded. Then he turned his head and said to the ancient giant, Friend, you should teleport away first. Yes, the ancient giant's expression was also very excited. Xiao Han, just now I tried to release my psychic waves to scan in all directions. Ah. I can't do anything about it. My psychic waves can only scan an area of 50 meters. Moreover, my soul is being attacked by all kinds of illusions and hallucinations, which almost made me lose my mind. I think if I were to search for the exit alone, I'm afraid, it would be difficult to find it. Xiao Han, your mental strength is really strong. It's almost abnormal. Thank you very much this time. I'll go first. We'll meet outside later. After saying that, the ancient giant bowed to Xiao Han and then walked towards the space door, smiling faintly. A very stable power of spatial teleportation. It must be the exit to teleport out of this hallucinatory demon palace. Yes, it should be right. After you go out, be careful. Xiao Han said with a smile. Soon, the ancient giant stepped into the space door. His whole body disappeared. The next moment, boom, the space door was destroyed. Tisk, each exit can only be used once. Xiao Han formed a seal with his hands. The house immediately became illusory. It turned into a hallucinatory demon realm. It was swallowed by Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. Xiao Han walked on the road. He released his spirit wave and scanned the area of tens of thousands of meters, looking for the exit. At the same time, he constantly absorbed and refined the hallucinatory demon realm in the demonic palace. His spirit power was continuously strengthened. At this moment, another exit? Xiao Han discovered that in a courtyard thousands of meters to the west, there was also a space door emitting a glazed light. Exit. However, before Xiao Han walked over, Xiao Han discovered a white-clothed middle-aged man with a light red mark between his eyebrows and a dignified expression was approaching the courtyard where the space door was hidden. It was none other than the tower master of Xiao Han's dimension. This guy's luck is really too good. He actually found an exit. Xiao Han shook his head and laughed. Forget it. I'll let the tower master leave the hallucination devil palace. It has nothing to do with me. The pagoda master walked with a cold expression on his face. His mind power spread out as he cursed. Damn it. After entering the hallucinatory devil palace, the communication function of the chivalrous token had actually lost its effect. So I can't get in touch with my subordinates. It's terrible. Moreover, the entire demonic hallucination palace only had 1,000 exits. Only 1,000 people can be teleported out. Damn it. Every day, the danger level of the hallucinatory demon territory is increasing by 10 times. If I can't find the exit after a few days, I might die in this demonic palace. Sigh. The mind power of this clone of mine can only spread out to a range of about 1,000 meters. In this huge demonic palace, it's really too difficult to find a limited exit. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. If my real body appeared in this hallucinatory devil palace, the range of my mind power could reach about 5,000 meters, and the probability of finding the exit would greatly increase. This time, I'm at a bit of a disadvantage. But when my real body comes out to explore, a little carelessness will cause my soul to fly away and scatter, shockingly. The tower master stopped in his tracks and his whole body shook. Very quickly, his face squeezed out a beaming expression. I found it. Ha 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 ha. I actually found an exit. Ha 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 ha. The pagoda master walked briskly and quickly entered the courtyard with the hidden exit. The tower master looked at the space door in the courtyard excitedly with a face full of joy. Ha 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 ha. You can wear out iron shoes in fruitless search, but you'll find it without even looking. Such a stable teleportation power must be the exit. Ha 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 ha. After finishing speaking, the tower master directly walked towards the space door without hesitation. However, at this moment, a sturdy middle-aged man rushed in from outside. Stop. The exit. It's the exit. This was a demon hero from the Rhone Plain. He also found the exit in this courtyard and rushed over with ecstasy. But he found that the tower master was one step ahead of him. Idiot, the tower master did not pay attention to the sturdy middle-aged man at all. Without turning his head, he stepped into the exit. Boom, the space door was destroyed. Roar. The sturdy middle-aged man roared sternly. I'm one step late. Damn it. I finally found an exit, but that guy from the trash plane got there first. Damn it. I'd better not find that demon hero from the trash plane. Otherwise, I'll kill one if I see one. Suddenly, Shio shio shio, the whole courtyard turned illusory and turned into strands of hallucinatory devil realm, floating in the air. The sturdy middle-aged man was slightly stunned. The next moment, shio shio shio, in all directions, a large number of houses and courtyards were decomposed into hallucinatory devil realm. Layers of hallucinatory devil realm actually surrounded the sturdy middle-aged man. Not good. The sturdy middle-aged man's face turned pale. Boom! Suddenly, the densely packed hallucinatory devil realm condensed into a torrent and directly rushed into the sturdy middle-aged man's brain. Ah! No! Demon race. Demon race army. Demon race army. My human race is going to perish. Ah! The middle-aged man's eyes were crazed and he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Then, bang, he slapped his forehead and his entire head exploded. A few thousand meters away, Xiao Han. Hey, when you see a demon hero from our plane, you want to kill one if you see one? I'll kill you first. Xiao Han's mouth pulled into a cold smile. In his eyes. But it was full of excitement. Right now, my mental strength is very strong. I can use the hallucinatory devil realm in the devil palace to attack targets and kill them through the air, causing them to fall into a devil state. Alright, when I see trash from the wrong plane, I'll also kill one if I see one without a second word. In all fairness, if it was under normal circumstances, he would not be able to escape. Even with Xiao Han's mental strength that surpassed normal people, he couldn't kill and kill as he pleased. However, in the hallucinatory devil palace, there were countless hallucinatory devil realms, allowing Xiao Han to have the advantage of time, place, and people. Without making a sound, he could complete the assassination. Of course, seriously speaking, this was considered an indirect killing, and not a direct and forceful killing. Hong hong hong, at the same time as he released his mental ripples to monitor the courtyards and houses within tens of thousands of meters. Xiao Han didn't forget to cultivate. His hands continuously formed seals. Everywhere he passed, the houses and houses transformed from the hallucinatory devil realm, every blade of grass and tree, were all uprooted from the ground and refined into the miniature liquid planet in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. The miniature liquid planet's volume expanded and became more and more solid. The mental ripples grew stronger and stronger. Outside the hallucinatory devil palace. It was a blue, spotless space. There was no hallucinatory devil realm causing trouble. At this moment, in the huge space, stood a middle-aged man in plain clothes, his arms crossed. This person was the ancient giant that Xiao Han had found the exit and allowed him to teleport out of the hallucinatory devil palace. What luck! I'm the first person to escape from the hallucinatory devil palace. The ancient giant looked at the hallucinatory devil palace standing tens of miles away. Many thanks to Xiao Han. If he didn't give me this chance, I probably would have been trapped in the hallucinatory devil palace to death. At this moment, Xiao, a figure flew out of the hallucinatory devil palace. The ancient giant's body tensed, and he immediately shrunk back. However, after taking a closer look, he relaxed. Tower Master? You also found the exit and left the hallucinatory devil palace? The Tower Master's body gradually stabilized, and he looked relieved. My luck is not bad. After saying that, the Tower Master looked around cautiously. Let's find a place to hide first. Once the people from the wrong plane also find the exit and come out of the hallucinatory devil palace, I'm afraid there will be a fierce battle. There's no need to confront them. Let's hide first and wait for our people to escape one by one. Hallucinatory devil palace. It was night time. Xiao Han sat cross-legged in a room, his hands forming seals, and began to practice the 12th mental finger technique. Done in one go. Boom! With the completion of the 12th mental finger technique, Xiao Han's mental strength transformed again. It became stronger. Tomorrow, the hallucinatory devil realm in the entire devil palace will be 10 times more dangerous. I will continue to work hard tomorrow, and absorb more hallucinatory devil realm. I will definitely be able to complete the 13th mental finger technique. Xiao Han nodded to himself. Suddenly, Xiao Han's mental strength spread out, and he found a few demons from the Rhone Plain looking for an exit in the nearby area of 1,000 meters. Humph, Xiao Han snorted. With a thought, peng peng peng, the few demons from the Rhone Plain practically didn't even have time to react before they were attacked by the densely packed hallucinatory devil realm. Their minds collapsed, and they exploded their heads one after another. I've already assassinated 74 demons from the Rhone Plain. Xiao Han was very satisfied. Not even a ghost knows. As long as it was a demon from the Rhone Plain that was within the range of Xiao Han's mental strength, Xiao Han would assassinate them all, not leaving a single one alive. After finishing his cultivation, although it was already deep into the night, Xiao Han didn't feel sleepy at all. He simply walked out of the room and strolled around the Devil Palace under the stars and the moon. An hour later, oh? I've found another exit. Xiao Han's mental strength detected that a spatial teleportation door had appeared in a house 3,000 meters ahead of him. At the same time, Xiao Han accurately detected that a female demon from his plane was slowly approaching the house. Oh. It's that, Hu Xingxing, a demon from our plane. She's at the 7th phase talisman transformation realm, and her cultivation is considered relatively weak. Previously, when she was charging through the hallucinatory magic realm, which covered an area of 5,000 miles. She was once possessed. If I hadn't acted in time, her corpse would have turned cold long ago. Xiao Han immediately recognized the female demon. Hu Xingxing's luck isn't bad. She's less than 100 meters away from that exit. If nothing unexpected happens, she should be able to find the exit. Regardless of whether they were friends or not, as long as it was a demon from his plane, if she could find the exit. Xiao Han was still extremely gratified. However, that Hu Xingxing only circled within 100 meters of the house where the exit was hidden, as if she didn't sense the exit in the room. Oh right, looks like Hu Xingxing's mental strength is too weak. She's still unable to sense the spatial teleportation door in the house. Forget it, I'll go bring her into the house. Xiao Han had nothing to do. With a thought, he lifted his feet and walked towards Hu Xingxing's location. At this moment, Shockingly, Xiao Han's mental strength detected a total of 5 demons from the Rhone Plain. All of them were at the 8th phase talisman formation realm. They were approaching Hu Xingxing. After searching for an entire day, I still can't find the exit. What should I do? Hu Xingxing paced back and forth in the Devil Palace with a face full of fear. I'm too tired. My mental strength must be highly concentrated and guard my heart. I must contend against the hallucinatory devil realm in this Devil Palace and do my best to avoid falling into the devil realm. But I can't stop. I must find an exit tonight. Otherwise, when tomorrow comes, the danger level of the hallucinatory devil realm will increase by 10 times. I will be too tired to deal with it and won't have the time to find the exit. On the 3rd day, the danger level of the hallucinatory devil realm will increase by 20 times. I might fall into the devil realm and perish in this cold and frightening hallucinatory devil palace. Hu Xingxing was extremely anxious. She went around a long street. Suddenly, her delicate body froze. All the blood in her body cooled down. Her eyes stared at the opposite side of the street. Under the cold moonlight, a black-clothed man with an evil smile was looking at Hu Xingxing. Oh. That trash plains demon. He. Good, very good. It's actually a woman. His sharp and lustful gaze swept across Hu Xingxing's curvy and graceful body without restraint. Run. Hu Xingxing was inconsolable. She turned around and madly ran back. In this hallucinatory devil realm, if one used true qi to fly, they would lose their way and fall into a maze. They could only rely on their physical strength to run, jump, and walk. Ha 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 ha. True Qi's 7th stage symbol transformation realm. An ant-like person can't escape. Ahahaha. Surrender without a fight, the black-clothed man's sharp laughter soared into the sky. It was getting closer and closer, chasing after Hu Xingxing like maggots on a tarsal bone. When Hu Xingxing ran for her life, crossed a high wall and arrived at another long street, at the end of the long street, there were two pointy-faced men. They wore helmets and crossed their arms as they walked over. Oh. A female demon from that trash plane. Interesting, the two pointy-faced men laughed as they walked towards Hu Xingxing. Hu Xingxing's scalp went numb. She turned around, but unexpectedly, the black-clothed man behind her had already appeared like a ghost. At the same time, two men appeared on the high walls on the left and right. There was a total of 5 men surrounding Hu Xingxing. The 5 men nodded their heads in greeting. Then, they swept their lustful gazes across Hu Xingxing's voluptuous female body. How should we deal with this woman? On the high wall on the left, a skinny man half-squatted on the wall with a straw in his mouth. Let her accompany us to have some fun first, then. The black-clothed man behind Hu Xingxing made a beheading gesture with his right hand. Don't come over, fear was written all over Hu Xingxing's face. Bitterness filled her mouth, and a sense of despair welled up in her heart. However, at this moment, a lazy man's voice rang out, Hu Xingxing, let's discuss how we should deal with these fellows, Hu? The black-clothed man turned his head warily, only to see a young man walking over lazily as though he was taking a stroll in the park. On his face was a harmless smile. Pu extended acupoint realm ha 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 ha. To think that it is an extended acupoint realm trash. Ha 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 ha. In an instant, the 5 men surrounding Hu Xingxing burst into laughter at the same time, as though they had seen the funniest joke in the world. Xiao Han, hurry up and run. Don't come over. Hu Xingxing screamed. I will count to 3, and all of you will die. Do you understand? Xiao Han laughed calmly. To be continued. Chapter 428. Hallucinatory Devil Palace. Night of the first day. The female devil hero Hu Xingxing from Xiao Han's plane was surrounded by 5 male devil heroes from Rong Plane. They were 5 experts at the 8th level True Qi formation realm. At the crucial moment, Xiao Han appeared. Dong dong dong, in the middle of the night, Xiao Han walked towards Hu Xingxing with a crisp sound. At this moment, Hu Xingxing was already scared out of her wits and her body was limp. As for the 5 devil heroes from Rong Plane, they looked at Xiao Han as he walked towards Hu Xingxing with an incredulous expression. They did not attack Xiao Han. They were all red-faced and winking at him. Ha 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 ha, not only is your plane weak, but all of your brains are broken. Ha 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 ha. In our plane, trash at the expanding aperture realm is nothing more than a servant to us. Young man, you seem to be seriously ill. You want to kill us in 3 breaths? Ha 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 ha. The 5 demons of the Rong Plane stretched their necks and laughed. Xiao Han, we are finished. Hu Xingxing cried in despair. Xiao Han shook his head slightly and looked at the 5 devil heroes with a smile that was not a smile. 1-2, shockingly. Boom. 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 Countless hallucinatory devil realms gathered from all directions of the devil palace and formed a huge funnel-shaped whirlpool above Xiao Han's head. The void seemed like it was about to collapse. Countless illusions appeared and disappeared. Auditory hallucinations. What? The smiles on the 5 devil heroes' faces instantly froze. In the next moment, poo. 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 Endless hallucinatory devil realms wrapped around the 5 devil heroes. Their facial features suddenly twisted. Their eyeballs popped out. Roar. A heart-wrenching scream sounded. Their protruding eyes flashed with a fleeting image of slaughter. Escape. Torture. Torture, despair. It was as if they were possessed by endless nightmares. Their mental state instantly collapsed. Blood spurted out from their ears and flew several meters away. Bang! 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 The 5 demon heroes scrambled to raise their palms and shatter their skulls. Even their bodies cracked and exploded like porcelain. Blood rained down and splattered everywhere. 3. Xiao Han said casually. This. Hu Xingxing stared at Xiao Han in shock. Then, he glanced at the corpses left behind by the 5 swordsmen. This. Xiao Han. You killed them. You. With a cultivation of the expanding acupoint realm, you instantly killed 5 true Qi realm experts of the symbol formation realm. You. What kind of technique is this? You. Moreover, when you attacked just now, there was no fluctuation of true Qi at all. You also didn't use the demonic technique that you're proficient in. You. All right, Xiao Han lightly waved his hand, interrupting Hu Xingxing's dreamy voice. It's getting late. Hu Xingxing, do you want to leave this hallucinatory demon palace? Yes. I desperately want to find the exit and leave the devil palace. Hu Xingxing's delicate body trembled as she hurriedly said. Tonight, I must leave the hallucinatory demon palace. If I delay until tomorrow, the danger level of the hallucinatory demon realm will increase by 10 times. I will be in a desperate situation. However, I've already searched for an entire day and still can't find the exit. Xiao Han, have you found the exit? Heh. Xiao Han laughed. There are only 1,000 exits. Naturally, it's not that easy to find. However, Hu Xingxing, you're very lucky. Oh. Hu Xingxing was stunned. Follow me. Xiao Han turned and walked away. Hu Xingxing hurriedly followed behind Xiao Han. Just now, Xiao Han had instantly killed a strong enemy, leaving an indelible mark in Hu Xingxing's heart. This caused the slender figure of this youth to expand endlessly in her heart, almost occupying everything. Very quickly, Xiao Han brought Hu Xingxing into the room where the exit of the space door was hidden. Wah! The exit! Hu Xingxing involuntarily screamed, clenching her fists tightly, her eyes filled with passion. You enter the exit. Xiao Han rubbed his nose. Hu Xingxing said with a trembling voice. Xiao Han, you're not going out? Each exit can only be used once to teleport one person out. You found this exit, you're not going out, but giving it to me? It's okay, you go out first. Xiao Han shrugged lazily. Don't worry, the leader of our plane, the Tower Master, has already teleported out. You go out and meet him, it should be very safe. Xiao Han. Hu Xingxing hurriedly said. This is the exit you found. Alright, you go out, don't worry about me. Xiao Han waved his hand repeatedly. In the end, Hu Xingxing could not resist Xiao Han's urging and stepped into the exit. The space door was destroyed. Boom! This room was immediately devoured and refined by Xiao Han. Xiao Han leisurely strolled along the long streets and alleys, his spirit not the slightest bit tired. Instead, it was like a rainbow. His mental strength spread out wantonly, scouting around. Oh! Xiao Han's footsteps were slightly stunned. He was about 4,000 meters away from Xiao Han's left side. In a small courtyard with lush flowers. A space door appeared. It was glowing. Ha 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 ha. Wahahaha. There was a male hero from the Rhone Plain. His true energy was fluctuating violently. Every breath he took was a profound jade talisman, which was a talisman formation. As a result, there were at least thousands of miniature array glyphs around him. He was a level 9 true Qi expert, a true treasure expert. At this level, in Xiao Han's plane, he would be a giant throughout the ages. In the end, I found an exit. Ha 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 ha. The evil hero burst into laughter, his spirits soaring. With my cultivation base, it's reasonable for me to find an exit. Alright, I'll leave this damned demon palace now. As he spoke, the fiendish hero strode toward the door. True Chi Level 9 True Treasure Realm. Release this kind of person. For our plane. He's a huge threat. Destroy him. Xiao Han's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. In the courtyard, the evil hero was one step away from the portal. All of a sudden. Roar. The whole courtyard was turned upside down. All the flowers and plants, as well as the old trees in the courtyard, all turned into giant beasts that bared their fangs and brandished their claws, rushing toward the giant. Hallucinatory demonic realm? Humph. The evil hero was not afraid in the face of danger. He looked at his nose and his mind. I've been a genius since I was a child. I'm the strongest among the evil heroes of the human race. In my life, I've killed demons like drinking water and eating. I've encountered all kinds of fortuitous encounters and opportunities. My mind is as solid as iron. Some hallucinatory demonic realms can't invade my mind at all. Ha 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 ha. I'm invulnerable. This guy's mind is very calm, and his mental strength is not bad. But Xiao Han's mind flashed. In a split second. Tens of thousands of hallucinatory demonic realms swarmed toward the courtyard like a tide, rushing into the evil hero's brain without any regard for their lives. Damn it. Soon, the calm face of the evil hero slightly twisted, and cold sweat oozed out of his forehead. He wanted to step into the exit, but it was as if a group of mountains was pressing on his shoulders, making it difficult for him to move forward. In the end, he did not take this step. The evil hero sat cross-legged, with his left hand pressed on the position of his dantian and his right hand pressed on the position of his heart. He closed his eyes and began to chant. Idiot, you're quite tenacious, but there are too many hallucinatory demonic realms in this evil palace, and it's inexhaustible. You still have to die. No matter how strong your mind is, the upper limit of your mental strength is not high. Die. The liquid miniature planet in Xiao Han's brain began to expand, and thousands of strands of mental strength seeped out of Xiao Han's brain, shining brightly, driving the endless hallucinatory demonic realms to madly attack the evil hero. Finally, Mother. Why did you leave me behind? I've been alone since I was a child. Now that I've finally found my mother, why, no. Bang! The evil hero finally lost control of his mind and slapped his own forehead, causing his head to explode, and he died. He had already found the exit, but one step behind and he died a violent death. Phew! In order to assassinate this evil hero with 9th level true chi, I've also used up quite a bit of my mental strength. I'm a little tired. Xiao Han spat out a mouthful of impure air, and then frantically devoured and refined the surrounding hallucinatory demonic realms to make up for the lost mental strength. Using the hallucinatory demonic realms to assassinate a target, if the target was at 7th or 8th level true chi, then killing them would be as easy as chopping melons and vegetables, extremely easy. However, if the target was in existence at 9th level true chi, then it would take a lot of painstaking effort and consume a lot of mental strength. Xiao Han adjusted his breathing for more than an hour and refined quite a few hallucinatory demonic realms before he finally recovered. If I can complete the 13th mental finger technique, then assassinating an existence at 9th level true chi will be relatively easier. Xiao Han lightly smiled. At this time, in the courtyard where the evil hero died, a evil hero from Xiao Han's plane stumbled and arrived. He walked into the courtyard and first looked at the sparkling glass door exit with shining eyes and cried out in surprise. I found it. I found the exit. Then, he discovered the scattered corpses in the courtyard. There was a massacre here. This is... The evil hero trembled as he walked over and bent down to find an evil hero token among the corpses. He muttered. From the style and shape, it's obviously not the evil hero token of our plane. It's the evil hero from Rhone Plain? Why did he die here? He had already come to this courtyard and found the exit, but he just had to die, causing all his efforts to be in vain. This is thought-provoking. After hesitating for a moment, the evil hero threw away the blood-stained evil hero token in his hand and directly walked towards the exit. Forget it, let's not care about that anymore. This hallucinatory demonic palace is filled with dangers everywhere. The longer I stay, the greater the risk of losing my life. I'll go out first. The evil hero hurriedly walked into the exit. Another evil hero from our plane has successfully escaped from danger. Xiao Han was also slightly gratified. The night dispersed. A new day had arrived. This was the second day since everyone entered the hallucinatory demonic palace. The faint light of dawn rose from the horizon. Xiao Han walked out of a house on the side of a long street. All of a sudden, strong ripples appeared in the sky, and all kinds of illusions appeared one after another. Qilin, Pai Xiu, dragon and tiger. Wind, thunder, lightning, volcanoes, oceans, continents, heavenly palaces and temples. Layers upon layers of illusions appeared. Woo 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 woo, a chilly wind raged. All kinds of illusions of wolves crying and ghosts howling lingered around Xiao Han. The danger level of the hallucinatory demonic realm has increased by 10 times. Xiao Han was slightly stunned. The next moment, he released his psyche wave. Yesterday, my psyche wave could still radiate an area of tens of thousands of meters, but today, it can only radiate an area of about 5,000 meters. As expected, after the danger level of the hallucinatory demonic realm in the demonic palace increased by 10 times, my psyche sense has been suppressed. At this moment, a clear auditory hallucination appeared in Xiao Han's ears. On the second day of the hallucinatory demonic palace, the density of the hallucinatory demonic realm has increased by 10 times, and the danger level has increased by 10 times. 1,000 exits, 954 remaining. There are 954 exits left? In other words, 46 people were teleported out yesterday. Xiao Han's heart tightened. I wonder how many heroes were teleported out from our side, and how many people were teleported out from the Rhone Plain. After a few breaths, Xiao Han shook his head. Let's not care about that. The quality of the hallucinatory demonic realm in the demonic palace today far exceeds that of yesterday. It couldn't be better for me to cultivate the extinguishing heaven decimating earth mental technique. With a thought, Xiao Han formed a seal with both his hands, and with a sudden pull, a few houses nearby directly disintegrated, turning into streams of flowing light that shot into his brain. Pooh! The liquid mental power miniature planet in his brain was like a glutton encountering delicious food, madly refining and absorbing the hallucinatory demonic realm that Xiao Han had absorbed into his sea of consciousness. Ha 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 ha. It's really powerful. Xiao Han's whole body was boiling hot, and his spirit was excited. He continuously absorbed and refined the hallucinatory demonic realm in the demonic palace. His mental power rose steadily. To be continued. Chapter 429. Xiao Han sat cross-legged in an empty space within the hallucinatory demonic palace. The surrounding houses and courtyards all uprooted from the ground, becoming illusory, breaking down into streaks of hallucinatory demonic realm that swarmed towards Xiao Han. Above Xiao Han's head, a funnel-shaped hallucinatory demonic realm whirlpool spiraled. Heavenly wind, clouds, and thunder all appeared. The terrifying sound of the surging tide filled the sky. The momentum was terrifying. Roar roar roar, tiger roars came from afar. Immediately, a powerful pressure came from all directions, rolling and boiling, attacking towards Xiao Han. On the horizon, north, south, east, and west, each had a smear of platinum color. Very quickly, these 4 smears of platinum color revealed their true form. Those were 4 giant fierce tigers. Each one was tens of zhang long. The platinum tiger fur fluttered in the wind, giving off a majestic aura. Step by step, the tiger's paws spread out, the earth under their feet seemed to be infinitely condensed. Everything is hallucinatory demonic realm. Xiao Han's entire person was completely calm and unmoving like the earth, calm and deep like a secret vault. His state of mind was clear and bright, without any impurities. A bright light seeped out from Xiao Han's brain, forming a radiant light, like a monarch descending to the world, dispelling all the impurities. Impressively. Boom, with Xiao Han's body as the center, a large area of the void directly collapsed and condensed. Puchi Puchi Puchi, the powerful breathing aura roared, like the appearance of an ancient divine beast. A strange scene was born, all the hallucinatory demonic realm within 1,000 meters, all gathered towards Xiao Han's head. Then, all of them became illusory, becoming strands of hallucinatory demonic realm, entering Xiao Han's brain. Those powerful white tigers were instantly torn apart, mottled gold fragments, being swallowed by Xiao Han's brain. It was as if, in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness, there was an incomparably huge ancient fierce beast hiding and breathing. It specialized in swallowing these hallucinatory demonic realms. Like a Kuan Peng breathing. Swallowing the long river and spitting out the sea. If other people were to see Xiao Han's current state of cultivation, they would definitely be scared silly. No one knew what kind of divine ability Xiao Han had cultivated, to actually be able to cause such a ruckus in such a dangerous place like the hallucinatory demonic palace. The hallucinatory demonic territory within 1,000 meters had been completely sucked dry by him. One had to know that most cultivators could not absorb the hallucinatory demonic realm, much less absorb so much like Xiao Han. Even if it was a powerhouse at the level of the Pagoda Master and Rome, once they absorbed so much hallucinatory fiend realm, they would definitely fall into the devil and die without a burial ground. All right. He had accumulated enough mentality. The 13th spirit hand seal. Success. Xiao Han let out a long howl. His hands moved and all kinds of exquisite hand seals appeared one after another. At the same time, his entire body began to emit a brilliant glow. Glazed Buddhist light filled the area around him, making it seem as if there were thousands of moons and thousands of stars floating around him. After completing the 13th mental finger technique, Xiao Han's mental energy became even more mellow and full. The crystalline and translucent liquid planet in his sea of consciousness expanded in size and increased in density. It was extremely compact. Xiao Han released his mental energy. Now, after completing the 13th mental finger technique, Xiao Han's mental energy could scan an area of tens of thousands of meters. Moreover, when he released his mental energy, there would be rays of holy light rising behind his head. The 5-colored light spread everywhere, and auspicious clouds, auspicious chi, and celestial music appeared one after another. The sky seemed to be shaking, merging with Xiao Han's mental energy and aura. Illusory praises sounded everywhere in the void. This sinister hallucinatory fiend palace had actually become Xiao Han's cultivation paradise. I've swallowed and refined too much of the hallucinatory fiend realm here. It can no longer keep up with my cultivation speed, Xiao Han smiled faintly. Now I'll find the most concentrated area in the hallucinatory fiend realm and try to cultivate the 14th mental finger technique in one go today. Xiao Han walked quickly, looking for the best place to cultivate. Outside a courtyard, a Yao warrior from Xiao Han's dimension stood leaning against the wall. His body was covered in wounds, and his flesh was a mess. His face was ferocious as he looked at the 9 Yao warriors from Rome's dimension who were approaching him. And in this courtyard, there was an exit. You've gone too far. You've gone too far. I found this exit first. Let's not talk about that, but you want to take it by force. Humph. It's fine if you win by numbers, but why do you have to torture me? Roar. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Don't play with me. The Yao warrior from Xiao Han's dimension was so angry that his eyes were about to pop out, and his eyes were spewing blood. Idiot. We're just playing with you, and you dare to roar? The 9 Yao warriors from Rome's dimension all approached him fiercely. At this moment, puff, 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 puff. The powerful hallucinatory fiend realm forcefully poured into the minds of these 9 Yao warriors. In an instant, all of their heads exploded, and they died on the ground. Huh. The dying Yao warrior from Xiao Han's dimension was stunned, and he stared blankly at the dismembered bodies on the ground. Hurry into the courtyard. That exit can teleport you away safely. Xiao Han walked quickly, almost without looking back. Xiao Han. The heavily injured Yao warrior stared at Xiao Han, dumbfounded. Xiao Han, just now, did you kill these 9 powerful enemies? You. However, before he could finish speaking, Xiao Han had already disappeared. The Yao warrior's eyes widened for a few breaths, then he turned around and ran toward the courtyard. No. Don't come over. You bastards. The 2 female Yao warriors from Xiao Han's dimension had their clothes torn to shreds, revealing their white, jade-like skin. At this moment, they were curled up on the ground. More than 10 male Yao warriors from Rome's dimension approached them from all directions, their eyes filled with lust. However, suddenly. Bang! 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 The figures of the Yao warriors from Rome's dimension suddenly stiffened, and then they all smashed their heads, dead. Xiao Han trotted up from behind. Xiao Han. The 2 female Yao warriors screamed in unison. About 1,000 meters to the left, there's a wooden loft with 2 exits. Hurry up and go, lest someone else gets there first. After saying that, Xiao Han quickly ran away and disappeared. Along the way, Xiao Han searched for the densest area of the hallucinatory demonic realm in the hallucinatory demonic palace. At the same time, he released his mental power to observe every movement within tens of thousands of meters. In just an hour, Xiao Han used the hallucinatory demonic realm to kill 43 Yao warriors from Rome's dimension, and help the 8 Yao warriors from his dimension find the exit. Outstanding contributions. Finally, Xiao Han's footsteps came to a halt. Spatial cracks appeared in the vast space in front of him. Countless mirages flashed across the vast space like flowers on horseback. Ghostly howls and hallucinations surged. This place is the densest in the hallucinatory demonic realm. It's turbulent and ever-changing. Good. I'll choose this place to cultivate. Xiao Han was overjoyed. His physical body surged, and with a leap, he entered the most violent area of the hallucinatory demonic realm. Sitting cross-legged, he concentrated on practicing the 14th set of mental power hand gestures of the extinguishing heaven and decimating earth mental power technique. As the liquid spiritual planet in his sea of consciousness breathed, it swallowed the sea and spat out tides. Its momentum covered the sun and the moon, making everything pale in comparison. The dense hallucinatory demonic realm in this area melted and disintegrated, becoming nourishment for the liquid spiritual planet in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. Outside the hallucinatory demonic palace. In the flawless blue space, 2 camps of people stood opposite each other. The number of people in the 2 camps was about the same, with 2 to 30 people. Of course, among these 2 camps, one was the Yao warriors from Xiao Han's dimension, led by the Tower Master. The other camp was the Yao warriors from Rome's dimension. However, at this moment, none of the Rong elders had come out of the hallucinatory demonic palace. The 2 sides were facing each other, both eyeing each other covetously, but there was no situation of fighting. The Yao warriors from Rome's dimension, damn it, the Tower Master of that trash dimension has come out. But Lord Rong and the elders are still trapped in the hallucinatory demonic palace. A Yao warrior from Rong's dimension cursed. It doesn't matter. With Lord Rong's cultivation, it's only a matter of time before he comes out. It's just that he's unlucky and hasn't found the exit yet. Without Lord Rong to hold the line, let's not invade the people of that trash dimension for the time being. Another Yao warrior's eye muscles kept twitching, and his face was full of ferocity. Xiao Han's dimension. Ha ha ha, not bad. It seems that our luck is really good. At this moment, the tower master was beaming with joy and his face was full of pride. In terms of the number of people who came out, our side and Rong's dimension both had 2 to 30 people. However, they had thousands of people in, but only a few came out. We only had over 100 people, but 2 to 30 people came out. Our probability is higher than theirs. That's right. In addition to the tower master of Xiao Han's dimension, 2 elders also came out. They all nodded and smiled. At this moment, a middle-aged Yao warrior said with shame. The reason why I could find the exit and successfully break out of the encirclement was not because of good luck. I'm ashamed, it was Xiao Han who helped me find the exit, Xiao Han. The tower master was stunned. Yes. It's Xiao Han. In an instant, a few Yao warriors shouted in unison. It's all thanks to Xiao Han's help. Otherwise, who knows when we would have been able to come out. Not only did Xiao Han help me find the exit, he also helped me kill a few experts of the wrong dimension. A heavily injured Yao warrior said with lingering fear as he reminisced about the past. At that time, I was surrounded by a total of 9 strong enemies and was bullied. In the end, Xiao Han was like a god who descended from the heavens and instantly killed the 9 strong enemies, allowing me to escape unscathed. What? The tower master was shocked. How is that possible? He killed 9 people in an instant? You should know that the weakest Yao warrior of the wrong dimension is at least at the formation realm of true Qi. What is Xiao Han's cultivation level? He is only at the expanded aperture realm. Did he use a demonic technique? No. When Xiao Han killed those strong enemies, his entire body was calm and tranquil, without the slightest fluctuation of true Qi or demonic Qi. The injured Yao warrior tried his best to think. The other Yao warriors also blurted out. Yes, Xiao Han also saved us from the hands of the strong enemies. As he walked, the heads of the Yao warriors of the wrong dimension exploded one after another. It was effortless, tower master. It seems that Xiao Han is indeed our plane's lucky general, an elder sighed. According to what the Yao warriors said, Xiao Han has saved people from the jaws of death many times. He killed strong enemies like cutting grass and helped our people find the exit. This time, bringing Xiao Han to the genius zone was the right move. It was a brilliant move. Another elder rolled his eyes and said in a low voice. Tower Master, I suspect that Xiao Han has a magical treasure similar to an immortal artifact. The Tower Master's body shook violently. After cultivating for a few hours. The 14th Spirit Finger Technique, Success. As Xiao Han completed the last gesture of the 14th Spirit Finger Technique, the liquid spirit planet in his sea of consciousness doubled in size. The density of the spirit planet was indestructible, flowing with colorful lights and mysterious patterns. Xiao Han's mind moved slightly, and thousands of strands of spirit force seeped out of his mind. They intertwined with the hallucinatory demonic realm between heaven and earth, intimately, as if they were about to merge into one. At this time, Xiao Han's spirit force was extremely strong, and his heart was filled with the belief of invincibility. With a slight tremble of his consciousness, the surrounding space shook, and the hallucinatory demonic realm was automatically absorbed into his sea of consciousness to nourish the liquid spirit planet. Moreover, the spirit force that Xiao Han released now covered at least a radius of 50,000 meters. With Xiao Han's body as the center, within this hallucinatory demonic palace, everything within a radius of 50,000 meters was under Xiao Han's control. Xiao Han saw that within the range of his spirit force, a large number of spirit heroes from the Rong plane were looking for an exit. A small number of spirit heroes from Xiao Han's plane were struggling to resist the hallucinatory demonic realm while slowly searching for an exit. Xiao Han stood up and stretched. In this level of hallucinatory demonic realm, completing the 14th Spirit Finger Technique is already the limit. It seems that today's cultivation is completed. If I want to break through to the 15th Spirit Finger Technique, I can only wait until tomorrow. The hallucinatory demonic realm in this demonic palace is 10 times more dangerous. But I can't be idle. I'll take this opportunity to play with the spirit heroes from the Rhone Plain. Xiao Han's eyes flashed with a hint of mischief. However, at this time, about 40,000 meters to the east, a middle-aged man wearing a scaled battle robe and a helmet walked with his hands behind his back. His expression was extremely arrogant as he looked down at the heavens. Every pore and cell in his body emitted an aura of death. With every step he took, the heavens seemed to tremble. His every move seemed to instill an instinctive fear in people. Between his eyebrows, there was the same faint red mark as the Tower Master. Behind the middle-aged man in the scaled battle robe, there were more than 10 old men following closely. All of them were extremely arrogant. Among them, there were 3 old men with faint red marks between their eyebrows. Rhone? Xiao Han was slightly shocked. He immediately stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Damn, in this hallucinatory demonic palace, I might be able to contend with that Rhone. Instead of leaving the hallucinatory demonic palace to face the undefeatable Rhone, I might as well go big. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.